Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. God's blessings.
Thank you.
Lovely to have you all in the chamber. Thank you, Senators. Good afternoon again, all Senators. When we suspended yesterday, I believe Senator the Honorable Dion Fowlkes had reserved his space for the first speaker for this afternoon. So I'd like to acknowledge Senator the Honorable Dion Fowlkes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Minister, I neglected to say something. We do have some, if you don't mind, we do have visiting from the Consumer Protection Commission agency, which is an agency within the Ministry of Labor, supporting, I suppose, the one and only Minister of Labor, folks, Ms. Michelle Carroll, who is the Operations and Communications Manager. She also has an after-school program. The Consumer Protection Department has a young people's program, I guess. It's called Consumer Nets, and we have the president of that organization, Chastity Bennett, here, and we also have the vice president, Avriel Cambridge. So we want to welcome those persons representing Consumer Nets as well as the Consumer Protection Commission. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. On Friday of this week, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Marguerite Penley, will demit office as the 9th Bahamian Governor General. I want to join my colleagues in thanking Her Excellency for her contribution to the development of our nation. Over the last 5 years, Dame Marguerite served with grace and elegance. She carried out her duties with finesse, stamina, and decorum. Dame Marguerite has earned, in her own right, a prominent place in Bahamian history. She has followed in the footsteps of legendary and heroic Bahamians: Somali Butler, Sir Gerald Cash, Sir Henry Taylor, Sir Clifford Darling, Sir Orville Turnpress, Dame Ivy Dumont, Arthur Hannah, and Sir Arthur Fowlkes. Our history is replete with stories of reconciliation and restoration of friendships. One day, I will tell the story of the role Dame Marguerite played in the reconciliation of her husband, Sir Lyndon, and my father, Sir Arthur. That's for another time and perhaps another place. I also want to congratulate Mr. Cornelius Smith for his imminent ascension as our 10th Bahamian Governor General. I have known Mr. Smith for over 40 years. As a young public school teacher, human resource manager, cabinet minister, and diplomat, he has dedicated his entire adult life to the service of the Bahamian people. I wish him well in his new role of service. Madam President, yesterday, Senator Sawyer paid tribute to an F&M freedom fighter, the late Ivan Davis. Mr. Davis served as an association chairman and central council member for the then Crawford Castle constituency, which forms part of the now Centerville constituency. He was a founding member of the F&M and one of those brave champions of democracy who was unwavering in his support for the F&M. For myself and my family, I extend sincere condolences to the entire Davis family. May he rest in peace. Madam President, I want to talk very briefly this afternoon about economic empowerment for the average Bahamian, what it means and why it is a central focus of this F&M administration. Our mission as a government is to do whatever we can to better the lives of all Bahamians. The question is, how do we do this? The Prime Minister, in his recent budget communication, put it best, and I quote, "The Free National Movement is investing in jobs, education and training, home ownership, and access to land for Bahamians. We are investing in the Family Islands, crime fighting, social assistance, young people, roads, airports, over-the-hill development, Bahamian entrepreneurs, and small business people." Madam President, the Prime Minister continued, "From young environmental monitors over the hill who have been employed to help rebuild their communities, to Spring City Abaco, where young people in their 20s have received conveyances and deeds for new homes, to preschool students in poorer neighborhoods. This government is building a better, brighter Bahamas for all Bahamians." The Prime Minister further stated that, and I quote, "Today, the F&M is investing heavily in education to help break the cycle of poverty. We know that while talent is equally distributed in our country, opportunity is not as equally distributed or available. So our mission, my mission, is to provide greater opportunity for all, especially the more disadvantaged in our society." Madam President and fellow colleagues, I could have not stated it better than the Prime Minister stated it in his communication in the most recent budget debate in the House of Assembly. Madam President, the first step in our quest to empower Bahamians is to make available free education from preschool to university. Done. Preschool is free. ATVI is free. NTA is free. UB is free. The second step to expand economic opportunity is the preservation and creation of good-paying jobs and assisting with the creation of business opportunities. Done. As of May 2019, according to the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and our records, $8 billion of investment has been approved by this government. $8 billion since May 2019. The Small Business Development Center is providing grants and training to Bahamians to enable them to start their own businesses. And finally, Madam President, creating equity for our people. We have also done that. We have embarked upon a comprehensive and systematic program to respond to and grant Crown land requests by Bahamians. This is what we mean by economic empowerment. Madam President, I now turn to address matters in my portfolio. Ensuring a harmonious working relationship between employers, employees, and the trade union movement, as well as providing for the social welfare of all Bahamians through consumer protection and job preparation programs, will continue to be the underlying thrust of the Ministry of Labor. I wish to highlight the many accomplishments of the hardworking and efficient management and staff of the Ministry of Labor, which is comprised of the Department of Labor, the National Training Agency, NTA, the Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality, the Prices Commission, and the Consumer Protection Commission, and the Consumer Affairs Division. With respect to the Department of Labor, Madam President, economic growth and job creation remain some of the leading priorities of the government. And I am pleased to announce that since the launch of the Labor on the Blocks Jobs Initiative in January of last year, the Department of Labor has been able to successfully match active job seekers with potential employers, thus significantly reducing the unemployment numbers in the Bahamas. The Labor on the Blocks job fairs have effectively held through New Providence and Grand Bahama and have provided a ray of hope for job seekers in our country. An estimated 1,600 job seekers were successful in obtaining employment. Also, Madam President, I am pleased to announce that my ministry held a Labor on the Blocks job fair at the Department of Corrections in conjunction with the Ministry of National Security and the Citizen Security and Justice Program, Thursday, October the 25th, 2018. The job fair brought renewed hope and new opportunities to prison inmates who were soon to be released from prison, as they had an opportunity to apply in person for jobs with 16 local business establishments. Moving forward, Madam President, I wish to announce that the Labor on the Blocks job fairs will be expanded and merged with the Office of the Prime Minister Over the Hill Project and the National Training Agency to address job vacancies in the maritime sector. There is a great potential in this area. I wish to thank our many partners in the business community who have assisted in working with the Ministry and the Department of Labor to make the Labor on the Blocks job fairs successful. And we have had over 50 different business establishments who participated in our 9 events. Madam President, the Department of Labor new understudy program in conjunction with the National Training Agency has provided a unique opportunity for nation's youth to receive both soft skills training and on-the-job training. This program is progressing well and is giving the nation's youth a second chance to better improve their overall development. With respect to trade disputes, Madam President, providing an effective conciliation process whereby trade disputes can be resolved in an efficient manner continues to be a major focus of the Department of Labor. In 2018, for the island of New Providence, there was a total of 924 trade disputes filed at the Department of Labor. 465 were resolved, while 305 are pending. 47 were withdrawn, and 107 were referred to the Industrial Tribunal for their deliberations. In the Family Islands, in 2018, 283 disputes were recorded with the Department of Labor. 102 were resolved, and 164 are pending. 8 were withdrawn, and 9 were referred to the Industrial Tribunal. In the first quarter of 2019, on the island of New Providence, there was a total of 245 disputes. 109 were resolved, 82 are pending, and 21 were withdrawn, and 33 were referred to the tribunal. In the first quarter of 2019, in the Family Islands, there was a total of 85 disputes filed. 95 were resolved, 49 are now pending, 2 were withdrawn, and 9 were referred to the tribunal. And Madam President, this is something that is not generally highlighted by the Department of Labor, and you do not see this in the press. But you can see from the numbers quoted that we had close to 800 trade disputes that were filed in New Providence and the Family Islands. And our able officers, our conciliators, down to the Department of Labor, and we have about 5 of them, they worked on a daily basis to get these matters resolved. And Madam President, it helps with the positive environment in the society generally. A person who feels that they have been negatively impacted by a decision of an employer has the right to file a trade dispute to get their matter resolved. If it is handled properly, either positively or negatively, that can diminish the positive negative impact on that person and on that person's family. So I would like to commend the conciliators that we have down to the Department of Labor for the excellent job that they do on a daily basis. Madam President, the process has begun of establishing a National Maritime Institute. This will prepare persons for the maritime industry, both on the academic side and on the practical side. We are in discussions, and we have a committee that has been formed by the Cabinet with LJM Maritime Academy to accomplish this objective. For the first time, the government, for the first time ever since the establishment of LJM Maritime Academy, the government in this fiscal period made a contribution of $73,000 to the Academy to assist with defraying its general expenses. I am pleased to announce today that the government has allocated, and you will see it in the line item in the Ministry of Labor's budget, $250,000 for this coming fiscal period to the Academy to help defray the expenses. And it is also projected to go into the next two fiscal periods up to 2022. With respect to the National Tripartite Council, Madam President, on June the 1st, 2018, and in accordance with the provisions of the National Tripartite Council Act, social partners appointed 12 persons from their respective organizations to serve on the National Tripartite Council for the from 2018 to 2021. On July the 19th of last year, the National Tripartite Council election of officers were conducted on the following persons we elected to serve as officers of the NTC. Mr. Anthony Robert Farquharson as chairman, Mr. Peter Godey as vice chairman, Ms. Sharon Martin as secretary, and Rionda Gadat as treasurer. Madam President, subsequent to their appointment, the National Tripartite Council members developed and ratified the 2018-2021 strategic plan. This document, which was reviewed and approved by the ministry, has been described as ambitious, aggressive, and includes a roadmap to transforming the industrial relations environment in the Bahamas for years to come. The plan includes 15 distinctive goals. However, the two principal objectives of the NTC are, number one, the enactment of a national productivity legislation and the establishment of the Bahamas National Productivity Council. And number two, the transformation of the Bahamas Industrial Tribunal to the civil side of the Supreme Court. Madam President, understanding and addressing the significant gap that exists between the current and future labor needs in the Bahamas and the skills of the local workforce has been recognized as a priority for the government of the Bahamas. The Ministry of Labor has appointed a special committee and mandated the members to review the issues related to the skills gap and to recommend the necessary steps to be taken to reduce unemployment, increase productivity, improve ease of doing business, expand the private sector, and grow the gross domestic product. The National Committee has a diverse membership that includes representatives from the Organization for Responsible Governance, the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation, the University of the West Indies, the National Training Agency, the University of Bahamas, the National Congress of Trade Unions Bahamas, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas Trade Union Congress, LJM Maritime Academy, Southern University, the Bahamas Institute of Financial Services, and the Bahamas Contractors Association, and other groups. Madam President, on September 17, 2018, the National Committee sponsored the first annual National Skills Symposium under the theme, Forging Our Future assessing and analyzing the skills gap in the Bahamas. This historic event brought together over 150 leaders who, from their private industry, government, academia, and civil society, along with key industry associations and government departments, to strategically coordinate efforts to identify industry-specific needs in the following areas: soft skills, including behavioral and communication, teamwork, responsibility, and accountability; specific technical and industry skills, including competencies, credentials, and certifications; and basic skills, including numeracy, literacy, and reasoning. The final report on the symposium has been submitted, and the recommendations contained therein are being reviewed by the implementation. Madam President, the government has also recognized that there is a significant gap in skills in Grand Bahama, and so a subcommittee was established in Freeport to supplement the work of the National Committee. On Friday, April the 5th, 2019, the Grand Bahama Subcommittee sponsored an employment and industrial skills training in the form of a high school forum and exhibition. The event was held at the St. George's High School Gymnasium and enabled over 300 high school students from both private and public schools to have the opportunity to view positions available in a number of companies in Grand Bahama and to have direct access to company officials to discuss the skills required to fill the jobs available. The event was officially opened by the Prime Minister, and we now wish to thank him for taking time out of his busy schedule to do that. And over 16 companies from the various industries in Grand Bahama participated in that exhibition. With respect to the National Training Agency, Madam President, since June of 2017, the National Training Agency, NTA, has continued to impact the lives of young Bahamians, providing them with competency-based training and assisting them with job placement. The agency has expanded its reach and has been strategic in offering training opportunities that meet the needs of today's workforce. These expansions include greater collaboration with industry leaders and job providers, improved relationship with inner cities and core demographics, improvement in its core offerings and delivery systems, and overall improvement in the use of modern technology. The NTA is charged with the responsibility of workforce development, with a keen focus on training our nation's youth, those between the ages of 16 and 30, to take advantage of existing and emerging opportunities in our economy. Madam President, the NTA has successfully trained 1,640 young Bahamians over the last 2 years. This included both soft skills and technical training. The agency is well known for its mandatory workforce preparatory program that focuses on soft skills training, covering topics as attitude shape-up, customer service, self-awareness, job preparedness, conflict resolution, workforce governance, and many more. Technical skills include training in the following disciplines: butler services, teacher's aide, customer service, auto body repair, housekeeping, food preparation, food and beverage, QuickBooks, allied healthcare, Microsoft Office, information technology, and retail knowledge. Madam President, The NTA has a successful overall job placement rate of 55%, which means that more than half of the successful trainees are placed into full-time jobs. The agency continues to strengthen its relationship with leading industries and job providers. The agency is now positioned as a go-to agency for employers seeking entry-level employees. Madam President, the National Training Agency successfully completed a contract to provide training for 260 at-risk youths in soft skills, numeracy and literacy, and technical skills with concentration in the hospitality and retail sectors. The training has been monitored through the tracking of a number of variables, including attendance, soft skills, pre- and post-assessments, certifications obtained, attrition rates, trainer and employer feedback, and ratings. The structure of the program was guided by the results of the Department of Statistics, Wages and Productivity Survey in 2012, and was intended to provide demand-driven training to increase the employability and employment levels of 260 at-risk youth between the ages of 16 to 29 through training in soft skills, technical skills, numeracy and literacy skills, and on-the-job training and internships. To ensure that this objective was met, competency-based education and training largely informs the NTA's training delivery system, serving as an effective means to bridge education and training to the actual requirements of the workplace. The NTA made a number of adjustments to ensure that the needs of at-risk youth were met. These adjustments include changes to the recruitment process, a revamped curriculum, retraining of the entire team at the NTA, redevelopment of the curriculum, lessons plans, and learning materials, the implementation of a new assessments and evaluations, and the use of training monitors and life coaches to ensure that at-risk youth remain fully engaged throughout the 12 weeks of training. The overall results of the at-risk youth training is as follows. The vast majority, 278 out of 293 of trainees were registered and present on day one of the training, which was successfully completed, the 4 weeks of soft skills training, obtaining certificates from the NTA's mandatory workforce program indicating their successful matriculation through the program. This was a similar success rate for the technical skills training. Approximately 254 out of the 278, or 91%, trainees receive internationally recognized certifications in demand areas of hospitality and retail sectors, including food and beverage, butler services, housekeeping, customer services, retail services, guest services, and food preparation. The true test of any youth training program lies not only in improving the employability of trainees, but also in its ability to aid them in getting employment. By that measure, the training has been a resounding success, with a 46% employment rate for trainees who successfully completed the 12 weeks program. This compares favorably to NTA's average employment rates for lower risk population and indicates, more so than any other measure, the success of the training program. The agency has facilitated and assisted in the training and onboard of some 200 young Bahamians with the Royal Caribbean Cruise Line. These persons are now serving on ships or have accepted offers awaiting final boarding. The agency is currently working with both RCCL and MSC in relation to fulfilling full-time land-based jobs on Coco Key and Ocean Key. Currently, more than 170 persons have been pre-screened for over 109 job openings on Ocean Key. Many of these individuals have been trained and certified by NTA. Madam President, Corporate Bahamas is taking advantage of the training opportunities available at the agency. More than 160 employees from Corporate Bahamas have been trained by the agency over the last year. As the only government-approved Institute of Leadership and Management, ILM, center in the region, the agency continues to offer the broadest portfolio of leadership and management qualifications, with hundreds of regulated qualifications units to choose from. The agency is currently in the process of finalizing partnership agreements with government agencies and the private sector. The agency has increased revenue over the last year to supplement government funding by more than $610,000. This is a first for the agency. This has been facilitated through rental income and government and corporate training contracts. This is due to management's efforts to reduce the need for government funding over the next 3 years and to fulfill a key activity as outlined in the NTA's Act of raising additional revenue to subsidize the operation and delivery of training. Madam President, I now turn to the Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality. The Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality, BPSQ, is mandated by the Standards Act and Ways and Measures Act to promote, formulate, and/or adopt standards as national instruments of socio-economic development in an effort to protect the health and safety of consumers, enhance international trade and competitiveness of goods and services, and also to regulate all metrology services in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, we are moving resolutely and systematically toward the full operation of the Bureau and the implementation of its services. Some of the major initiatives that have been undertaken from 2018 to date in promoting and implementing our mandate include pre-export verification and conformity program for used vehicles imported from Japan, Singapore, United Kingdom, and United Emirates. In early 2018, BPSQ decided to invite motor vehicle inspection specialists to provide an expression of interest in working with us on the development and implementation of such a pre-export verification of conformity program for used vehicles prior to importation in the Bahamas. An official visit to Japan to observe pre-inspection programs and also visit some of the auction houses was then conducted by a delegation from New Providence. Madam President, over the past 3 years, beginning in 2016, used vehicle imports to the Bahamas have been relatively strong. Statistics from our port development suggests that on an average, the Bahamas has imported about 15,000 used cars annually. And this, Madam President, has been a big shock to me to discover this. I never imagined that over 15,000 used cars was imported into the Bahamas every year. It is anticipated from these statistics that the amount of used imports will be relatively the same this year. Madam President, consequently, the need to ensure that these imports are roadworthy prior to leaving the countries of origin is essential in protecting the Bahamas from continuing to be a dumping ground for unsafe and the potential end-of-life vehicles. Furthermore, Japan as a country has suffered several nuclear accidents. The latest in 2011 in Fukushima. And it is imperative that potentially radiated used vehicles are also not allowed to enter our country. This program specifically addresses this risk by including a mandatory requirement for radiation inspection on every single vehicle from Japan. Subsequently, after careful scrutiny and consideration of the replying inspection companies, BPSQ, along with the Ministry of Labor, established that EAA Company Limited from Japan was the most qualified of such companies. Madam President, we are happy to report that since the implementation of the program effective March of this year, about 2,000 used vehicles have been pre-inspected and allowed entry into the country. Vehicles that were found to be in non-conformance are denied entry, and the importer was allowed to select another used vehicle that would pass the inspection process. Madam President, the Bahamas is second in leading the way in the Caribbean next to Jamaica with the implementation of such a program. As a small island state, we take a positive and responsible step toward the protection of our citizens and our environment by ensuring only roadworthy vehicles enter our country and by enforcing internationally recognized emissions and radiation conformance. We will no longer allow the growing practice of dumping end-of-life vehicles on the side of our roads and having unroadworthy vehicles endangering the lives of Bahamians. Madam President, we have embarked on a new and improved 3-year strategic agenda for 2019-2021, providing more heightened awareness and education campaigns to inform the public on the overall role of the BPSQ and its important work through our services and established units. This entails an ongoing rollout of our first infomercial, currently being aired on ZNS, Cable Bahamas, ILTV stations, and also on the radio. We encourage Bahamians to pay closer attention for these infomercials. Further, we'll also embark on developing our first promotional booklet dedicated specifically for primary school students, bringing awareness to the significance of standards and quality which a small child will be able to appreciate. We will undoubtedly continue bringing awareness to the public through international observances such as World Standards Day, World Metrology Day, the World of Accreditation Day. We use these opportunities to make known the benefits and impact of the embracing quality in every sector of society and in their daily living. Madam President, I wish to say a few words about the Consumer Protection Commission, and I know that our students who are our summer students who are in the audience today is from this committee. I had extensive notes, I think some 10 pages, but the time in this debate will not allow it. But I promise the Consumer Protection Commission, at my next available opportunity in the Senate, I will deliver their full brief. But Madam President, this year, the Consumer Protection Commission, in partnership with its sister agencies, the Bahamas Bureau of Standards, the Consumer Affairs Unit, spearheading coordinated activities to commemorate World Consumer Rights Day in the Bahamas under the theme Trusted Smart Products. The event was celebrated in New Providence, Grand Bahama, and those family islands with the Consumer Affairs Unit presence. And I wish to congratulate the hard-working staff of the Consumer Protection Commission and the chairman and the board for the excellent job they did in organizing these events. I also want to thank my Senate colleague, Senator Kwesi Thompson, who stood in for me at the event in Grand Bahama, and who I understand did an excellent job. Thank you, Senator. Madam President, the principal mandate of the Consumer Welfare Unit is to police the entire Bahamian marketplace to ensure that the Price Control Act regulations are being complied with and consumers are receiving the protection intended by law. Additionally, officers are called upon to serve as agents for the Rent Control Board in the investigation of rental complaints, seeking to provide fair resolution to any dispute. Officers are also charged with responsibility of serving as agents for the Consumer Protection Commission in ensuring that consumers who may experience challenges with the providers of goods and services can access redress at the Consumer Protection Commission. Officers respond to consumer complaints regardless of the nature and endeavor to provide resolution or referral to the relevant agency where relief may be obtained. Consumer education and enlightenment is also another aspect of the consumer welfare mandate. Officers provide consumers with information regarding their rights and responsibilities, thereby empowering them as they seek to secure goods and services in the marketplace. Once again, the collective view and a long-held aspiration of the Consumer Welfare Unit is to expand and develop into a viable department of consumer protection with clearly defined career paths for officers, a department which is staffed with qualified and competent officers who are committed to working to provide consumer protection in all matters which may affect them as they seek to secure goods and services in the marketplace. A department with personnel who will conduct research in consumer-related issues and aid in education and enlightening consumers with current and relevant information that will assist in their everyday activities. Our goals there are to further expand the role of the consumer welfare into those family islands where no officers are presently domiciled, such as Maguana, Long Island, Exuma, and Ragged Island, thereby affording those consumers the same level of protection as consumers in the islands where officers are present. And Madam President, I want to make one correction in my presentation. I mentioned Exuma, but Exuma does have an office. It does. To provide local and foreign training programs, seminars to upgrade officers' knowledge and skills levels, thereby equipping them to be better able to respond to matters which may arise in their environment. The consumer officers are doing a commendable job on a daily basis and are maintaining a presence throughout the various communities across the Bahamas. Madam President, as I close, I wish to commend the dedicated and hard-working team at the Ministry of Labor, headed by Mr. Peter DeVoe-Isaacs, our Permanent Secretary. I also want to acknowledge the significant contribution made to the ministry by our former Permanent Secretary, Ms. Cecilia Strawn, who is now serving at the Attorney General's office. I also wish to commend the hard-working management and staff of the Department of Labor. And I see one of our senior officers in the strangers gallery, Mr. Ricardo DeVoe, who's representing all the other officers. So I'd like to recognize Mr. DeVoe, our Deputy Permanent Secretary. And the National Training Agency, I wish to commend all of the workers there and their staff, and they are doing a wonderful job. The board is doing an excellent job. I wish to publicly announce for the first time that we have a new chairman of the board at the National Training Agency, and she previously served as the deputy chairman of the National Training Agency, and she is Lady Naomi Wallace Whitfield.
Good man. He's a good man, folks.
And I also want to say, just for true transparency and clarity, that she is a non-executive chairman. Okay? The Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality, I wish to thank its board, who is chaired by Mr. Aaron Bryce, and everybody knows Mr. Bryce of Epic Battery fame, the famous TV ads and radio ads. They're doing a wonderful job, and all of the staff and at the bureau, they're doing an excellent job. I also want to commend all the persons at the Consumer Unit and the Price Commission. We also have a new chairperson there upon the passing of Senator Dorset, who was the chairperson since 2017. We now have a new chairperson. He is a former senior executive at the Customs Department. Mr. Danny Strawn is now the new chairman of the Prices Commission. Danny Strawn. No, Danny. I have Strawn on my mind. Mr. Danny Strawn. He's also Mr. Danny Sumner. Mr. Danny Sumner is also
Big example. That's a big example. That's an example. You got a particular predisposition.
But I'm sure Danny Strawn would accept to serve the country. But Danny, this particular Danny is Danny Sumner, and he is well known. He is well known to the Bahamas. Most of you may know him as the president of the Bodybuilding Association, and he is served on the Olympic Committee and he has a sterling reputation. He's also serving as a consultant in the Ministry of Labor. I also want to thank the Consumer Protection Commission, who's chaired by Mr. Philip Beneby, and their hardworking board, and also the staff of the Consumer Protection Commission for the wonderful work that they do. Now, before I sit down, I just want to look at this again, just to make sure I didn't leave anybody out. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I want to thank the leadership and the staff of the Department of Labor, our acting director of labor, Mr. John Pinder, and all the senior officers and all the staff at the Department of Labor for the excellent job that you do on a daily basis. So Madam President, I wish to commend this progressive and economic empowering budget to the Senate, and I fully support this 2019-2020 budget. Thank you, Madam.
As many, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Jasmine Darius.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to those viewers in the gallery. And good afternoon, Bahamas. Madam President, I rise today to speak on the 2019-2020 budget. Firstly, I express my humility and my honor to the Most High God for this strategic positioning and appointment to the Senate. I commend and thank the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for giving young people a seat not just in the room, but at the table of power. I especially applaud my Prime Minister for believing in millennials, uplifting millennials, and especially young millennial women, and highlighting the importance of our voice and valuing our uniqueness by ensuring we are in key and critical leadership roles in governance. Madam President, I would also like to congratulate the outstanding, talented, and gifted high school and primary school students that recently graduated. I've had the privilege of being the keynote speaker for 3 graduations this month. Grand Bahama Academy, where more than 80% of the graduation class left school with a 3.0 GPA or higher. Robin Hill Primary School graduation, where the graduating class were encouraged to be ready, poised, and empowered for the next level. I would like to highlight the valedictorian, Miss Georgiana Mills, who is an exceptional young lady and who I believe will go on to do well and to do this country well. She has a very brilliant mind. The 3rd school was Dominion Technical School on June 19, 2019. The graduates were encouraged to continue to educate themselves, endure hardship, and be excellent at whatever they ventured into. Madam President, it brought me much joy to share words of life, hope, direction, and strength to our nation's future. So today I say to every graduate in our great country that I am proud of you, I believe in you, I'm rooting for you, and it is my sincere prayer that you succeed in all of your endeavors. Yes. Madam President, I would also like to congratulate Shawnee Miller-Rebo, who is a prime example of Bahamian athletic excellence. Just this past weekend, she set a new world record in the 300 meters in Ostrava. We are proud of you, Shawnee, for making waves in the global athletic arena. Madam President, this proves that though we may be small in numbers and size as a nation, we are capable of world-class performances in any arena around the world. Bahamians are great people with extraordinary talent. Madam President, I would also like to congratulate the organizers and committee members of the largest festival in the Bahamas, the Crab Festival. Congratulations on a job well done. Mr. Christopher Hinsey, Mr. Wayne Clare, and Mr. Hugh Edgecombe, who ensured that the site on Weekend Pass was prepared and that Crab Fest was at its best, along with my good cousin, Mr. Rodney Hanna, who organized the beach party in Lovell and Ross. I'm pleased to report that among the many thousands of Bahamians in my hometown, Fresh Creek, the Big Yard, there were no accidents, there was no violence, and no negative occurrences. Only good food, crab and rice, crab and dough, crab soup, baked crab, grilled crab. And all of the vendors did a fantastic job. I'm proud to say that Crab Fest 2019 was a smashing success. And just before I get into my presentation, I would also like to say to Dean Marguerite Pinlan, and we visited her, led by the Senate President on yesterday. Thank you for your excellent contribution to the Bahamas. And we know that you love this nation for your great selfless service as an Androsian and as a woman. We are proud of you. Thank you, and we bid you farewell. And I'm also pleased to welcome and to congratulate the Honorable His Excellency C.A. Smith, who will be ascending to the office as the 10th Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, John Maxwell said, and I quote, "Everything rises and falls on leadership."
Leadership, yeah.
Leadership is everything. Leadership is not so much about an ability. Leadership is not so much, about a position, but it is about an ability. It is an ability to demonstrate what is communicated or what is needed. Leadership is not so much about a title, but leadership is a task that is backed by ability. This is why a position does not automatically make you a leader. The leader makes the position. Leadership is being able to influence those around you to achieve a goal and desired results. Real leadership produces real results. Real leadership starts by being a good servant. And servant leaders focus on the growth of all of those around them. Not some, not a privileged few,
No.
not a private group of people.
No.
Servant leadership focuses on all so that better people are built,
Yeah.
and so a greater society is built,
Yeah.
with countless opportunities for all.
Yeah.
Servanthood goes beyond your speech, however good it may be. It goes beyond your promises and features prominently your activity. Madam President, not only is the Free National Movement government showing us good leadership, but we are seeing strong leadership.
Come on now.
This minister-led administration is also displaying a good value system. Your values are what you give merit to, and what you hold strong to protect it.
Yes.
Today, we see that Dr. Hubert Minnis is leading by truly serving the Bahamian people.
Yes.
This government is leading by truly serving the Bahamian people.
Strong leadership.
We value family life,
Yeah.
the welfare of our children,
Big.
and the success of Bahamian businesses.
Yeah.
Madam President, today, looking at where we are as a nation and where we have journeyed from, I am convinced that we have some of the best governmental leaders in this region, and I dare say the world.
Oh, yeah.
I commend the Minister administration for the testicular fortitude, the financial wit, the wisdom, the strength to make the tough decisions so that our people can live, thrive, prosper, and so that the next generation can excel.
Leadership. Follow the leadership. Yeah.
Madam President, the Bahamian people have entrusted the Minister administration with managing the affairs of this nation and safeguarding our future. One must admit, the strict fiscal measures taken by by our Deputy Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance was a tough call, but a carefully weighed decision. One that the Honorable K. Peter Turnquest, my MP, should be commended for.
I agree with that.
Madam President, the purpose was and is to lift this nation out of a financial pit and junk bond status that the PLP administration left us in. After 2 years, our fiscal policies have led to economic growth, restored confidence in the Bahamian economy by foreign investors, and a steady and stable economy. The Minister administration has demonstrated what a commitment to financial excellence looks like, from good governance and also what good leadership looks like. Everything rises and falls on leadership. Madam President, lest we forget, the PLP administration, with all the intelligence, with all the eloquence, expertise, and white paper in the archives, let the Bahamian economy slip and slide into junk status. Not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, Madam President, but 4 consecutive years. Poor budgeting, unrecorded expenses, reckless spending, and the inability to achieve sustainable growth and financial ability. Madam President, I said everything rises and falls on leadership. Thank God for this free national movement government led by the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis. Madam President, I shudder to think of where we would have been under the horrible, degrading, visionless leadership that only took us down. So when you hear anything from the PLP members of the upper or lower parliament, just know that it is unqualified, undignified, unsolicited, and unwanted advice. They have the audacity but lack the authority, because if what they knew was so effective, they would have still been in power. Madam President, I say to the opposition, sit small until your name called. And watch the free national movement show you what good governance and good administration looks like. Madam President, sit small until your name called, and watch the minister-led administration show you what good governance and good leadership looks like. Madam President, please allow me to paint a picture of what good governance and good leadership looks like. The minister administration has secured the lowest annual deficit we have seen in a decade. Enhanced transparency, accountability, and responsible fiscal management by implementing the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018 to hold this and future governments accountable. Improved the ease of doing business. A positive economic growth in the last 2 years of 1.6%. Increased social assistance by $600,000. Food assistance program increased from 1.4 million to 14.2 million. This was a deliberate measure taken to ensure Bahamians who need to rely on this government for financial help as they face hard times can find the support that they need. The Small Business Development Program, which is used to help break the cycle of dependence upon the government, which helps to empower our citizens along with facilitating growth and expansion in the small business arena. Madam President, out of 3,500 small business registrants, approximately 75% are new startup businesses, totaling some $87,500 in grants, $205,000 in equity, and $652,500 in government guaranteed loans. There has been about $200,000 in training and development for those aspiring to be entrepreneurs. Duty reductions were $28 million in revenue. Home refrigeration of 18 cubic feet or smaller. Home stoves 30 inches wide or smaller. Garbage can line is reduced from 45% to 25%. Fire extinguishers reduced from 45% to free. Flashlights reduced from 45% to 25%. Pens reduced from 10% to free, Senator Mitchell. Crayons reduced from 10% to free. Sharpeners reduced from 45% to free. School rulers reduced from 10% to free. Chart paper reduced from 20% to free. Projectors reduced from 45% to 35%. Radios reduced from 45% to 35%. Pots and pans reduced from 45% to 25%. All household furniture reduced from 45% to 25%. Young people in their 20s have gotten keys to new homes in Spring City, Abaco. Crime is down 7%. Armed robbery is down 20%. Rape is down 29%. Robbery is down 9%. Housebreaking is down. Free education for Bahamians from preschool to university. And in the words of my Prime Minister, free from 2 to 22. The greatest investment in education ever in the history of the Bahamas. Madam President, it is the people's time, and our policies and the budget allocations reflects it to the tune of $20 million. More than 800 3- and 4-year-olds access free, quality preschool education. 350 new students enrolled in the government system. 450 students enrolled in 44 approved private school partners in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Andros, and Abaco. 456 plus vouchers distributed to pay tuition at private preschools. The government of the Bahamas is spending $17 million to digitize schools across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. To date, there are 2,725 tablets, 123 laptops, 133 projectors, and 123 carts of new and relevant software distributed among the schools. $170 million invested in renewable energy over the next 10 years. There has been no new tax categories added. There was no increase in value-added tax, and we have $8 billion of foreign investment in the Bahamas. Madam President, everything rises and falls on leadership. Madam President, I now turn my attention to urban renewal, Grand Bahama and Bimini, of which I'm Deputy Director. I would like the nation to know that the former administration cannot present this kind of reporting on urban renewal Grand Bahama due to the lack of accountability and transparency. I note there's transparency, accountability, and fairness in urban renewal with no partiality as we carry out urban renewal's assignment.
Very good, very good.
All Bahamians are helped through our ministry.
All Bahamians.
Madam President, urban renewal is a social development initiative that creates and implements policies and programs to improve, to empower, to revitalize, to rehabilitate, to renovate, and to restore individuals, families, communities, and relevant urban spaces where there is urban decay. Madam President, the following information is presented to you and to this nation just as a means of reporting, recording, accounting, and for transparency in the urban renewal Grand Bahama and Bimini area. For the budget year 2018-2019, community assessments, 2,709 completed. Small home roof repair, 32 homes completed. And I say, no hanky-panky done under my watch. Literacy program, 537 persons have benefited from this program to date. Boys mentoring program, 1,150 young boys have benefited from this program. Girls Mentoring Program, 1,322 young ladies. After School Program, 2,248 children. Computer Program, 48 individuals. Sewing Program, 128 persons to date. Art and Craft, 405. The Musical Band Program, 2,011 active boys and girls. Senior Program, 3,038 seniors in total. Care packages distributed in the community, 210 parcels. Feeding Program, 12,503 persons in total. Suspension Program, 255 children. Sign Language, 30 persons, upon which we will have our graduation on June 29th, 10 a.m. in Grand Bahama. Our cleanup initiative, we have had 8 for the budget year with a total of 80 persons involved. At this juncture, I would like to say thank you to the hard-working staff of Urban Renewal in Grand Bahama and, of course, in Bimini. Madam President, in 2018, there was a total of 14,897 persons helped through Urban Renewal in Grand Bahama and Bimini. To date, there is a total of 26,719 persons assisted by the Urban Renewal programs in Grand Bahama and Bimini. This is an increase of 11,822 persons. Madam President, the empowerment programs include backyard farming, at-risk youth and adults, computer literacy, exam preparatory assistance, book depository, library, adult literacy, disability empowerment, Urban Renewal Band, which is robust and very active, suspension program, cleanup campaign, Seniors Valentine's Day event, Mother's Day and Father's Day event, Easter egg hunt, independent flag raising, summer school, summer camp, the Back to School Initiative, National Peace March and Rally, Seniors Empowerment Seminar, Christmas tree lighting, urban games, and much more. Madam President, I am pleased to also mention the new pilot computer program to be launched in Grand Bahama in Urban Renewal, partnering with the Ministry of Grand Bahama and the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute. I must commend and thank the Honorable Senator and Minister of State for Grand Bahama, the Honorable J. Kwesi Thompson, for his extreme hard work. He is short in stature, but a giant of a leader and a good man. Thank you for partnering with Urban Renewal to see this program come to fruition. We would also like to expend thanks to the Minister of Social Services and Urban Development, the Honorable Frankie Campbell. Madam President, I also highlight the academic excellence of BTVI for their international award from CompTIA for the highest number of passes in the Caribbean and Latin America. Madam President, this powerful pilot program will directly impact the lives of 100 young persons across the island of Grand Bahama. This is a part of the digital revolution, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis in his visionary leadership to move us from an analog age into the digital era. Madam President, beginning September, I am excited that our children will have the golden opportunity to start free classes. I repeat, free classes to increase their technological skills, venture in technological careers, and obtain professional certificates from the following courses. Introduction to Information Technology, Introduction to Cybersecurity, Introduction to Python, Android App Development, Web Design, Java Fundamentals, and so much more. Madam President, these courses will advance any existing tech personnel, be an introduction to software development, produce their own websites, repair or manage office IT needs, security, technicians, and even airport security. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Madam President, everything rises and falls on leadership. Madam President, our aim and objective is to train those, especially in our inner cities, our urban communities, not just to use the computer, but to become entrepreneurs and technological giants in the global market, and to facilitate the birthing of the Bahamian Mark Zuckerberg and/or Bill Gates. Madam President, the successful completion of this program will provide certification and also credit for matriculation into the BTVI school program. So, Madam President, once again, we see everything rises and falls on leadership. The Free National Movement government is uplifting the Bahamian people, not simply by putting money on the ground, but by placing tools in the hands of our people to empower, to educate, and to advance themselves. Madam President, good leadership does that. Madam President, that's what good governance is all about. Teaching people to fish for themselves and not to beg for handouts. Madam President, I'm extremely happy about this program, and I'm proud that the minister-led administration thinks so highly about Bahamian people to educate them. And when we say it's the people's time, it's not a slogan or a cliche. We put our money behind our words to demonstrate our intention. Madam President, Mr. Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world," end quote. Madam President, I believe the Bahamas is at the place of a revolutionary change, and this Free National Movement government is happy and honored to serve the Bahamian people in leading the charge. Madam President, the government of the Bahamas recognizes that quality education is the foundation for sustainable economic and social development.
I think you better repeat that because they ain't had it.
I am satisfied that as a mother, a wife, and a young woman in this nation, if I were to close my eyes, that I've made the right decision with the Free National Movement government. The life of my children will not be cut short, and their dollar value will not drop under this FNM administration. My future generation will not be shortchanged and mishandled. I feel safe that this government will educate and elevate my children and yours. One may ask the question, could more have been done in this budget? The answer is, more could have been done and more will be done. But Rome was not built in one day.
Oh my.
Even the Lord took 6 days to organize, structure, and lay out everything for man. At this point, I would like to thank the Bahamian people for having confidence in this FNM administration and for extending grace to us as we continue in good governance and good leadership to lead this nation to greater heights and a better and a brighter future. Madam President, I am in full support of the 2019-2020 budget. May the Lord bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Bahamians everywhere, every island, every barrier reef, every rock, and every peak. God bless you. Thank you.
As many. Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Clay Sweeting. There we go, Madam President.
Madam President, I know all of these senators are so jealous of our relationship, you know. Once again, I stand before this honorable chamber. I'm thankful to God for his blessings bestowed upon myself and my family. I'm also thankful for the support from my wife and my son, who continue to support me as I contribute to the development of this country. Lastly, I would also like to thank the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, Honorable Philip Brave Davis, for his continued support and belief in me as an opposition senator in this chamber. Madam President, this is the third budget presented by this administration, and with only 2 more to go before the next election, unless a snap election is called. The question is, does this budget show real vision for the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? Are there correct measures put in place to improve life for the masses, or is the government so caught up with the PLP and playing the blame game that they forget that they have a country to run? Is blaming the PLP their new smokescreen of not having a plan? As the people's lives of this country improve, or as the status quo remain? People are tired of being stuck in the rut, and they are tired of being stagnant. Madam President, as one of the wealthiest countries in the Caribbean, can we, as Bahamians, accept a poverty rate that stubbornly sits at 12.5% average year after year, with unemployment the major contributor? The 2019-2020 budget proposed by the Minister of Finance is one which does not enhance the economic health of our citizens, putting government above the good of the people. On the onset, during the Minister of Finance's long contribution on this budget, I kept listening and waiting for a "that's a good idea" moment, but I was left wanting. This budget is nothing less than dull and lacks inspiration. No matter how the F&M administration tries to spin the line items by shifting them between ministries, the result is that the weight of trying to achieve a deficit-reducing budget is placed squarely upon the shoulders of the average citizens, both poor and middle class. The Minister of Finance referred to cuts as surgical trimming, suggesting that the cuts were reflective of fiscal inefficiencies by a government dedicated to performing at its best on the least amount of revenue. However, after going through the line items that were increased, moved, and decreased, the question is, will this budget on the overall improve the lives of Bahamians? Increases were proposed in expenditures for certain services, while cutting salaries and positions of the most important part of an education system, the educators. If these cuts were teachers that are retiring, the question is, will they be replaced? Education is the first step of the ladder that enables generations to achieve economic mobility. Cutting away the first step of the ladder makes the climb that much harder. Surely, as a nation, we cannot be satisfied with a school system that produces below average results, while its highest performing statistic is its dropout rate. We currently have a public school system where a 50% graduation rate is just unacceptable. Even if the Bahamas was not one of the wealthiest in the Caribbean, as well as being a center for international banking, a graduation rate of 50% just needs to improve. Building to enhance the hopes, dreams, and economic opportunity for every citizen should be of the utmost concern of every government. Righteous governments of democratic nations are built upon managing the common good, not enhancing only the fortunes of the wealthy. Madam President, education is a vital component of every modern society, and we should not just expand the education budget, but find ways to expand its opportunities. We need to address the root causes of our dismal graduation rate in order to build a knowledgeable, prepared, skilled workforce that can help to reach the top of the ladder of our nation. Money must be spent on livable wages for teachers, advanced technologies for students, and a curriculum that will provide our students with the tools to succeed. The current education system is in desperate need of more money, and money allocated in the right places. An educated citizen is where a foundation upon a nation is built. Education is self-empowerment. We need to properly and fully fund an educational system that strives to provide the best education that our Commonwealth can provide. This is the first step in creating a vision of planned growth for our country. Madam President, I listened attentively yesterday how some members of the government spoke as if the former PLP administration did nothing for education. I stand here today to let the record reflect that the former PLP administration indeed invested in our educational system, and some of the programs that the government boasts about now were in fact PLP initiatives. The former PLP government worked hard to ensure and improve and expand education system that would prepare young Bahamians for a prosperous future. Just a few of these initiatives include the PLP government invested $45 million in public education, including the construction of a state-of-the-art school in North Luther, with over $16 million spent on scholarship investments in our young people, as more than doubled during the 5 short years of PLP was in office. The Bahamas High School Diploma Program was implemented, and it set a standard for graduation. Primary and secondary schools now have an internationally recognized standard for graduation that holds everyone within the educational system accountable. Mandatory testing in primary schools was implemented to identify children who would benefit from a different learning environment that is more responsive to their needs. Special education was a top priority for the PLP government in order to assess how each child learned and enable them to succeed. The Marjorie Davis Institute for Special Education officially opened in April 2015. $16 million was allocated for the College of the Bahamas transition to a university. This was a PLP project. The Fresh Start program was been expanded, which educated and trained young youth for careers.
The budget, we talk about all the time. Talk about the budget.
Fresh Start.
No. I said the University of the Bahamas was a PLP project that we finished.
You said fresh start.
No, I'm moving to that. I'm moving on to that. No, I said the Fresh Start program was expanded, which educates and trains youth for careers.
An F&M project was
I said it was no, I didn't say F&M project now. Get it right. The government's national training
Can we allow the senator to finish his remarks?
and training
Unless you have a point of order.
and 11th graders as a necessary requirement for the current high school diploma. Madam President, Madam Chair, these are just a few programs and initiatives that were implemented by the former PLP administration. So let the record reflect that the PLP was innovative when it came to education. We were and still are serious about education and youth development. Madam Chair, in a piece from the Nassau Guardian, Minister Lloyd was quoted to say that the government will either make contract workers permanent and pensionable or not renew their contracts when they expire. He went further to say that the Cabinet of the Bahamas has decided that this contract worker business is going to come to an end, and sometime over the next fiscal year, we are going to put people in the proper status. This was in 2018. But Madam Chair, this raises to question if the contract workers were not needed and their contracts not renewed, then why in this budget in Head 35, line 2111102, the budget allocation for contract workers has increased by $7 million. Similarly, line 2251339, janitorial service contract has increased by $1.3 million. And line 2251111, security service contracts increased by $700,000. We are asking for clarification because figures don't lie, Madam Chair.
They don't lie.
And it seems as if the government plans on hiring people to replace the workers that has been let go. Madam Chair, I also noticed a budget cut in an area that affects the lives of our youth, where a significant amount cut to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. This is another shining example of removing opportunity, hopes, and dreams from our nation's most important asset, our youth. Madam Chair, my colleague, Senator Darville, laid the foundation of our policy position on health care yesterday. But I would just like to add that investing in preventative health and health care is not a luxury expense. Any administration should understand that expanding healthcare services is beneficial to the nation. Just prior to the last general election, a contract was awarded for the new mini hospital in Eleuthero. And I mentioned this a few times in this place, but yesterday, and it fell victim to the F&M stop, review, and cancel policy, but yesterday we had a tragic bus accident in South Eleuthero. The patients didn't have anywhere to go. The Governor's Harbor Clinic is in disrepair.
Wow.
So the patients were flown to Nassau as well as the United States of America. The healthcare facilities on Eleuthero are inadequate, and if the government is serious about attracting investors to Eleuthero, such as the Disney project, the healthcare facilities nationwide must be improved. Is there anything in this budget to improve the health care on Eleuthero? There must be serious investment in the health care services on Family Islands to not only facilitate the attraction of investors, but also to increase the ability of the Bahamas to attract needed professionals, including doctors, nurses, technicians, and researchers. Although the F&M government claims to be looking to the future by reducing the national debt and deficit in one hand, but they continue to borrow and borrow with the other. There is nothing bold or innovative about this budget. It is short-sighted and seems to cater to special interests and ignores the future prosperity that the Bahamas can build upon. This is another glaring example of the short-sightedness of this F&M administration. Like the previous budget, the current proposals place a burden of sternness on the average citizen while wreaking havoc on this sensitive environment. The proposed budget, like the current government, does not have a vision for the present or the future of our nation or its people. The economic engines of the Bahamas are a tourist destination and an international banking sector. But does the current budget pay homage to both considering the future of our nation and the lives of its citizens? Madam Chair, at a time when the world is taking advantage of investments in the technological advancements in sustainable energy, has this administration implemented any long-term plan for sustainable renewable energy? While other nations around the world are dedicating themselves to fighting climate change by reducing carbon pollution, BPL will continue to burn a dirtier fuel source instead of actually implementing renewable energy sources. Actually, St. George's Key in Spanish Wells, a private company, uses biofuel in the generators, which use the same generators as the diesel, and the per kilowatt has dropped tremendously since they started using that biofuel. Regular Island was supposed to be a green city too. 2 years later, nothing. Don't just walk it. Don't just talk it, walk it. As a nation, we should be proposing bold new initiatives while encouraging investments in creating new sustainable energy that will help combat global climate change while providing employment for our citizens. This budget does not look into the future. Madam Chair, in my travels throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I've also noticed that some of these dump sites has become a health hazard and may contaminate the water table.
Wow.
The Ministry of Environment is not paying attention to those sites in the Family Islands.
Pay attention.
They are mere pieces of property fenced off where garbage is stored, buried, or burnt. We must find a way for recycling programs that can be implemented at these sites. Because if it continues as it is, in a few years it will become an environmental hazard to the surrounding communities that are developing around these sites. Madam Chair, on another note, there is also a concern with the dump site in North Eleuthero. It has been brought to my attention that smoke from the dump is affecting the residences around that area in Eleuthero. They are calling on the Minister of Environment, who has the responsibility to investigate what is happening with the dump site because of the possible health issues that exist with the inhalation of possible toxic fumes. It has also been brought to my attention that the Harbor Island dump site was awarded to the Member of Parliament for North Rufus' brother. There's a possible conflict of interest here. The people in North Rufus keep calling me, and this is definitely something that should be looked into closely, and the Bahamian people need some answers, because this is not going down well with the people in the North. This is another case of government contracts given to friends, family, and lovers. Madam Chair, it has been claimed to have streamlined, the government has also claimed to streamline the process for small and mid-sized businesses, but this administration has done little to lower the cost of doing business or creating new businesses other than a favored few. This government that has promised transparency has failed to live up to its own mantra, intent on chasing ghosts of the past. They must find ways to offer hope or a plan for growth and prosperity. In continuing to cater to special interests with tax breaks, incentives, and high-profile deals that were seemingly completed overnight without public discourse, the current government has forgot that we are a nation of many islands, not a few. Whatever happened to the O-Band project? Months after a fake signing, a committee was put together to supposedly get it right, and we haven't received a report as of yet on this project. I wonder if this debacle of an investment is part of the $8 billion that the government boasts in the pipeline for foreign investment. Our nation is a travel destination as well as home to international banking. These industries do provide jobs and investments, but not only to sections of our nation. We are a nation of fishermen, farmers, merchants, mothers, fathers, grandparents, and children who all deserve equal treatment by their government. It seems as if they are being mainly ignored by this government, except when it comes to bear the brunt of the dull budget that will look good to the IMF. In its quest to appease IMF with a budget of dullness, the government has failed to meet its own projections from the last budget. While on this quest to pay the debt of the future, it has forgotten a key economic mantra: investment grows economy. We have watched and listened as the current government has touted about its Fiscal Responsibility Act, and they brag about this act, but they refuse to even debate a midterm budget. The cost of living has risen, unemployment remains stubbornly high, people are hungry, the schools still have a low graduation rate, people are just hurting.
We had a low graduation rate when y'all was there. You never.
Madam Chair, last year, this F&M administration boldly and unapologetically increased VAT by 60%, aiming to increase its forecasted revenue. How do you increase VAT by 60%, but collections only rise by 16% up to March 2019? This means that the local economy is suffering. I warned the government during my last budget communication about this. I told them that this would affect the individual workers as well, that job creation would suffer because of the increase. I also told them that the increase in VAT would increase a hardship on the vulnerable and bring the middle class to the brink of poverty. Did they listen? No. The middle class continues to shrink, and the wealth gap between the rich and the poor continues to grow.
Wow.
I also warned them that the increase in VAT would push small businesses to the brink of disaster. Higher prices for electricity, food, transportation, and health care. Instead of proposing a transformative budget with tax cuts for the middle class and small business, this F&M continues with business as usual with nothing substantial to offer the working class Bahamian.
Which you are not.
In the shortfall in the forecasted revenue and VAT collection proof that the increase in taxes has become a burden in the poor and middle class, I would say a resounding yes. In this shortfall proof that local businesses are suffering, it seems so. There is no incentives in this budget to encourage local businesses. The government must not only look at the ease of doing business in the country, but the cost of doing business in this country. Time is money, and the government continues to waste time. As the nation's infrastructure ages, future generations and administrations will be burdened with rebuilding what should have been maintained and improved. While they are quick with the budget acts when it comes to services that are needed by the people, they are not as quick to cut funds allotted to buy fleets of cars or engage in luxury travel, which they were so critical about. Even as we wind our way to the last months of the current budget, the administration continues to use accounting tricks to make it appear that the goals have been met. Collections for the last month of the fiscal year would have to skyrocket to meet the targets proposed in the last budget. The tourism manager sings the praises of the record number of visitors, but are there any jobs being created? Record unemployment continues, and the economic benefit is enjoyed by a few. Even with the booming U.S. economy, that accounts for substantial tourist dollars, increased borrowing and taxes, the blessings of no climate disasters, this administration still could not meet the goals set forth in their agenda. Madam Chair, the Bayman people are unconcerned with pie charts, speeches, and fancy presentations by this government. They are concerned with their ability to pay their bills, purchase food, and have a decent standard of living today and tomorrow. They don't need a chart to show them how the IMF will be pleased with the tax increases and budget cuts. The F&M government has failed to offer a vision of innovation that will grow the country and in the process expand the economic vitality of all citizens.
I told you to be
Although national debt and deficit spending needs to be addressed, it should not be above essential services on the cutting block. The government needs accountability and fiscal policy. However, it needs leaders that place people first, not numbers and charts. We need leaders who see a future that expands the economic viability of our nation, one that envisions sustainable growth and new, clean, environmentally friendly services and industries, including research centers. We need a government that will foster a plan to attract technologies that will offer our people a livable wage, enabling them to climb the economic ladder of prosperity. By expanding the economic offerings of a nation, the government empowers businesses, which will add success to its people. As the nation grows economically, deficit spending will naturally decrease with an ever-expanding economic base. Encouraging environmentally friendly development will employ more people and present a future of opportunity rather than despair and poverty. As a part of a vision of growth and economic expansion, we as a nation must continue to invest in youth programs, healthcare, and infrastructural development. Each of these essential services need to be fully funded for a strong country as we plan a future of hope. Our country not only deserves fully funded education, social, healthcare services, and infrastructure development, it needs them for our current and future citizens. Madam Chair, the former PLP administration was serious about agriculture, and we put policies and programs in place towards food security and sustainability. When we established BAMC, we had a vision in mind of developing the agricultural sector of our country by not produce farming, but livestock farming and aquaculture. The agricultural sector of our country can be an avenue to create long-term, sustainable jobs for thousands of Bahamians. I don't mind the murmur, Madam Chair. They can murmur. That means I'm speaking sense, you know. I do not see anything in this budget to actually revitalize the agricultural sector. Yes, there is an increase in the budget allocation for BAMC of $1 million, which they say was a total failure on the side, but yes, they put another $1 million in the budget. But is this enough to truly expand the vision of feeding ourselves? The next PLP government will invest in satellite offices and programs through BTVI, working along with BAMC, that would offer training of new technological farming techniques and initiatives that would bring our farming industry to the 21st century. Family islands such as Eleuthera, Abaco, Andros, and Long Island is just a start. Madam Chair, we will invest in the youth of our country because, let's face it, very few young people are interested in the farming industry because of two reasons. The rewards of farming are not are not reaped instantaneous, and it takes many months to a year to get your product to the market. And two, the antiquated ways of farming is very expensive, and the profit margin is very low. Madam Chair, we must find ways to use the farmers that have tilled these lands of our country for many years, and along with them with new innovative techniques that bring our farming industry to the 21st century. Advances in seed technologies, equipment, and crop management after considerable promise for increasing agricultural productivity and meeting these demands. A key challenge for agriculture is to meet growing demands while protecting our natural resources. We need to be looking not just at what the technologies are and what their environmental benefits are, but also at their economic benefits so that we can weigh the trade-offs involved. We must continue to find ways to sustain our natural resource in the face of increasing demands on agriculture. While the implementation of the packing house system in the Family Islands at the time provided an avenue for Bahamian farmers to sell their products and to ship their produce to Nassau, when there is little or no economic activity in the Family Islands, times has changed, and the ceiling of $9,000 per annum allotted to each farmer by the packing house has long been inadequate. Inflation continues to rise, and the cost of farming continues to rise as well. By introducing new techniques to save costs and produce more, farmers will be able to compete with importation of produce out of the USA. If they can do it, why cannot we? Eleuthero was once a breadbasket of the Bahamas, where we produce dairy, ice cream, massive amounts of pineapples, and other produce as well. We must also provide tax incentives and concessions to encourage Bahamian farmers and farming cooperatives throughout the country to promote sustained production and packaging to ensure a continuous supply of quality products to customers. Madam Chair, a hot topic of late has been marijuana. The Bahamas is in a unique position to benefit from the legalization of medical marijuana. The fertile land and skills of our agricultural sector offer ideal conditions for the cultivation of high-quality marijuana plants needed by researchers as they expand their research into medical uses. This is an initiative that would enhance the growth of our economy by attracting research facilities, aiding our farmers with increased revenue, adding to the tax base to expand healthcare and social services, and putting the Bahamas at the forefront of this growing industry. In a few short years, medical marijuana research and development has become an annual multi-billion-dollar industry that employs thousands and expands the tax base of many countries. Medical marijuana clinical trials and in practical use have shown promise in relieving the symptoms and reversing the course of many diseases, such as glaucoma, tremors, epilepsy, and other illnesses. You know, Madam Chair, when we speak about medical marijuana, my son has a condition that is genetic, and it seems as if medical marijuana has been one of the only things to treat it in the United States with persons that have it severely. So when I speak about issues like this, when it hits home, it's even deeper than just reading off a script. Because you have to realize that if you could get medical attention for your child, it's not just a policy, but it affects the lives of actual people within this Commonwealth. So when I speak about medical marijuana, it's not just a political football, as some might assume it is. It's something real that hits home. To legalize medical marijuana would be beneficial to our citizens who are suffering from these diseases, while creating jobs for new Bahamians. Many countries around the world have seen the failure of penal codes that criminalize personal use of marijuana, which clog the courts, correctional facilities, and permanently damages the lives of many of our coming-of-age citizens. The Bahamas should look to emulate these countries by decriminalizing small amounts of marijuana, small amounts, in conjunction with legalizing it for medicinal use. It is time for the Bahamas to offer a progressive government that looks to the future of hope, innovation, and economic stability by embracing change that will enhance the good of its citizens while providing a stable economic base for its continued growth. Madam Chair, in conclusion, overall, this budget is deathly dull on the surface and nothing substantial underneath. There's nothing major for anyone on any side to get excited about. It is just dull and uninspiring. This is a budget that you write when you don't have any new ideas. While the side opposite brags about duty-free on crayons and pencils, where is the economic impact within this budget? Is this the budget where the rich get loopholes and the poor get taxed? Is this a caring government? Is it really the people's time? What about the missed targets? The inability to create jobs for the thousands of Bahamians leaving school this month? This government has done the opposite of what it should. It should have made people's lives better through helping improve their economic situations. A PLP government will ensure there is more money in more pockets. Why does this interim government continue to play the blame game? Man up, don't be petty, and continue to put Bahamians through so much pain because of politics. Don't put your politics before the people. Man up, because the people will not forget. Man up and put the necessary things in place to create local entrepreneurial growth. Man up and make the hard decisions, like decriminalizing small quantities of marijuana and legalizing medicinal cannabis, and harness the industry to create new jobs and opportunities. This dull budget is simply a sign of a government that's run out of ideas. Madam Chair, I'm a PLP, but I'm also a nationalist, and I do hope the government can become creative and get this train on the right track. I root for success even being in opposition, because the Bahamas is my home, it is where I do business, it is where I want to raise my family. I love this little country of ours, and I hope my contribution has provided the government with just some innovative ideas to move this country forward. God bless you, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Senator Asmani. The chair recognizes Senator Anna Free Knowles.
Madam President, it is an honor to stand in this honorable place to present my contribution to the 2019-2020 budget for the third time since the great victory of the polls on May 2017. Doing so, I would like to thank Almighty God, who with all things are possible. I would also like to thank the Most Honorable Hubert Alexander Menace, who have afforded me this great opportunity to serve the people of this Commonwealth of the Bahamas through the Senate. For this I am eternally grateful. I congratulate the Minister of Finance and his staff for executing yet another prudent and workable budget. Just before I go into the people-centered budget, which is pregnant with opportunities for Bahamians, permit me to extend get well wishes to a friend of mine, former Vice President of this wonderful place, Mr. John Lee, Senator, the Honorable John Lee Ferguson. Get well wishes to him. In the same token, I want to extend condolences to Mr. Samuel and Kathleen Culmer and family from Rock Sound, and the passing of their daughter Jen, and to all persons who are bereaved at this time. As a former area vice president of the Bahamas Union of Teachers, Madam Chair, I would like to extend congratulations to the leadership of the Bahamas Union of Teachers, and especially to the new secretary, Ms. Tiffany Delancey Line. I wish all of them success, and I want to say to them that it's time that the union moves on to higher heights. The same thanking note, I would like to thank Dame Marguerite Penland for her services to Bahamaland. She's done well. I pray God blessing on her as she demits office. In the same breath, I welcome His Excellency Mr. C.A. Smith, my former Minister of Education, and I wish him all the success in his new post. Madam Chair, the 2019-2020 budget is centered around the empowerment of all Bahamians, regardless of their socio-economic status. I would like to congratulate the government on implementing its Fiscal Responsibility Act. This act has provided the legal framework for responsible fiscal management with specific annual targets. This budget, when implemented, will transform the lives of many Bahamians throughout the islands. And I speak specifically for all the islands. Madam President, noteworthy, I have been reading the dailies, Tribunes, and the Guardian. And I have been engaging in social media as well and listening. And I've heard some adverse remarks concerning the budget. I've heard people throwing jazz about the jokey leaders. There's a song about that as well. They rehashed the song. I've heard some presidents in high rank in our society, some politicians on the other side says that the budget is a garbage. Now, Madam President, I beg to differ. I am a proud product of the family island, hailing from beautiful Cook Island, which is receiving infrastructural upgrades as we speak. Now, you know, jokey leader gonna implement that? That certainly isn't any garbage. That's serious business. The people need infrastructure. Madam President, Madam Chair, let me take a closer look at those things that were mentioned in the budget that directly affects the family islanders. There's the ease of doing business, and e-government business. Business license online and free for the year 2019, and also for the first time, business owners. A resident in Neguana can utilize their smartphone and pay their government services, pay for their government services, fill up applications, etc. No jokey leader will do that. That ain't no garbage. Tourism numbers, Madam Chair, are up and on the rise. It is our responsibility to ensure that our gateway is up to international standard. Thus, we have a comprehensive plan for major upgrades to various airports in the Family Islands, including the Exuma International Airport, the North International Airport, Deadman's Cay, Long Island Airport, Great Harbor Key in the Berry Island. Over $15 million worth of investment in aviation. Other airports will be coming on stream shortly. Madam Chair, no joking leader does those things. That certainly isn't any damage. I have all the confidence that our F&M caring government will hear the cries of the people of Crooked Island for upgrade to the terminal building and extending the runway to accommodate jets. They've been pleading, and I have confidence that that will happen. I know that the people of Crooked Island and most island, Madam Chair, listening at this time, I want them to know that the government will hear their cry. This government, this people's government, will hear their cry and help us on the way. Presently, we have flight twice per week, on Wednesdays and on Saturdays. That's inadequate. So we are looking forward to at least 4 flights per week. That ain't no joke. That ain't no garbage. Madam President, wholesome infrastructure is pivotal to Family Island development. Wholesome infrastructure is very pivotal to Family Islands development. The Minister of Public Works is committed to the transformation of each community. Thus, the following has been accomplished, and many is on the way, and many are on the way. We have the Monument Road in Long Island complete. The seawalls in Smiths Point, Grand Bahama. I believe Minister Kwesi could verify that. Dock in Barrack-Harry, Exuma. Roads from Spring Point to Salina Point. The seawalls in Auckland. The seawalls in Crooked Island is nearing completion, and the road is nearing completion. Road in Spanish Mail, where's Senator King? It's nothing jokey about that. And it is saying it's in garbage. The commencement of the water just last week. We signed the contract for the water, the main lines in Crooked Island. That's progress. There's school zones in the community and traffic signage all over these islands and their settlements. Completed. I speak about, especially of Auckland's, the streets and the signage. The area of road between Murphy Town and Leisurely, Aberconians is known to call that the stinking pond area. That was a contention for many, many, many years ago. And it's near completion. This government is embarking on an infrastructure crusade to bring relief to the islands, thus bringing us in the 21st century style. Madam Chair, no joking leader does that. That is not garbage. The budget speaks to the empowerment of our people. Thus, we have implemented urban renewal centers in the Family Islands. Never was there before. They had a little pit in Grand Bahama. That's not a Family Island. That's just probably a tip. Abaco Urban Community Center. There's Auckland's Urban Community Center. Andrews Urban Community Center. Cat Island Urban Community Center. Crooked Island Center, which is of course the directory. Illutra Urban Community Center. Exuma Urban Community Center. And Long Island Community Center. That's 8 community centers established in the Family Violence. Urban, Madam Chair, is a program that encompasses the youth, senior citizen, and empowerment for all ages. The implementation of after-school programs, marching bands, cultural expression, and computer classes for all age readily in these centers. The Urban Renewal Program in the Family Island has executed many events, many events, such as the Christmas grocery care packages, the Valentine prayer breakfasts, the Easter egg hunts, the Mother's Day luncheons, the Father's Day grill and chill, and then summer camp, and the back to school, and also the senior citizen luncheon. These programs have a great impact on the community at large, and of course, of its development. Madam Chair, we are focused on culture and education of the whole man, including the training of our community residents. The small house repairs. Madam Chair, I can tell you that the hurricane has devastated many family islands. And Urban has embarked on helping family islanders with minor roof repairs. So far, we have 45 plus, we have done 45 plus roofs in Abaco. We are in the process of going to Eleuthera. We've already cited Eleuthera, which has basically the same amount or more, and then on to Andrews, and we will be going in the Michael area, and then on to Long Island, and then the Cat Island, and the San Salvador, and then on to Exuma. Stay tuned, Family Islanders. Urban will be to you shortly. Don't touch the dial. We are on the move in Urban.
Yeah.
One Urban, one Bahamas. That ain't jokey. That certainly ain't no garbage. Madam President, I commend the most honorable Prime Minister and the member for Killarney for his vision in addressing the Crown Land saga for Family Islanders. This saga has been going on for some time. I can tell you that the greatest accomplishment in any Bahamian's life is access to land ownership. As a family islander growing up in the family island, my grandmother used to say, a roof over your head is extremely important. Of course, you know, she used the Bahamian dialect. It's not exactly the Queen's English. A roof over your head is important. The regularization of this initiative, was well for Bahamian. That ain't jokey. That ain't no garbage. Education is near and dear to my heart. As a veteran teacher for 40 plus years, my passion is to see the advancement of young people throughout the Bahamas be trained and excelled in all areas. Education comes with discipline. The government of the Bahamas is committed to training our populace with the various initiatives, including public sector young professional recruitment initiative, which gives a smooth transition for the up and coming and the persons retiring from service. In other words, those young professionals that are being recruited will replace those that are retiring. The succession plan of this government is a smooth one. We, as a government, are committed to train our young professionals for leading roles in the public sector. Madam Chair, the cultural grant and awards from $1,000 to $25,000 to support Bahamians to engage in cultural projects. This speaks well for Family Islanders. It brings back indigenous dancing such as heel and toe polka. We need to get back to our culture. The quadrille, ladies exchange, and of course the famous waltz. This adds a flair, Madam Chair, to our Bahamian culture. This grant, this award, will certainly help those persons in the cultural area. What can I say for full scholarship for BDBI and the University of the Bahamas? Once those students have the requisite qualification, full scholarship. I mean, it's safe to say, madam, that we have multiple Christmases in the Bahamas. Our biggest Christmases come from this budget, the Bahamian people. Housing allowance for Family Island students, you can imagine. Only those who knows it, Madam Chair, feels it. I remember many about 12 years ago, 15 years ago, my daughter who pursued a teaching career had to leave Crooked Island to come to Nassau. This type of housing was not in the mix then. And so I know what it's like to have to rent a place in New Providence to provide, not to mention the groceries, I had to provide housing accommodation from my own little small salary, just so that I could afford my daughter a roof over her head while attending the College of the Bahamas. And so I say kudos to this government. At the same time, madam, while we are endeavoring to educate the children, correct, we must not left the teachers out. You must keep the teachers in view. And I understand that I have confidence that this government I have every confidence that this government will make sure that the outstanding money owes to teachers in due time and in the shortest form of time will be given to teachers. You know, I was a teacher for over 40 years, as I told you already, and I know the pain and suffering that teachers go through. I know that the little money that they earn, they normally use it on charts and the likes of those. And so it's important that we make sure that the teachers are taken great care of. And I have confidence that the people's government will do that. At the same time, I know many teachers are watching me. Many teachers are watching me, and that's a plug for teachers. I also have to put in a plug for the police, the Family Island Police. They have spoken about their gratuity. Again, this is a caring government. This is the people's government. And those police guys don't have the police work they had in this country. That's my opinion. Others might have something different. The police, in my opinion, like very high. While I speak, they're guarding myself and all others. And so those gratuity, please make sure that we will find a way. I can assure the police that this people's government will find a way to pay their gratuity. I want to emphasize that it is, so, Madam President, now, when I had an open invitation to persons from the Family Islands to listen to the budget and to supply input that they feel about the budget. And if they were pleased to let me know, a few persons reached out to me. And this is one of the things that I'm going to read, one of the things that a former principal, a former district superintendent gave to me. Yes, this is Family Islands, people's contribution. I want to emphasize, this is her words. Madam President, this is my former teacher, my former principal, and my former district superintendent's word. I want to emphasize that it is the government's responsibility to provide opportunity for its citizenry to be able to thrive and to be prosperous. However, the Bahamian people, inclusive of Family Islanders, must be willing and prepared to seize the opportunities available. And she referenced to education, tertiary education. Parents must now get involved to make sure your children work hard and recognize the importance of education so that they can secure these scholarships. If not, it would be useless. Church and civic groups should also get involved by encouraging and assisting the young people through youth programs to be ambitious and creative and obtain the necessary skills and training to meet the skills demand for the development of our country. Example, the financial assistance being offered by government agencies for entrepreneurship, etc. The mindset She further said, the mindset inculcated by the crowd party, whereby people sit around and wait on a government job and be given the job without the requisite qualification, is the biggest obstacle to our progress. Education, I'm focused, don't worry about me. Education and skill training are crucial, and it is up to the Bahamian people to prepare themselves to take advantage of the opportunities offered in this economy. So said my former teacher. Madam President, other initiatives such as Family Island Solar Farm pilot projects, affordable housing program up to $120,000 per family, backyard farming so that we can be able to feed ourselves, the building and refurbishments of clinics in the Family Islands is commendable. Sports and fishing tournaments are ongoing. Enhancing Family Island festivals. And I want to pause here, Madam President, I want to pause. The enhancement of Family Island festival is of importance. Just the beginning of this month, for the first time, the Auckland Islanders came together under the leadership of one Anita Colley, and they formed what is called the Cascarilla Bar Festival. It was a smashing. I was invited to go, but I think I was tied up with probably the Senate, and so I understand it was a smashing from all accounts. I've seen the picture, and persons have told me it was a smashing success. The government of the Bahamas, these are initiatives that you can enhance, just like the pineapple and the crab festival, just like those regattas of homecoming. These are initiatives that help boost the economy of the Family Islanders. I know that this people government will forever contribute to these festivals, Bahamian festivals in the Family Island. The Minister of Finance and the government must be commended for a growth of 1.6% in 2018, and looking forward to tremendous increase in growth in 2019-2020. Madam President, contrary to what is being said by the former administration, that this F&M government added $2.9 billion to the national debt, the truth is that this government made tough but necessary decisions that resulted in reducing the deficit, and that the former administration's record of $660 million in the hole and down to $213 million in just 2 years, while paying hundreds of millions in oil bills. I could say 7, but it's 660 in oil bills left by the PLP. It's commendable. It's commendable. Bahamians now are privy to quarterly budget reports and can track how the government is spending the taxpayers' money. Now, daddy, jokey leaders don't implement those things. That is garbage. No jokey leader did this, and this said it's not garbage. This administration is receiving high marks nationally and internationally. Madam President, speakers before me have opened the windows, the floodgates, and enlightened this honorable place as to why it is so important that we follow and recognize and appreciate this government. The Minister of Finance, the Honorable K. Peter Turnquist, is commendable, ought to be commended for this third, well, I should say 2.5, because the 2017 budget was, well, I mean, was half and half. But this last year was a wonderful budget, and this year is even better. And so I think it gets better and better and better. The Bahamian people really will be the judge. And so I commend him for his vision as well. And jokey leaders don't exist in this government, and we don't talk garbage. Madam President, on these and other notes, I wish to wholeheartedly support this people-centered budget, which is pregnant with initiative. And to say that this senator supports the 2019-2020 budget, not one-heartedly, not half-heartedly, not partially, wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
As many, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Jenny Isaacs Dotson.
Oh, Lord. You put the titles on me.
Madam President, I stand here today honored to be able to address the 2018-2019 budget of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I wish to thank God for allowing me to be placed in such a place at such a time, and I also wish to thank the leader of the Free National Movement, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, for appointing me as one of the consultative senators and ensuring that labor, the most important commodity in our country, has a voice at the table. Mr. Bishop, of course, I would not be standing here today if it was not for my family and their support. Namely, I stand here today on the shoulders of my heroes, my grandfather, Prince Ferguson, my mother, Mary Eugene Ferguson Blyden, a proud product of Black Point Exuma, my father, Edward Ned Isaacs, and his youngest brother, the Honorable Kendall George Lamont Isaacs, former leader of the Free National Movement, who was also my role model and my father. My sisters, Marilyn Raming, Judy Wood, Alma Tinker, Julia Pierre, Margaret Isaacs, brothers Godwin Blyden, Charles, Edward, and Sidney Isaacs, Andrew and Tony Coakley, and my oldest nephew, Sean Blyden, who's like a brother. A special thanks to my sister-in-law, Sharon Isaacs, who assisted me greatly in putting this speech together. Of course, the apple of my eye is my only son, James Clark, my daughter-in-law, Chanel Wilson Clark, and my three incredible grandsons, Jamero, Justice, and Jacob, who keep me on my toes, and I expect great things to come from. I wish to express my profound thanks to Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Margaret Pindling, Governor General, for her stellar service and for being a role model to many women in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I wish to also congratulate the Honorable C.A. Smith, who will be sworn in as Governor General on June 28, 2019. On a sad note, I wish to extend my condolences to the families of the Bahamian diplomat Alray Ramsey and Blair John, who lost their lives in Turin, Italy. These deaths were most unfortunate for these up-and-coming young men. I also extend condolences to the family of the late popular artist Devon M.D.'s Knight, who was allegedly stabbed. His death speaks to the many deaths that are totally not necessary if we just learn to control conflicts we will experience on a daily basis. I also extend congratulations to Mr. Brian Murray, QC, on his appointment as Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, and to Mrs. Ruth O'Dowell on her appointment as Supreme Court Justice. I also wish to extend congratulations to Mr. Daniel Thompson, the newly elected President of the Bahamas Union of Tertiary Educators of the Bahamas, and his newly elected executive team. Also to Mrs. Belinda Wilson on being re-elected as the President of the Bahamas Union of Teachers, along with her newly elected executive team, and to Ms. Amantia Williams on being re-elected as President of the Bahamas Nurses Union, along with her newly elected executive team. May God continue to guide each of them as they do the most serious work of representing the workers of their unions and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I also wish to extend congratulations to Shanae Miller-Ubo on her recent world-setting performance of 34.41 seconds in the 300 meters at the 58th edition of the Golden Spike track meet in the Czech Republic. Congratulations also go out to Stephen Gardner on his first race since returning from injury earlier this year, winning his 400-meter race at the same competition in a season-best time of 44.95 seconds. They are definitely setting the stage for us to get a number of medals next year at the Olympics. Madam President, the goals of the Ministry of Finance are to develop policies and manage resources to maximize sustainable socio-economic growth and stability, to provide efficient and effective service to all stakeholders, to collaborate with the private sector to improve the ease of doing business and facilitate private sector involvement in economic development, to demonstrate accountability and transparency in the management of fiscal affairs, to ensure appropriate financial management of ministries, departments, and agencies that fall within the purview of the Ministry of Finance, and to retain a high-performing professionals operating in an innovative and supportive work environment. I wish to thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and the hard-working team at the Ministry of Finance for the commitment and diligence in putting together this 2019-2020 budget. Deputy Prime Minister K. Peter Turnquist said, in a nutshell, we have, through the Fiscal Responsibility Act, provided a legally binding framework for responsible fiscal management with specific targets for the deficit, as well as effective public and parliamentary scrutiny of our fiscal performance. They have introduced the practice of proper budgeting for known commitments to avoid the buildup of unpaid arrears, provided for the clearing up of the mountain of old bills and unbudgeted commitments left behind by the previous administration, totaling some $160 million, and establish a sound multi-year fiscal plan to address fiscal pressures, finance our growth agenda in a fiscally responsible way, and to meet the mandated and crucial deficit and debt targets. Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, announced that his government has embarked on an ambitious effort to ensure that Bahamians have greater access to Crown land, and committed this government to the Over the Hill initiative, looking after the citizens over the hill who have been neglected for some years. Contributing to the 2019-20 budget in the House of Assembly on Wednesday, June 19th, he also stated that his government would promote access to Crown land for the development of preschools, especially on the Family Islands. He went on to say that access to land and the opportunity to own land is one of the greatest ways to generate and build wealth across nations. The Prime Minister went on to say, and with making provisions for preschools, he viewed this as perhaps the greatest benefit of early education, in that it can improve the lives of children across all social and income levels. This is why we have made it our goal to ensure that children from low-income households are able to receive preschool education under this initiative. This may be one of the greater poverty reduction initiatives in the history of our country, he said. The economy of the Bahamas has grown by 1.6% last year. While growing the economy, the government increased direct social assistance in 2018 and kept the focus on human development as a key priority. This government made the most difficult decision that it was not going to be the government to follow the usual practice of borrowing and borrowing. This sets the tone for many of us as citizens to stop borrowing, focus on priorities, and save some money for our future when we retire. Madam President, the government prepares the budget in order to deal with 6 areas, which are to give tax concessions or subsidies, or by directly producing goods to provide economic stability, to manage public enterprises, to have economic growth, to reduce regional disparities, to reduce inequalities in income and wealth through its budgetary policy, and to achieve, at the end of the day, a budget that is balanced and one that reduces the deficit while meeting the needs of its citizens. In order to do this, the government must be able to achieve these key goals. What every Bahamian citizen needs to do is to listen, study, and pay close attention to the government proposals, these debates, and decide at the end of the day if this budget meets the 6 goals mentioned above, particularly determining for themselves not what is said on WhatsApp or on social media, and ultimately to ask if the budget reduces the Bahamas deficit, and does it meet our needs as a country and as a citizen. In this budget 2019-20, Madam President, there are no new tax categories. There is no increase in value-added tax, as has been sent out on WhatsApp and promoted as a political ploy. I was asked by countless people that I got tired whether this was true, as the vicious rumor permeated social media, particularly WhatsApp. The budget exercise for 2019-2020 has caused the Ministry of Finance to more closely examine each ministry and to see the real cost of running each one. It caused the usual practice of ministries over budgeting for line items such as salaries for persons who have already retired, for example. The end result is that this budget truly reflects the true commitments of the government ministry by ministry. This government, Madam President, has decided to focus on key areas to empower businesses, increase the ease of doing business, build a 21st century foundation and infrastructure, investing more in education, investing in renewable energy, and modernizing the government through a digital transformation. In order to ensure transparency and accountability, this government has allocated an increase of $433,200 to the Auditor General Office to carry out the most important work of being the independent auditor as mandated by the Constitution. Of this increase, $300,000 was dedicated to external audits. The Prime Minister's Delivery Unit is working on ensuring that government agencies and ministries meet targets and goals. The National Procurement Bill 2019 has begun to be drafted and will allow for transparency of the procurement process from start to finish. The new and upcoming Financial Administration and Audit Act will provide a greater view of government agencies and state-owned enterprises. The maintenance and sustainability of state-owned enterprises is going to be examined, and decisions made that the state-owned enterprises will serve the public better and meet its goals. The Customs Department will be modernized electronically to meet the demands of its customers. The government is very serious about ensuring that doing business in the Bahamas is made easier so that persons can start and stay in business. The government is looking to improve our ranking in the World Bank's 2019 Ease of Doing Business from 118 out of 190 countries, which shows that we moved up one notch in 2018. Another initiative of the FNM government has been the establishment of the Small Business Development Center, whose job is to assist budding entrepreneurs with training, advice, research, and doing site visits. More than 3,500 small businesses are registered with the Small Business Development Center, and 13 businesses have been approved for funding, totaling $1 million in grants, equity, and loans. It is projected that this number will increase in this 2019-2020 budget year. Madam President, the government is also allocating $2.5 million to support the Small Business Development Center. Globally, Madam President, we see a decline in the percentage of growth in the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, and even China, which will affect the Bahamas in 2019 and strengthen hopefully in 2020. Therefore, domestically, we have shown a 1.6% GDP growth in 2018 compared to the 0.1% real growth recorded in 2017. One of the main reasons for the increase in our GDP has been via the tourism sector, where we have seen the growth of tourist arrivals of 7.9% to 6.6 million in 2018, compared to a 2.1% decline in 2017. This translated to the national unemployment rates, which rose by 0.6% to 10.7% in November of 2018. Madam President, there's also been an increase in foreign direct investments with the $1.5 million expansion to Rainbow Inn Boutique Resort in Eleuthera, the $80 million cruise pier to be constructed on Half Moon Key, as well as landside facilities, the $100 million Carnival Cruise Port for East Grand Bahama, as well as the Shore Project, which will help to restore Grand Bahama as the second largest city. Overall, Madam President, 2018 showed that our economy was growing. In 2018, as an increase in revenue was realized, and the fiscal deficit improved. As already stated, we will see tax relief measures in duty reductions worth $28 million in revenue. The zero VAT rating on light bills to those under $300 remain, and water bills under $50 per billing cycle will also continue. Environmentally, the Bahamas will join many of its Caribbean counterparts by banning plastic by January 2020, reducing the duty on new vehicles between 1.5 liters and 2.0 liters valued at $15,000 or less. The rates on all new electric and hybrid vehicles valued up to $50,000 to 10%. Increasing the duty on plastic bags to 45%, while reducing the duty on reusable cloth shopping bags to 5%. Madam President, I now turn my attention to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, a ministry that many take for granted, but one that is critical to the development of our country. As a former athlete, physical and health educator, coach, association and federation officer, I think that I'm more than qualified to speak to this area. I note, Madam President, that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture is allocated a total of $22.9 million. The allocation for personal emoluments was cut by 5% after a review of the same. The National Sports Authority receives $2,850,000 of the budget, and this entity and its board need to be truly representative of the sporting community, and as most international organizations are now requesting them to be more gender balanced. Madam President, the youth of this country are our foundation. They are the ones who will take care of you and me in our golden years. They are our future leaders in government, and we must prepare them to be productive citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas who will advance our country forward. The Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Anisha Rolle, in her budget presentation in the House of Assembly said this about why the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture exists. Firstly, it is the pivotal nexus-bearing responsibility for overseeing the development of our most precious resource, our youth. Second, the ministry facilitates the growth and development of sports and recreation to the benefit of our people, which lends itself to magnifying the reputation of our country. And third, we exist to facilitate the promotion and preservation of the rich and diverse expressions of Bahamian culture. Further to the Minister's comments, Madam President, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture is ripe with opportunities to touch the lives of our future in so many ways. Sports, and in particular, as I have learned, teach us so many lessons, such as cooperation, working with others, discipline, sharing, being respectful, accepting the fact that you may win or lose, sportsmanship, how to resolve conflicts. Sports also has the opportunity to offer scholarships to many whose parents may not be able to afford to send them to college or university. Madam President, however, in order for sports to be effective, we must start from kindergarten, teaching students basic locomotor, non-locomotor, and manipulative skills. Examples of these are how to push, pull, catch, and throw, bend, twist, all which set the foundation for them to learn other skills that they will need to play softball or basketball, for example. We take for granted that children today will have these skills. However, with the introduction of technology, many kids do not go outside to play, climb trees or walls because they are too busy playing video games. The Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture can take up the mantle of improving the fitness level in our youth by embarking on programs to measure the fitness level of our students and develop programs to help them become more active. The half an hour or hour of physical education that students get once a week in our public school system is not sufficient time to truly teach them about the importance of physical activity to our lives on a daily basis. Unfortunately, many of our students realize this as they get older and become adults. Madam President, I now look at the area of education as it relates to the Department of Education. Salaries and personal emoluments will be reduced by 3.9.1 million. It will be reduced from 108 million in 2018-2019 to 1,076.2 million in this budget. Salaries for permanent and pensionable workers will also see a decrease of over 16 million, while the salary for contract workers will increase by nearly 7 million. In the department, the allocation for education supplies will increase from 1.5 million to 3.8 million. The school bus service contracts are also expected to increase by more than 835,000 to 7.3 million. Additionally, the janitorial service contract for the department will see its allocation increase from 118,000 to 1.5 million. The department's budget overall, Madam President, decreased by 3.4 million. In the Ministry of Education, wages and salaries will be reduced from 9.3 million to 8.4 million. The budget for the ministry will increase from 92.7 million in 2018-2019 to 110 million in 2019-2020. This was largely due to combined scholarships of 21.1 million to the University of the Bahamas and the Bahamas Vocational and Technical Institute, which includes $500 towards paying rent for Family Island students. Interestingly, international scholarships, however, will be reduced by 3.6 million, which will force a number of our students to look at the University of the Bahamas for their education. Madam President, the questions we must ask ourselves as a country are, is the Bahamas ready to meet the needs of a 21st century society? Are our students ready for the future of work? These are very basic questions we must ask ourselves. The International Labour Organization Director General Guy Ryder stated it is fundamentally important that we confront these challenges from the conviction that the future of work is not decided for us in advance. It is a future that we must make according to the values and the preferences that we choose as societies, and through the policies that we design and implement. Further, Madam President, John Stock says, using the 4 C's to engage students is imperative. As educators prepare students for this new global society, teaching the core content subjects such as math, social studies, the arts must be enhanced by incorporating critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Those are the skills, Madam President, that we're going to need to see more in the future of work. Therefore, in order to meet the future of work and to have our students develop the skills they truly need, we need new tools to support classroom teachers and education support professionals in their profession, even as they implement new strategies in their classrooms. Technology is a critical component to assist us in achieving the goal of truly preparing our students for the 21st century. The Minister of Education, in his budget contribution, Madam President, said that since 2017, the Ministry of Education has embarked on an aggressive program to reform, refine, and enhance the educational enterprise. Professional development is just one of the most critical areas that is being done. Minister Lloyd announced several opportunities for teachers. He said during the upcoming summer months and vacation period, 800 teachers will participate in summer workshops in more than 30 subject areas. During the annual two-day conclave in August, 400 school administrators will focus on building teamwork, a priority for the ministry, along with initiatives for the 2019-2020 school year. In the coming school year, school administrators will be better prepared to deliver with greater confidence support to teachers as they implement the reading block, part of the Prime Minister's initiative to improve grade 3 literacy, said Minister Lloyd. Furthermore, the Ministry of Education is presently restructuring its career path for teachers, which has been temporarily suspended since 2011. The Ministry of Education has set aside $219,185 in the 2019-2020 budget to facilitate the work required to ensure that public school teachers are evaluated by the Career Path Unit. The Ministry of Education now seeks to reestablish the Career Path system by repopulating the administrative section while reestablishing the assessment process, said Minister Lloyd. He went on further to say that the expectations and demands on instructional leaders are increasing. While excellence is the required standard for all of our teachers, this ministry is also committed to recognizing and rewarding those who are meeting exceptional standards consistently by supporting the promoting suitably qualified instructional leaders to posts of master and senior teacher. He said for improved salaries and the reward and recognition of excellent performance are two of the ways that this will be carried out, Senator Lawrence. This, I am sure, Madam President, is good news to educators throughout the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, the University of the Bahamas evolved out of the College of the Bahamas and receives a subvention of $30.7 million in the 2019-2020 budget. The University of the Bahamas is seemingly autonomous, and I would hope that the subvention granted would include a salary increase since 1995 for the faculty of the College of the University of the Bahamas, as they have not seen a salary increase since 1995, and based on the increase in the cost of living are entitled to the same. Additionally, Madam President, the faculty of the University of Bahamas would also like to see funds being allocated to the University of the Bahamas for research, and in particular research which documents our rich history and the patrimony that is our natural environment. Madam President, the University of the Bahamas is an excellent teaching institution. And now as we accept the challenge to be the best university we must now transition to being an excellent research institution, one that is available to the government to do the research that will inform the work that they do for the country. Faculty have and can also serve a bigger role as consultants to various ministries and save the government a lot of consulting fees that are being paid to non-Bahamians, which can be kept at home. In areas where faculty may not have expertise, they can collaborate with other faculty at other universities. We can also engage and provide opportunities for faculty to participate in study and work abroad programs. The work that we do at the university is grounded in teaching, research, and scholarship. Also, Madam President, the University of the Bahamas Bill 2016, in my opinion, still needs to be amended, as there are discriminatory clauses in it, and several other key areas of it must be amended. Another suggestion was also made that we can offer the University of the Bahamas The same concessions that we give to investors and developers of mega resorts by including the University of the Bahamas under heads of agreement that are signed and having investors provide scholarships to Bahamians to attend the University of the Bahamas, which can prevent brain drain. We must recruit and hire Bahamians to come home and develop the only university that we have. Yes, we have to meet accreditation standards, and we do remember our role in the role of national development. And if necessary, we must recruit Bahamians with master's degrees and not only focus on PhDs, and encourage them to later pursue PhDs. However, if we look at through the Caribbean, there are many persons who were full professors who were not necessarily PhDs.
Right, exactly.
What is the implication if we don't? Madam President, our government must realize that as you increase scholarship enrollment, you must improve the infrastructure of the University of the Bahamas that is riddled with mold, electrical, and water issues. Working conditions, salaries, and benefits of all of the employees of the university. This is critical as Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Hubert Minnis, has made university education free for all Bahamians. Madam President, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights 1948 states in Article 1 that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. The Bahamas Constitution 1973 spells out for us our fundamental rights and freedoms as the right to life, liberty, security of the person, and the protection of the law. Freedom of a conscience, of expression, and of assembly and association, and protection for the privacy of his home and other property, and from deprivation of property without compensation. Madam President, in the world of labor, a strong contingent of Bahamians just returned from the International Labor Conference, which celebrated 100 years of the International Labor Organization's existence in Geneva, Switzerland. The Bahamas has signed onto a number of conventions that we must honor and respect, particularly as negotiations take place between employers and employee unions. Government must remember that its role is to be a mediator and ensure that the process is transparent, fair, and benefit both parties. In that vein, the total allocation for the Ministry of Labor is $8.5 million, and $3.3 million is spent on salaries and allowances. The National Training Agency is charged with the responsibility of workforce development with a keen focus on training our nation's youth, those between the ages of 6 and 30. Since July 2017, the NTA has trained 1,640 young Bahamians in soft and technical skills, has a 55% overall job placement, trained 278 at-risk youth, and 125 of them are already placed on full-time jobs. The results of this program are in soft skills, a 95% success rate, technical skills, 91% success rate, and employment, 49% success rate. Additionally, 460 youth have been trained in soft skills for the National Job Creation and Skills Enhancement Program for the Ministry of Public Service. The NTA, which comes under the Ministry of Labor, has also partnered with the cruise line and assisted in the training, hiring, and onboarding of approximately 200 young Bahamians with Royal Caribbean Cruise. It has also facilitated the recruitment of hundreds of Bahamians for Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, including the Cocoa Key Project and the Ocean Key Project. More than 160 employees have been trained from corporate Bahamas by the National Training Agency over the last year. The NTA is the only government-approved institute of leadership and management center in this region and offers a broad range of leadership and management qualifications. Believing in advancing the future, the NTA has strengthened its capacity through developing the use of technology from online registration to blockchain technology to produce certificates. In order to provide quality training, the NTA used training providers and partners to assist, and over the year, this list has increased substantially. Finally, the NTA has increased its revenue and reduced its dependency on government funding by 33%. In summary, the NTA has just started its summer cohort on Monday, June 24th, and is now partnering with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries to develop a curriculum from entry level 1 fishermen, and the training will commence this June. The NTA also has offices in Freeport and Exuma and will be expanding to other islands in the near future. The National Training Agency is headed by its Executive Director, Mr. Gabriel MacDonald, and I wish to personally applaud the hard-working staff of the National Training Agency. The Department of Labor allocation is $2.4 million, and salaries account for the majority of that amount, which is $1.7 million. As I stand here today to talk about labor, Madam President, I think of the many injustices, poor treatment, and violations of labor legislation and conventions that the Bahamas have signed onto internationally that happen daily in this country. How employers treat employees on a daily basis need to be truly examined by the Department of Labor, and more regular visits done in stores downtown and in the inner city. Also in businesses like law firms, government offices, ministries, departments, schools, hotels, and universities, to truly assess the conditions under which many of our employees work on a daily basis and how they are treated by employers. As I've always said to persons who dislike unions, that if we simply treated people how we wish to be treated, there would be no need for a union. Madam President, that is the golden rule. So you may be saying why? Because surely we want to ensure that employees, workers, who are human beings, have good working conditions. A livable wage that increases with the cost of living. Social protection like a pension plan that you can live on when you retire. Health and life insurance. The possibility for advancement in your career. Promotions. Professional development opportunities. And a concern about their children, grandchildren, transportation, home conditions like electricity, running water, sanitation, for example, the things that many of us take for granted. The International Labor Organization, Madam President, has just had a report on the Global Commission on the Future of Work. The Commission on the Future of Work has produced an independent report on how to achieve a future of work that provides decent and sustainable work opportunities for all. This report has been launched in Geneva and will later be submitted and was submitted at the centenary session of the International Labor Conference in June. Over the past 18 months, the ILO's tripartite constituents, governments, employer, and workers' organizations have held dialogues in over 110 countries in the run-up to the launch of the Global Commission. The work of the Commission has been organized around 4 centenary conversations: work and society, decent jobs for all, the organization of work and production, and the governance of work. The central theme of this report is for the world of work, Madam President, to have a human-centered approach. And I smiled when I heard about a human-centered approach, because unions have always been about a human-centered approach. Further, the report, the Commission calls for a global collective response to harness the shift for the good, underscoring that without decisive action, the world will experience widening inequalities and uncertainties. The report makes recommendations focused on increasing an investment in people's capabilities, the institution of work, and decent and sustainable work, and taking responsibility, including recommendations related to reinvigorating the social contract. The ILO's responsibilities and the responsibilities of the multilateral system. The report recommends a universal labor guarantee that protects fundamental workers' rights. As I said, a living wage, limits on hours of work, safe and healthy workplaces, guaranteed social protection that supports people's needs over the life cycle, a universal entitlement to lifelong learning that enables people to skill, reskill, and upskill. Managing technological change to boost decent work, including a governance system for digital labor platforms, and encouraging long-term investments through reshaping business incentives. The report further recommends increased investments in the care, green, and rural economies, and a transformative and measurable agenda for gender equality. In the report, the Commission calls for a global collective response to harness the shift for the good, underscoring that without decisive action, the world will continue to experience widening inequalities and uncertainties. The report makes recommendations focused on increasing investment in people capabilities, the institution of work, and make recommendations to reinvigorate the social contract. Madam President, the Department of Labor has a skills bank where all Bahamians need to register so that their skill sets are registered, so that when persons apply for jobs, they will know exactly what skills exist in the Bahamas. I therefore say to all Bahamians, including those with jobs, to register with the Department of Labor so the information is in their data bank. Therefore, the Minister of Labor, Senator the Honorable Dion Folks, has had his hands full with a myriad of issues that come up in the workplace and nationally. However, through the National Tripartite Council, and more importantly, social dialogue, the myriad of labor issues surfacing will be dealt with. The government inherited a number of labor issues, but we must effectively deal with them. These issues are the nurses' union issues, the Bahamas Hotel Catering and Allied Workers issues, UTEP issues, the UT issues, the doctors' issues, BCBOU issues, taxi cab union issues, Morton Salt issues. Government must step in and utilize the persons they have included on their team to assist with these labor issues, like Senators Jamal Moss, Senators Anna Faye Ferguson Knowles, and myself. We are your labor specialists that can help resolve many of the issues as we have lived them ourselves. Labor Moss and you must be some labor Moss. Madam President, labor in this country, which is responsible for our national development and independence, and so much more, as saneness and annoyance, and unionists as troublemakers for speaking up and standing up for those who have no voice and sometimes no hope. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Economic Rights, signed by the Bahamas on December 2008, gives all Bahamians the right to labor, to strike, to Social Security, including social insurance, an adequate standard of living, to food, water, housing, clothing, health, free education, to participate in cultural life and enjoy family life. The Bahamas has signed onto a number of core conventions that speaks to our freedom of association, the right to organize, the right to collective bargaining, equal remuneration conventions, the abolition of forced labor, discrimination, minimum age, voice forms of child labor. These international labor standards are legal instruments drawn up by the ILO constituents and setting out basic principles and rights of work. These are conventions, Madam President, which are legally binding international treaties that may be ratified by member states. As we see the world of work changing, it is critical that the Ministry of Labor be strengthened and given more teeth to deal with the many labor issues in this country. Madam President, we signed a Decent Work Country program in 2008 under the Senator, the Honorable Dion Folks, and was the first Caribbean country to do so. However, many of the strategies in that document have yet to be revised to meet our reality now in 2019 and 20. However, the ILO's Decent Work team from Trinidad and Tobago was just here and have assured us that we will be meeting to revise the Decent Work Country Program. Also, Madam President, Labour would also like to ensure that we have a voice on the table to deal with many issues that affect the Bahamas nationally. The Bahamas, the BCEC sits on many boards representing the employers. But at the same time as you appoint the BCEC, the NCTUB must also be included to represent labor and balance the triangle of tripartism. The trade union movement would like to see further amendments to the Employment Act and the Industrial Relations Act and ensure that heads of agreement are lined up with industrial agreements being negotiated. Negotiations for industrial agreement to commence prior to the expiration date and not take years to complete. The issuing of work permits to be better monitored, and the training that is supposed to happen when non-Bahamians are given work permit happens. Approval of work permits can also be used as a way to ensure compliance, attaching conditions to tax concessions. Government to initiate prosecution for non-compliance with local labor and relevant laws. The use of government-sponsored arbitration, not hold government-sponsored events at hotels that do not adhere to the law, to see social dialogue practiced by all social partners, and that we have industrial harmony in the workplace and ultimately in the country. Madam President, as a country, we must put in our budget and allocate funds for embedding and infusing concepts and understandings of climate change, as I suggested last year. Madam President, as a country, we must come together as one family to advance the Bahamas to the next level. We must put aside our politics and realize that there is only one Bahamas. And we must support this government for the next 3 years. Whether or not we supported them, like them, or for whatever reason, we have a country to save. We have a country to build. And we need a people to build. It is going to take all of us, Madam President, to do that. Madam President, no budget will ever be what all of us want. It's the reality. I don't care what budget any government comes to the table with. It is what we have, and I stand proudly today to support the budget submitted for the 2019-2020 year. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
I'm so sorry, Jo Beth. The chair now recognizes Senator the Honorable Jo Beth Colby Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with your leave, I would like to thank, firstly, the Heavenly Father for blessing me with this opportunity. In addition, Madam President, I wish to join my colleagues on this side and use this time to thank the Leader of the Opposition and the incoming next Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, for bestowing upon me his trust and confidence to represent in this Senate for women, millennials, and Bahamians from all walks of life. Our leader is a man that understands and believes in the philosophy of the PLP and respects the policy of Bahamianization. Our leader understands and connects with the story of the small man. He knows what it means to come from humble beginnings because that is exactly his truth. Our leader is an honest man and entered politics to better the lives of the Bahamians. And that he will do when he takes over the reign in 2022. Madam President, as I begin my preparation for this budget debate, I was uncertain where to begin, because after 2 years in, all this F&M government can come with is movement of line items, backpedaling, and colorful language to describe the present state of the economy. And that is embarrassing and uninspiring. Actually, it is downright horrifying. Madam President, this F&M government came to their term in office with a mountain of promises. And unfortunately for the Bahamian people, they have become our worst nightmare. And of course, the sweetest reality for their special interest group of wealthy people and foreigners. Their promises of transparency have left the Bahamian people ashamed and untrusting of the blatant disregard and mediocre performance of this menace administration. Further, Madam President, I believe when they are in their private offices or cabinet meetings, they are probably secretly saying, "Thank God for the PLP and all of the many projects they began before 2017. Madam President, I believe they say, "Thank God that the PLP left things in place with a moving system of endless possibilities. Otherwise, this F&M government would have nothing to show." Madam President, for a moment, let us go some 40 plus years back, in a time where there was not much freedoms and liberties extended to the Bahamian citizens. I remind the Bahamian people, some of the young who probably are unaware, that there was a fight against the oligarchy by our ancestors, because they believed that every Bahamian should enjoy an honest living and should be able to live and work in any area of the Bahamas. There was a fight for democracy and equality many, many moons ago. A young man by the name of Sir Lyndon Pinlan, the only father of this nation, stepped out of his comfort zone, leading a group of Bahamians to face off against the selfishness of the Bay Street Boys, who continue to control or determine the success of Bahamians. So Lyndon took on this group of men who thought it sensible and just to run the affairs of the Bahamas out of their personal offices. He stood up against the special interest groups in a fight to build a country that all Bahamians should and could be proud of. Madam President, Sir Lyndon worked for the generation he was a part of and for future generations. He worked to build up the average Bahamian, and his work focused on building an economy that can benefit many, not the chosen few. Madam President, his work encouraged Bahamians to educate themselves, as he stated that education liberates a people. Bahamians were inspired and motivated by his love for country and his focus on the development of people. He believed in Bahamians owning and operating the Bahamas. Madam President, undoubtedly, Pinlan believed in Bahamians and their abilities. He encouraged Bahamians everywhere to believe in themselves. He, along with Sir A.D. Hanna, Sir Milo Butler, and many others, introduced the policy of Bahamianization. Whenever Pinlan encouraged and entertained foreign interests, it was only for them to pass on skills and knowledge on to Bahamians. This was all a part of his vision to build a country of educated, skillful, hard-working, proud, and self-sustainable Bahamians. His legacy remains relevant and still stands as a source of information, motivation, and inspiration. Madam President, Pinlan's legacy is strong because at all times his efforts was for enriching the lives of Bahamians. I quote Sir Lyndon from his popular bend or break speech, saying, "It is a fundamental part of my basic political philosophy that people are more important than things, that men are more important than machines. In this Commonwealth of Islands, that philosophy can quite fairly be interpreted to mean that Bahamian people are more important than things, that Bahamian men, women, youth, and children are more important than machines. Madam President, 40 years ago, as a country, we received self-governance. And that was through the toil and sweat of many Bahamians that came before us. And they made a commitment to ensure their work was not in vain and was for the uplifting of the Bahamian people. Unfortunately, here we are 40 years later, faced with this uninspiring budget from an undesirable, unconscionable, uncaring, unintelligible Menace administration. Madam President, this Menace administration is a shameless, arrogant, and self-centered bunch. I go further to say that Menace administration is good for nothing but hardship for the Bahamians. Indeed, they are simply the best at delivering hard times to the Bahamians. By contrast, Madam President,
Point of
the
order.
PLP...
Point of order. Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Jamal Moss.
I'm sorry to interrupt the senator opposite, but just want to say that the language has been used on competent bunch, or whatever it is, it's totally unparliamentary. It's asking consent if she could just rephrase it.
Thank you. Now, Senator Joe Beth Colby Davis. You know, I suppose you understand some of the language that I've had to say that has been unparliamentary. I would ask that you would kind of rephrase your statements previously made. I think that would be, or withdraw, but I believe that you...
I didn't say incompetent, but that's what he said I said.
No,
You did.
but let's not...
What word are you objecting? Because I didn't say what you said.
Senator, can you direct your comments to the chair?
What word is he objecting? He needs to repeat what I said for me to pull it back. I didn't say that.
No.
I didn't say incompetent either.
Senator,
I withdraw bunch. I withdraw bunch.
No.
I withdraw bunch.
No, but
I withdraw bunch.
no, but senators, let's be mature in this chamber now. We are talking about what is unparliamentary, and while he may not have gave the correct, he generally was talking about some of the terminology used. So let's as we move forward in this debate, just consider what words we're using.
Understood. Thank you, Madam President. I have.
She has
Thank you,
withdrawn back.
President. I continue, Madam President, by stating, by contrast, Madam President, the PLP understands the needs of the people. The PLP is people-loving people. The PLP possesses the human element. We work for the benefit of all Bahamians. The PLP believes in the importance of making lives better for Bahamians. That is why we are innovative and forward-thinking. And it is okay if other governments, like this Menace administration, benefits from the projects that were started by the PLP, because it is all about making Bahamians' lives better. Therefore, Madam President, it is high time for this government to stop with the blaming of the former administration and put on their big boy and big girl shoes and do the job that the Bahamian people have hired them to do, and that is to govern. I'm reminded of the words of the late John F. Kennedy. Let us not seek the Republican answer or the Democratic answer, but the right answer. Let us not seek to fix blame for the past. Let us accept our own responsibility. What that means is you essentially should pick up where the former government left off. However, 2 years down the line, and we are still hearing when it's bad, the PLP did it. But when it's good, oh, that's us. Madam President, I heard the chairman for the Bahamas Water and Sewage brag about how this Menace administration does lay pipe. And I am so appalled at how unashamed and unprincipled some of them are, bragging about a continuation of a project already in place. They came into office selling dreams and visions to the Bahamian people, talking this and that about the PLP. But the same pipes they are now laying throughout the Family Islands is because of the hard work of the former Minister of Works, Philip Brave Davis, to secure the loan.
Absolutely.
Madam President, I do not understand why this administration needs so much praise and glorification for doing their jobs and governing for the people. Governments are continuous. The pipes need to be laid in Long Island. Okay, the PLP got the loan approved and then was voted out. So go to Long Island and lay the pipes. Stop looking for praise when you are doing the job you were hired to do. And yes, Madam President, it took 4 years to get the loan approved. This shouldn't, though, be a surprise for this administration. Shouldn't be a surprise for this administration because the Prime Minister himself admitted out of his mouth while he was the leader of opposition that the Ingram administration left the country in a wheelchair. Therefore, Madam President, the most honorable doctor should know how important it is to provide care to patients when trying to nurse them back to good health. So the doctors should be aware that trying to breathe life into an economy that was left in a wheelchair in a critical care unit is hard work and takes time and effort. However, they don't understand hard work, Madam President, because they are surviving off of the hard work and dedication of the PLP. Madam President, thanks to the hard work of the PLP, the Christie administration was able to bring the economy back to life out of the wheelchair and walking again. And at the same time, they brought foreign investment, they introduced NHI, they ensured that COB became now UB, they increased the scholarship budget, they opened Balma, they secured George for Bahamians, they increased the minimum wage, they established BAMSI, they established the National Training Agency, they introduced the RISE program, they increased the marine protected areas, entered an agreement to reclaim our airspace, and much more was done. Madam President, all of this was accomplished by the PLP, all while nursing the country back to good health from the toils and rummaging of the former F&M government. And even after doing all of that, we secured the loan to bring water to the Family Islands. Despite the financial strain we endured with the decline in revenue due to us being faced with 2 major hurricanes. This was possible because we came in government with the plan to govern the Bahamas. And when we got the mandate by the Bahamian people in 2012, we governed. We worked, we continued moving forward, and we did not moan and groan. Because the PLP is the party of hard-working movers and shakers. And while I am here, Madam President, let me also categorically state that I also notice how this administration loves to throw out there in almost every speech that there was this downgrade and that downgrade under the PLP. Let the record reflect once again, for those not paying attention, Moody's indicated that 2 key factors played a role in those downgrades. 1, an uncertainty of the opening of Balma, and 2, the major hurricane, specifically Hurricane Matthew, that impacted the government's revenue. However, Madam President, this government is now faced with a shortfall in the revenue collection and the economic predictions. Economic growth.
Senators, I ask you, we do have a senator making a contribution, so let's give her the respect she has given everybody else.
Economic growth is at 1.6%. This is well short of the economic growth predicted at 2%. They have failed to achieve their revenue and deficit targets. They spent
Point of order.
Senator, would you, first of all, let me recognize Senator the Honorable Carl Bethel, and please
Thank you.
Allow me, I need to know what that point of order is. Please.
Point of order is, could you tell us when the PLP ever got 1.6% growth in the last 5 years?
No.
That's a point of order. You achieved nothing. All a bunch of talk.
Senator,
Appreciate everyone give me the same respect
excuse me, Senator.
that I've given them.
Excuse me,
No
Senator.
point of order.
Now,
Seriously?
Senator, please. Let me just put everybody on notice. A point of order is an infraction in the rule. Now, if you come and you stand, please tell me what the infraction of the rules are. Now, I'm not going to tolerate all of this interruption if it's not a point of order. Thank you, Senator. Please proceed.
They spent $216 million more than they spent during their last fiscal year. They borrowed more than $2 billion since coming to office. But where did all the borrowed money go? Where did the 60% increase of that money go? Their F&M, Bahamians are asking, and they want you to keep that same energy that you had during the 2017 campaign. I ask again, where did the VAT money go? Where is the VAT money? Where is the money of the Bahamian people? We desperately need our VAT money. We are tired of this miserable life. Based on the numbers, I heard my colleague Senator Paul Watson speak about a mile yesterday. Perhaps she was trying to state that this minister's administration will miss their deficit target by a mile. In addition, Madam President, based on the numbers and the time, they will miss their revenue target by hundreds of millions. I am not certain if the F&M is aware, but someone should advise them that there will be no financial windfall in this last quarter. Madam President, I spoke about the PLP time in office and the catastrophic storms they had to rebuild from. However, this F&M government didn't have that to worry about. So I am concerned that things are this horrible under this administration because those numbers would have been worse had it not been for three external forces: the opening of Burma and the Point development, a robust and buoyant United States economy, and no natural disasters such as devastating hurricanes. So the fact that we are still faced with such shortfalls is troubling and very telling on the ability of this minister's administration. Again, I heard my colleague Senator Hall Watson call for a resignation yesterday because the MP is embarrassing, she says, to the F&M party. Well, I say the Bahamian people are embarrassed by this minister's administration. So using that same analogy, many more persons should probably consider offering their resignation to the Bahamian people and hang their head in shame. Madam President, this government brags about the trickle-down economic policy where they assume that if they keep granting subsidies and tax breaks to their rich friends, it will some way trickle down some benefits to the working class. However, I say the only thing trickling down from this minister's administration is hardship. This minister's administration has sent the Bahamian people into hardship left, right, center, up, down, and all around. And what's good for the goose is clearly not good for the gander under this administration, because we are debating the third budget cycle at the halfway point, and they are still gifting their special interest groups duty-free new cars, tax concessions for fast ferries, road contracts, increased travel budgets for friends, families, special interests. When will the handing out of favors stop? Yes. And I notice when we are in this place, many of the members on the government side are confused as to what the opposition mean by granting such leverage to the wealthy. Sometimes, Madam President, it is better to use illustrations. Seeing that they have granted duty-free on crayons and pencils, etc., and I see in the other place, they love to use display boards. So I figured that this administration probably excelled in arts and crafts at school. Therefore, Madam President, I will ask my colleague to assist me and let me do a little arts and craft illustration to better explain the feeling of the Bahamian people with this trickle-down policy of the F&M government. I worked with a class of grade 6 to help me illustrate an F&M government that takes from the poor and gives the rich more. I will say that the future is bright with the PLP, and these grade 6 children have the best imagination. What they predicted in the middle, you will see first, they created a new symbol for the F&M. Instead of the torch, they created an F&M leprechaun that takes from the poor to the benefit of the wealthy. Second, you will see the rainbow on the board. It's representative of all the fancy mountain of promises made to the Bahamian people by this F&M administration. Third, you will see what was supposed to be a pot of gold to be shared amongst all Bahamians. It is now translated into a pot of hardship under this F&M government. And instead of the treasure being at the end of the rainbow, it is now a bag of goodies being filled by the new symbol leprechaun holding the torch. He is called the greedy torch holding leprechaun. Oh, yeah. This is what the budget is all about today. And Madam President, I understand the government planned to, thank you, my good colleague. I understand that this government had planned to hire some of our Bahamian comedians to break down the budget for others to understand. Well, there's no need to bother them anymore. This grade 6 class has done it for us all. That's the budget right there in display. Madam President, I further query if this government has taken the commitment that was made to Bahamian people 40 years ago seriously. In his speech, the Prime Minister mentioned that the special interest group he represents is the young people and the poor. But the last 3 budget cycles have proven that is not the case. Where is the inspiration? Where is the succession planning? Where is the human element coming out of this budget? This budget is bland, uneventful, and loaded with a bunch of nothing, and does more harm than good to those that was looking for hope. Under this F&M administration, the glimmer is definitely getting dimmer. Madam President, I reiterate that this government lacks the human element of governance. The human element understands that people are more than statistics. And fudging the numbers, while many Bahamians are hurting, struggling, and have no clear way out of their poverty, is very unfortunate.
No, I'm not right about cartoons. The honorable senator, I noticed that while I take issue with her comment, I still give her the honorific of being an honorable senator, said fudging the numbers. And I call on you to either substantiate or withdraw that statement, because what that statement is saying is quite clearly, in fudging the numbers, you're accusing the government of falsifying these accounts. So I would call upon you to either justify and show where numbers have been fudged or withdraw the statement as an honorable senator.
I would withdraw that. I'm not going all back and forth, but it was never my intention to talk about any falsify. It is clear what I meant. But I will move on in any event. Madam President, I remind you of this article in The Guardian on January 27, 2018, where the headline reads, 2,500 government jobs lost by the Department of Statistics, where it was stated in this article that the rise in unemployment was largely attributed to a more than 6% reduction in the public service. This Madam President, was after they campaigned and promised the Bahamian people that they would not lose their jobs and would not victimize them. Unfortunately, as most of their campaign promises, that was untrue. Madam President,
The chair recognizes Senator Folks.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I raise on a point of order that the honorable senator is misleading the chamber with the statement that she made that we are victimizing the Bahamian people and that we fired civil servants. I explained before that same front page article and the interpretation of the statistics figure on the 2,500. Those persons were people who retired, who might have had a problem and resigned from the civil service, or people who passed away and were not replaced. They were not people who were terminated by the F&M government or victimized, as the senator said. There was absolutely none of that. And it's called natural attrition. And that is, yeah, but that is what it is. And at the time when that article came out, I think I issued a press statement on it because the PLP at the time made it a public issue, and I think I raised it in the Senate also at the time.
Senator Kirby.
I would
Having heard, thank you.
but I would like to just continue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, what this government fails to realize is when one person gets fired, that creates a domino. Okay, when one person loses their job, that creates a domino effect because it affects in immediate and extended families, children, businesses, community, and the country as a whole. And I also note in this same article that the Deputy Prime Minister is stating he expected some increase in joblessness, but attributed this to the reduction of bogus jobs. That's what the Deputy Prime Minister said. But however, I recall last week sometime the headline talking about some 1,600 persons rehired into the public service. So I wonder if those are some of the same bogus jobs that the Deputy Prime Minister was referring to. Further, Madam President, I quote a more recent statement by the Deputy Prime Minister in his budget debate where he says, recognizing that over time, the trend in state-owned entities expenditure will be unsustainable. The Ministry of Finance is undertaking a formal study of our Bahamian SOEs with a view to providing recommendations for cost recovery options. This exercise will no doubt force some uncomfortable discussions, and it may call for some tough decisions, end quote. Madam President, I query, is the Deputy Prime Minister referring to firing of Bahamians? Because as I read that statement, the only thing that I am understanding from that is that in short order, more state-owned entities will be sold off and privatized, which will result in more job losses and more Bahamians sent home to join the unemployment line. I remind this F&M government that there are some things we should have consensus on. We should have consensus on uplifting the Bahamian people as a whole. There are some things we should not disagree about. But it is clear, Madam President, that this government has a pattern of advancing a particular group of society. Madam President, in their Bahamas, commercial washers and dryers, airplane parts, and fast ferries get tax breaks, while hard-working Bahamians get tax increases. In their Bahamas, the legislation is drafted to accommodate the free entry of foreigners and foreign-owned businesses, while Bahamian businesses are shutting down across the country due to hardship. In their Bahamas, cabinet ministers get richer and benefit from contracts worth millions of dollars for leases and road projects, while the already struggling, hard-working Bahamian is left to pay the tax bill. In their Bahamas, the travel budget for this government to explore the world with an unnecessary huge entourage has increased, while the budget for social services has been slashed. Madam President, it is unfortunate that these are the realities of this new Bahamas created by this F&M government to the detriment of the Bahamian people. It just proves that this administration is not fit to govern for the Bahamas. Madam President, I also wish to query the tax concessions with duty-free furniture for being in Grantstown. First of all, why does it seem like when the going gets tough, this government pulls promises out of thin air like they did on the campaign trail? Who will be policing the tax concessions that was announced to be granted to those residents in Bain and Grantstown for furniture? It is all well and good to bring about relief. No. It is all well and good to bring about relief to the Bahamian people, but let us ensure your relief granted is truly what the people need at this time. I submit that the people of Grantstown need tax breaks on food and job, and they need jobs and not any tax breaks on furniture. We just can't be willy-nilly granting tax concessions as an afterthought. Show the people in the over-the-hill community that they mean more to you than a last-minute rig-up concession. How will this be policed? What documents should persons in that community take to get their duty-free concessions on furniture? Can they use the exemption daily, weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, annually? What is the conditions of this concession offer? Why is Angleton, Centerville, St. Barnabas not having the same furniture tax rates? Why are those areas being discriminated against? And lastly, does this new concession mean that at the next budget cycle, there will be another tax increase to cover the law?
I'm sorry, I know that you are in full flight and
Just
I'm
one minute.
rushing to an end.
No.
Madam President, but I do have a point of order.
Okay, what is that?
She seemed to indicate that Angleton is being discriminated against in terms of the government's removal of duties or severe reduction of duties on furniture, etc.
One area. So
But- no.
You're an attorney, you know the definition.
No. What is
You just
discriminatory?
granted the tax concession for one constituency.
That is
So
not so. That is not so.
That's my question.
That is not so. There's an economic empowerment zone where we're seeking to.
No, that is not what was announced by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister stated that Bain and Grants got a tax concession.
No. Zone, got it. The economic empowerment zone. Now, as we see the zone as a working model, that it is going to be expanded.
So the
There's no
economic empowerment zone
discriminatory.
includes more,
Yes.
all of the overall. This is what
Yes,
I'm asking you.
yes,
So
and no, all of the over-the-hill area north
All of the over-the-hill.
1 second, please.
I
The
asked-
traditional,
That's why he's on his feet. No, I have question marks in my statement.
Okay.
It was a question.
okay,
Whether you
Okay, senators, now, this back and forth is not gonna work.
I'm trying to give you,
Why don't we,
getting it,
Yeah.
you're interrupting me.
I understand, but
Where's your whip?
I would like for you to get back into full flight. I just wanted to correct.
we need to be careful now with that shut up business, okay?
Okay?
You need to be careful too.
But I don't tell anybody shut up.
With the whip.
I don't tell anybody
No,
shut
I
up in
didn't
here.
tell you shut up.
Okay.
No, because she made the comment of shut up, and we need to be correct with it.
Shouting at me.
Okay, but listen, let's just demonstrate a little bit more maturity in this chamber today. Now, have you finished clearing up your point of order?
But because I didn't get to.
Okay, let's get to that then.
Please, I am as conscious of time as you are, but there must be truth in what we say in this place.
I understand that,
Accuracy,
and that's why
okay?
you're on your feet.
The economic empowerment zone is the traditional over-the-hill area, which has traditionally, as you know, been extremely deprived. It is the area bounded by Wolf Road, everything north of Wolf Road, Nassau Street and Mackey Street. If this model is shown to work, the government has already indicated it intends to move It is zoned further to the south, at least to Robinson Road, which would capture all of Angliston, etc., okay? And so there's no discrimination, ma'am. That is the only point I had to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one more question, and maybe the AG can assist me. But if a constituent of Angliston applies for this tax concession at this time, would that be granted to them? If they apply now, would that be granted?
Senators, let me remind senators, we're in a debate. This is not a question and answer. Okay. What I would suggest, senators, you carry on with your presentation.
They're not qualified. Okay, thank you. Okay. Madam President, my last point of contention is the recent announcement that 2 foreigners will be joining the Director of Public Prosecution on as the Deputy of Director of Public Prosecution, who will hail from Nigeria, and the other as Assistant Director of Public Prosecution, who is from Uganda. Madam President, in the early 1970s, the Pinland administration instituted a Bahamianization policy. Lip service was paid to this policy then. However, today the policy remains. If a Bahamian is qualified for a position in this country, the Bahamian should fill that position. Madam President, there are in excess of 2,000 attorneys at the Bahamas Bar. The Attorney General Office has traditionally been recognized as the training ground for lawyers, and then they move out into the private sector as some of the brightest legal minds in the country. In addition, we have dedicated, experienced, capable, and hard-working Bahamian attorneys who train and qualify in Nassau, England, Jamaica, Barbados, and other places for these positions. Nothing causes a moral problem in the office of the Attorney General than when the government agency does not hire from within. What is most troubling to me is the admission that our attorneys are not qualified, and so this process is accepted as normal and okay. Madam President, I understand that the Judicial Legal Service Commission is essentially responsible for the hires, but more should have been done, more noise should have been forthcoming from all in the law society on the government side. And I understand that is not uncommon and quite the norm, as we have hired several foreigners who have risen to high positions in the judiciary. But come on, in 2019, the Attorney General Office and the Bahamian Society has not produced one qualified attorney from our country to fill that post? It is quite hard for me to just accept that answer. Madam President, I query how the Attorney General can look into the faces of those Bahamian attorneys in the AG office whom he himself came up through the system with, look them in the face and say, welcome your African learned friend who deserves a better opportunity than you. Madam President, Bahamianization does not mean African lawyer over Bahamian lawyer. It means uplifting Bahamians, and it is time that this government understands and begins to act like they truly believe in Bahamians. Madam President, as I end, time is indeed shorter than rope. This F&M government needs to understand and appreciate the words of Arnold Glasgow. A good leader takes a little more than his share of the blame, a little less than his share of the credit. In the words of my wise leader, for goodness sake, brainstorm and not blamestorm. Take responsibility and do your work. Soon and very soon, the Bahamian people will be returning to the polls. The Bahamian people will be returning to the polls to decide who they think is fit, right, and capable to lead this Bahamas. And while some on the government side might still be living in a dream world and not acknowledging that they have lost support, I am assured by the leadership team of the...
Senators, please allow the speaker to finish her presentation. There's much too much conversation. Senator, you can just wait a moment. Well, you know, the longer you go, the longer we're going to be here tonight. Okay? Go ahead, Senator.
I am assured by the leadership team of the Progressive Liberal Party, and I know the Bahamian people will be brave and they will be bold, and they will proudly grant the PLP the opportunity to reign as the next government of this great Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Because by now they are certain we are the only party capable to lead this country into a brighter future for all. God bless the people of this country. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Amen.
Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Carl Bethel.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am somewhat surprised, and it is disturbing the tenor of comments from the last speaker. Let me just start with the grist for her mill. How dare we hire Africans? That is essentially the comment, and said Africans with such contempt. Well, the point was made at this table. I'm saying the impression your words.
Senator, please continue. Can you direct your comments to the chair?
Words. And the point was made in this round this table that the only African person who is not from Africa is Clay, Sweden, right there. Everybody else here from Africa.
Madam President.
You claim your African heritage.
Madam President,
Claim your African heritage.
clarification on that, please, Madam President.
Please sit.
Do you have a portion of Africa?
Senators, may I remind you, let's stay on point here. We're debating a very serious budget.
No, but
let's stay on point in the chamber.
Madam President, that being said, right, that I object to the tenor of the comment. I want to say she's premised her remarks. I'm going to answer on some of the points she made, and then I'm going to give some facts, okay?
Be careful now.
I am going to give some facts, yes. But no, this is such a fundamental attack on my office. I reserve the right to answer it now and on the spot. You reserve the right? I have that right. I do. It is an attack on my office.
Senator.
And it's an attack on my governance as Minister of and Attorney General. And I will speak now on it.
Senator.
Every member of Parliament has the right of immediate response.
Senator.
Yes, they do.
What, can I just get a word in here as chairman of this chamber?
You would have mastered that.
Excuse me, Senator. I don't want to get to my feet, Senator. Senator, you to direct your comments to the chair, okay? Please.
You can't say
no.
You have to say to him.
No. You direct your comments to the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I have allowed persons to respond at the end of these presentations, but some of you have taken some liberties with some nonsense.
Madam,
but I have no issue with that. I'm just simply reminding you that please be short. You do have an opportunity tomorrow as well, but I understand the point that you want to clarify. So please carry on.
The comments of the senator were premised on the behavioralization by the Pending administration. What is the facts of the Pending administration's engagement policy of lawyers? Let's start off. Just Ricardo Marx from Guyana came in, worked in the Office of the Attorney General, was a Director of Legal Affairs, went to be a judge, and when he left the judiciary, they loved him so much they made him Law Reform Commissioner too. Okay, after that, Michael Hamilton from Guyana, Director of Legal Affairs, and it was never an issue. These are what the PLP did. Okay, I could go on. Justice Mohammed from Guyana. I could talk about Telford Georges, brought up from St. Lucia to be Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I could speak about Gonzalo Cebola, brought from Guyana to serve in the judiciary. So the fact of the matter is that there has been a tradition throughout the modern Bahamas and modern Bahamian history, and in the modern Attorney General's Office of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, of bringing in, on occasion, help from abroad to fill deficiencies or weaknesses, or to bring new insights, new skills to the table to better train all of us, including Bahamians, in certain skills. That has been the history, even under the Bahamianizing PLP. Now, what are the facts of this matter? The Director of Public Prosecutions advertised these posts through the Bahamas Bar Association. No member, there's only one member of the private sector who applied, and he was engaged at the level of counsel, but not on the DPP side. One member of the private sector. It was then subsequently a second time the post was advertised. It was also advertised in the paper. No, only one member of the private sector applied. Now, the Office of the Attorney General is faced with a number of problems throughout the structuring of our lawyers. We have many lawyers on our payroll, but they have largely left and gone either to other government departments or agencies of the government, and we are faced with gaps in our ranks in terms of having counsel who are able competently to deal with the most serious matters. And we are seeking to address that. We have reached out and sought to hire private sector lawyers. It was not successful. So we went to the Commonwealth, that's the International Commonwealth Association, of which the Bahamas and every other former British colony is a member, with Baroness Scotland at the head, and asked for the assistance of the Commonwealth. There's another aspect to it. The Director of Public Prosecutions has now got a new constitutional status and is seeking to fortify his line of prosecutors so that as he develops this constitutional status and this office is separated, if you will, from the umbilical cord of direct relations with the Office of the Attorney General in terms of him having the constitutional ability to independently assess whether to continue, discontinue, whether to bring or not to bring charges, etc. And to be sure that when he brings charges, he has the best skills. He advertised to get the best people. The Bahamians were not interested. They weren't interested. Now, there were some members of the cohort of lawyers in his office who did apply. In respect of those who applied in-house, there was an independent, unbiased committee of senior officials. I didn't sit on it. I had nothing to do with it. Oh, no. But I will defend the rational and defensible decisions of my officials. They conducted interviews. It was the DLA, the DPP. Now, when I say the DLA and I say the DPP, and I think the permanent secretary, it's clear that these are the highest levels in my office, the most responsible legal officers. They interviewed all the applicants and they formed the view that those who had applied weren't quite there yet. But with another year, another 2 years, another 3 years, a little more exposure, a little more, if you will, new ideas, new ways of going about it, things, they will be ready. Believe me, I share your view. I would love to have come and met an Attorney General office fully staffed with everybody, but no, I will go wherever I and the Office of the Attorney General will go wherever we have to go to get the kind of staffing and competence that we need. There are weaknesses in the structures. Too many of our attorneys are all over the place and not in the Office of the Attorney General. So, at the end of the day, Madam President, first of all, I reject any xenophobia. I reject any aspersion of people based on where they come from, whether it's Africa or Guyana. Okay, we have a Commonwealth where any lawyer, I believe that the senator there was in Turks Island. She was practicing law, I believe. You were? Yes. Oh, Many Bahamians can go to other Commonwealth countries and practice law. Well, she didn't want to say what she was doing there, but anyway, that's okay, no problem. Okay, you weren't practicing law. You're a belonger. You're a belonger. Okay. Okay. No, not like that. Just no. She's a belonger. She's a belonger. No, I didn't mean like that. And she say I was saying she was practicing.
Senator, let's
So let us move beyond that. Let me just say this, okay? We belong to a Commonwealth where any legally qualified Bahamian lawyer is able to go to any Caribbean country and practice law. Once they apply for call to the bar, we have a system. You can go to England if you were called to the English bar. That we have a system in which we are able to draw on legal expertise from every other Commonwealth country. And every other Commonwealth country is able to call upon our legal expertise. That is the value of being in the Commonwealth. And so it was a decision. And hey, when the PLP went and brought in a bunch of QCs for all sorts of things, I didn't hear anybody screaming about that. And all governments do it. All governments do it. Okay, so I want to reiterate this thing, okay? I am as committed to Bahamianization as the next man. I am as committed to the empowerment of Bahamians as the next person. But I am also committed to an efficient office of the Attorney General. And to the extent that is necessary, reluctantly, if I have to go elsewhere, to recruit officers to strengthen what we do in our office, I would be prepared to do that as well. The Director of Public Prosecutions and senior officials made their determination. They chose what in their minds were the best people. I asked the Bahamian people to give them a chance and let us not go down this road of xenophobia, talking about Africans. Thank you.
As many, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Johnny Ann Dorset.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is my pleasure to rise and make a contribution to this, our third budget presented by the administration of the Honorable Hubert Minnis, as we complete the second year of his administration. Madam President, just before I move on with the budget, I'd like to join my colleagues in thanking Her Excellency Dame Marguerite Pinley for her service as Governor General and to wish her well in her future endeavors. I would also like to congratulate the Honorable C.A. Smith on his appointment as Governor General, and I wish him well in that endeavor. Also, Madam President, I don't normally give condolences in this place, but I think I can know one soon.
Yeah, you get
But, Madam President, we heard during the session that Ivan Davis had passed on, and I would just like to give condolences to that family because I've known Mr. Davis for a long time. I've known him politically, and I've known him outside of politics. He was a good F&M, a good citizen, and a genuinely good person. Madam President, I remember when I came out of high school and got a job down at what was then Bahamas Airways, and I was working in the engineering department. They sent 3 young women down there to work, and it was filled with men. I used to ride the bus down to the airport. Ivan Davis worked for Bahamas Airways at the time, and he took us under his wing. He became our protector, he became our advisor, and through it all, he was Even though he was not all that much older than us, he became a father figure. And he looked out for these 3 teenage girls who had been sent down there in that hub of men who were not always as gentlemanly as he was. I just want to say that, we've lost a good citizen, a good person, a good father, and I would like to extend my condolences to his family, particularly to his daughter Jan, who is a longtime acquaintance of mine and also a wonderful person in her own right, and may his soul rest in peace. Madam President, as we end the second year of our administration, I want to say that this has not been an easy road for the FNM, as we had much work to do and many hurdles to overcome. Many rivers to cross, you might say. Madam President, we are 2 years into this administration, and I think we have a lot to be proud of. Now, I'm not going to go back 40 years. I'm not going to go back to the UBP and all that. I'm a millennium woman. I'm going to stay in this millennium. I just want to say, though, that when this administration took over the governance of this country, we met a system that was essentially out of control. We came in at a time, Madam President, when there was corruption and rumors of corruption. At a time when there was unbridled government spending, with seemingly no thought as to whether that spending was prudent in the circumstances, whether the people were getting value for money, or indeed, Madam President, whether there was even any money for what was being committed. We came at a time, Madam President, when it appeared that cronyism was the order of the day, when there were insufficient checks and balances on the way government funds were handled, and when nobody in particular seemed to be in control. We came at a time when the government had accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars in unpaid bills that this administration is still struggling to pay off. I mean, can you imagine that, Madam President? 2 years in, and we're still paying bills left by the previous administration.
I'm still paying a mortgage after 30 years on my house.
Yeah, but you can't. Anyway, you don't have to do that. Madam President, this lack of fiscal responsibility led this country to 4 downgrades, or was it 5? Well, I know there's at least 4 during the last administration.
Long for that week, but we know it wasn't 700 though, anyway.
Madam President, I've heard it said that I heard a former speaker refer to a country being on life support when the PLP took it over in their last administration. I heard people say the same thing just before the FNM took over, that the country was on life support. Some say, well, it wasn't on life support, it was just crippled and in a wheelchair.
Something's Prime Minister said.
Well, the Prime Minister, he saw it differently, I guess. He thought the country was crippled in a wheelchair. However it was put, Madam President, we all know that all was not well and that we were standing on shaky ground. And Madam President, as the Bahamian people continued to observe this sick and ailing country, there was a cry that rang out throughout the Bahamas. How can we make this country well again? Is there a doctor in the house? And Madam President, the call was heeded by a very humble, gentle, unassuming man who stepped forward and offered himself to do the work that was necessary to turn this country around. We remember, Madam President, that there were many who really didn't know him very well, and there were many who didn't particularly like him. And they called him all manner of things. They called him everything but a child of God, as they say. They said he had no charisma. They say he couldn't talk. They said he couldn't deal with the press. And yes, they said he couldn't dance. I didn't want to dwell on that because I think his wife also said that, but I think he admits he can't dance. But, Madam President, there was one thing he could do. He could build a team and guide that team to do what was necessary to set this country back on its feet. People voted for a change, and the Free National Movement, led by the Honorable Hubert Alexander Minnis, set out to bring about that change. Madam President, the Bible tells us that foolish men build houses on sand, while wise men build houses on rock. In other words, foolish people build on shaky foundations, and wise people build on solid foundations. This government knew going in that we were standing on a shaky foundation. And no matter how strong it might have been at one time, it had been severely, some even said irreparably, eroded and compromised over time. And on this shaky foundation, on this sinking sand, our country was slowly going under. Downgrade by downgrade, scandal by scandal, we were going under. But the good doctor, who was in the habit of saving lives, could not let the country go down. He would not allow the country to go down. And he set out to heal a crippled nation, to turn things around, to breathe life into a shaky economy, and essentially to right the ship of state. Madam President, the Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, along with his hard-working and dedicated team, set out to build a foundation on which our economy could stand securely, one on which we could grow for the benefit of all Bahamians, not family, friends, and lovers, that as had become the norm, or other selected cronies, but for all Bahamians. The government undertook a very aggressive legislative agenda over the past 2 years as it sought to make things right. But to my mind, Madam President, one of the most impactful pieces of legislation when we consider setting the nation right is the Fiscal Responsibility Act. This act sets out strict procedures for handling of government funds. It is designed to assist the government in managing its resources more efficiently and effectively. It is designed to minimize wastage and to discourage mismanagement. This will help to hold the feet of governments to the fire, this government and other governments that will follow. Madam President, the government set ambitious goals for itself with a view to reducing the deficit and eventually balancing the budget. Many say we're wasting our time. They say this is unachievable because few, if any, governments have been able to do it. Whether or not we will actually achieve this goal remains to be seen. But I applaud this administration, Madam President, for trying. And I don't think we should lose sight of the benefits that we could gain on this journey toward fiscal excellence. I think of such things as building a culture of accountability, of prudent management of public funds, the reduction of debt, and the like. In any event, Madam President, this government does not set its goals based on the failure of others. We set goals based on what we are seeking to achieve for our people and on best practices as we observe them. Madam President, we know that the economy has been trending upward since the FNM took over the reins of government, with reported economic growth of 1.4% in 2017 and 1.6% in 2018. Now, I, like many of us, on our side at least, would have liked to have seen it higher, seen the numbers higher. But we are satisfied that, despite the odds, we are going in the right direction. No, we did not meet our projected target for deficit reduction. The deficit was reduced by 47.8% in 2018-19 to $229 million. Are we disappointed, Madam President? Yes, we are. We wanted it lower. But it had certainly come a long way. I think it was, $60 million before we took office. 2016-17. We were hoping. Right. It doesn't count that because we didn't discover that until we were able to get in and see what was happening. Madam President, we were hoping for higher growth and a lower deficit, but we are satisfied that we are on the right track. The economy is growing, the deficit is shrinking. The deficit is shrinking. Handicap. And Madam President, we are only 2 years in. Outside of our fiscal performance, Madam President, we have seen improvement in other areas of government performance. Let us look, for example, at immigration. This is one area in which we have always heard complaints. They work too slowly to process applications, and sometimes people even had to apply more than once, as files were reportedly lost. This administration is determined to make the Immigration Department function efficiently and to get applications processed in a timely manner. According to the minister with responsibility for immigration, in the past year, we approved close to 1,000 applications for citizenship. And now, Madam President, work permits are granted within 2 weeks. This is a vast improvement over the conditions that prevailed when we took office in May of 2017, and that was only 2 years in. I am happy, Madam President, that we have finally found a home for the post office. A place where employees can work in comfort and healthy conditions. It matters not to me who owns the building.
No, it wouldn't.
It only matters that we have solved the problem, and we have solved it at a reasonable cost to the Bahamian people.
Hey, Scott, get that his money.
I look forward to receiving my mail in a more timely manner. In fact, I think the last bank statement that I got in my post box and my last credit card statements were dated in 2018.
You stop using credit card?
No, it started, I want to use yours.
Yeah.
With the opening of the new facility, Madam President,
Take mine out now.
I am hopeful that this will now be corrected and that the post office will get back to normal operation. Madam President, because we have been so focused on shoring up our economic foundation, turning around our economy, and on improving our fiscal performance, we have been accused of being more concerned with numbers than with people. But, Madam President, we cannot deny that numbers are important. The numbers determine our standing on the global level, and they, along with other guidelines and procedures that we put in place, make a difference as to whether we are regarded as a responsible, well-run country, or whether we're regarded as a country that serious investors and visitors alike would do well to avoid. The numbers, Madam President, are what give us good credit rating with lending agencies. The numbers are what put us in a position to avoid problematic situations such as blacklisting, which could seriously impact the way we do business, the quality of our lives, and our very economy in a negative way. Madam President, the numbers are what ground everything we do for the people. The numbers are what we have to refer to in order to determine how much more we are able to do for people. Therefore, the numbers cannot be ignored. Madam President, because of the numbers, we were able, for example, to increase social assistance to the people by more than $600,000 in the last fiscal year, because we managed the numbers and we got the numbers right. And we all know that social assistance does not go to the privileged. It goes to the so-called small people. Madam President, everything this government does is about the people.
5 million in 4 years.
That is why
Post office box.
That is why this administration made it a priority to secure a company to manage the landfill, to ensure that persons living in and around it no longer have to endure smoke damage and be forced to move out of their homes because of ongoing fires. If that situation had been allowed to continue, those persons would have had to deal with some uncomfortable numbers themselves, as they would have seen their property values decrease, and as they would have found themselves having to leave their homes and relocate in order to live in comfort and to protect their health. Only 2 years in, Madam President, but we have done a lot. The naysayers cannot find much to criticize, so they hang on to the 3 letters of the alphabet that they like the most, V-A-T.
No, I thought you were going to say PLP.
No, not too many people like those letters anymore, believe me. They say that.
You're talking about us.
Yeah, but you
PLP.
You're going for letters that you think that people would resonate with the people. They say that we have placed a heavy burden on the taxpayer by increasing value-added tax to 12%. They don't want people to forget it, so they keep harping on it. They forget that they introduced it in the first place. But Madam President, you know, we cannot look at taxation in isolation. We have to look at taxation in relation to other things, such as standard of living. Madam President, the Bahamas is seen as one of the most modern, stable, and progressive countries in the region. Indeed, Madam President, other countries have looked to us as an example in trying to improve the welfare of their own citizens. And I am proud that we have been able to provide such an example. But Madam President, we were on a path where our progress and forward movement would have been in jeopardy had we not brought about purposeful change. And we were on a serious downward trajectory. This administration is intent on ensuring that Bahamians are able to sustain the high quality of life that has been achieved over the years, and indeed to improve upon it. Madam President, that is why we set out to build a firm foundation to support our lifestyles and try to ensure it not only for our generation, but for generations to come, so that they could be similarly blessed as we were. That is why, Madam President, we set out to build a strong foundation on which generations to follow us could build and expand. Yes, Madam President, Bahamians are accustomed to a very comfortable lifestyle, and they demand a lot from their government. And what do Bahamians want, Madam President? They want good physical infrastructure, roads, communications, electricity, water. They want modern conveniences. They want modern technology. They want good schools for their children. They want quality health care. They want government services that are fast, efficient, and user-friendly. And Madam President, the Bahamian people deserve all this and more. But, Madam President, these things do not fall out of the sky, and we cannot extract them from a wishing well. These things take commitment and planning, and they cost money. Money that the government must find somehow from somewhere. And we must face the reality that governments get money essentially by two means, either by borrowing or by taxation. Borrowed money has to be paid back at some time. And I don't think that any of us wants the government to continuously borrow, as this could have serious ramifications. We do not want to build up a huge debt burden that in all likelihood would have to be borne by our children and their children. That leaves us with taxation. As I've said before, Madam President, nobody likes taxes. That includes me. But if we want government to run our country effectively and to provide us with the necessary services, we have to recognize that as citizens who have needs and wants and demands, we have to pay taxes. And governments have got to recognize when taxes are at a level that they work for us, and they have to recognize when taxes have to be increased and have the guts to come to the people and seek an increase. The problem that I think people have with taxation is when they pay taxes and they cannot see what their taxes are doing. With this government, as with other F&M administration, the people were able to see how the government was using their money and to see the benefit of their taxes. But, Madam President, Bahamians are not heavily taxed as a people. Our taxes are among the lowest in the region, and I would venture to say in the world. In a ranking of 13 Caribbean countries for tax revenue as a percentage of GDP, the Bahamas ranked 12, with tax revenue being reported at 15.7% of GDP. Only the Dominican Republic ranked lower on that listing, with theirs being 12.8%. And Madam President, countries like Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Barbados, and Lucia, Dominica, Belize, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines all reported tax revenue at more than 20% of GDP. In fact, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica are very close to 30% of GDP. So when we look beyond our own narrow borders, we see that we are not heavily taxed. Madam President, I am happy that we have built an economy that affords us the opportunity to be regarded not only as one of the richest, but also one of the most lightly taxed countries in the region. And I think, Madam President, that is why we have such an immigration problem, because so many people would like to live in this country and go through all kinds of things to try to get here. Madam President, I am even happy to see that there have been no new tax categories in this budget, nor any increase in existing taxes under this budget. Now, Madam President, I just want to say a little bit about the small business sector. That is very dear to my heart, as I have dabbled in business and I have so many family members who are also small business persons. The ease of doing business is vital in a country that depends to the extent that we do on foreign investment. The Bahamas ranked very low on the World Bank's index for ease of doing business. And while we have been slowly and steadily improving our position, particularly since 2017, we recognize that a lot more needs to be done. Madam President, while we are steadily working toward moving up in this ranking, I am happy to note that this government is putting the same emphasis as regards ease of doing business for Bahamian business persons as it does for foreign investors. The small business sector is an important plank of our economy, one which has been overlooked and not given the kind of attention it deserved for a very long time. This government is determined to give small and medium-sized businesses the kind of attention that they have been desiring and deserving for years. Madam President, I have seen some of the results of these efforts in this area with the improved efficiency in places such as the Department of Inland Revenue. In my profession, I have to deal with them a lot. And in the past, I've often found it very frustrating. But lately, Madam President, I've noticed an improvement. Turnaround time has improved, overall efficiency has improved, and the whole attitude when you enter that department has improved. People are attentive and responsive, and it's just been a pleasure now to deal with them compared to what we did before, what we went through before. Madam President, in this area, the government introduced the Small Business Development Center, which will greatly assist entrepreneurs, particularly our young entrepreneurs, in setting up and managing businesses and in obtaining advice and financing. In furtherance of its objectives in this area, the government has done several things, included in those things, it has simplified the process for obtaining business licenses, turning them around in 48 hours. And I have seen the frustration, particularly of small business people, trying to get their business licenses sorted out. This government has made the process easier and quicker. Also, Madam President, the introduction of a 90-day provisional business license will make life easy for a lot of small entrepreneurs, as it will allow them time to get started while they were waiting for other requirements to be put in place and approved. It saves them time, it saves them effort, it saves them frustration, it saves them energy. And we know, Madam President, that in business, time is money. Despite all this, Madam President, there are those who say that we are only concerned with numbers and not with people. To them, I simply say, when back in 2016, 2017, we said it was the people's time, we meant it. We were serious, and our actions since then have borne it out. It is the people's time. Madam President, it's the people's time, and this is the people's budget. Now, some of the highlights, this budget, some of the things highlighted in the budget that affect the people, I will just go on, I've got these all in bullet points. Free education for Bahamians from preschool to college. I know it's been said before, but it's important enough to say again. I can only imagine where I would have been, or how much sooner I would have been wherever I went, had this applied when I was seeking education. I remember how hard my parents struggled to put me through government high school, and then through college. Oh, how happy they would have been if education had been free. And then there's the elimination of duty from certain school supplies like crayon, and that has provided quite a bit of derision for those opposite. But if you're a mother or a parent struggling to raise children, put them through school, buy uniforms, books, crayons, rulers, and all this, it makes a difference.
Kentucky Fried Chicken going up $7 though.
Children, you shouldn't have your children eating Kentucky Fried Chicken. Ask Dr. Sands. And then there's the reduction of duty on certain household furniture and on certain cars. Again, it may not be a big deal to some of us, but to that young couple and those young parents setting up house for the first time, it's a big deal. There's also the elimination of duty on refrigerators under 18 cubic feet and stoves that are 30 inches or smaller. And again, Madam President, some people say, so what's the big deal? Because their stove over 30 inches. But there's so many of the small people who purchase stoves under 30 inches and refrigerators under 18 cubic feet. And to them, this is going to make a difference. I remember assisting people at a certain point when assistance was expected from me in purchasing some of these same things. And I remember shopping around to the used furniture places and this place, and then having to ask them, this man really needs a stove. He has a family and they're doing well. This here would have made a difference at that time. It would have saved me some money. Madam President, the elimination of VAT on electricity bills under $300 and water bills under $50, which had been put in place as a temporary measure, is now permanent. For those of us who don't think that is a big thing, for those of us who don't think that does anything for the people, speak to the 23,500 households who have benefited from this as at March of this year. And I'm sure going forward there will be many others. Madam President, let us just look for a moment at our family islands. I know that Senator Ferguson spoke about what is happening in our family islands at some length. But, Madam President, the Bahamas is comprised of an archipelago of beautiful islands. They say there's 700, but we know that there are about, 20 or so that are inhabited fully. We have a natural environment that is among the most beautiful in the world. That is why we were able to be leaders in the area of tourism. But, Madam President, many of these beautiful islands have been neglected in vital ways for many years. They have not gotten their fair share of the development pie. And I have long held the position that the key to sustainable development for long-term sustainable development in the Bahamas is acutely tied to the development of our family islands. I am happy to note, Madam President, that under this government, our family islands are not ignored or forgotten in the scheme of things. Our Prime Minister regularly visits the family islands to hold town meetings, to inform them of what government is doing, and to get their feedback and their views on what they want government to do for them. To get their views on how they see their communities being developed. They are included in a way that I don't think they've ever been included before. And as a result, we see things happening in our family islands. Senator Ferguson spoke about it, but we see many roads being built, new airports constructed, water lines being laid. Yes. And there's new investment. In other words, Madam President, we're seeing development, and we're only 2 years in. Now, I remember where many of these islands were prior to 1992, when the Free National Movement won its first victory. I used to campaign on the family islands. And if you're in Marsh Harbor and want to get to Crown Haven, you better not be pregnant because you'd be in jeopardy. The same applied for Eleuthera, Cat Island. Most of the family islands had these long roads. One road, pothole, you had to be ducking around and through bushes, and it was simply a horror. And I remember one thing that stands out. After the FNM victory, I sat on a board with Conrad Knowles, the late Conrad Knowles, who is from Long Island. And I can still see the smile on his face one day when he came and told us about Long Island. He said, now I could ride from one end to the other. Before I had to go to a point and I had to turn around. And he also told us stories about how under the PLP administration, Long Island had been divided then. There was, I think, north and
Senator, there's a lot of talking in the chamber, please.
one area had voted PLP and the other had voted FNM. And the PLP installed telephone lines. This is what was reported to me by a Long Islander. And the telephone line stopped right at the point where the area that had voted PLP stopped. So those that voted PLP got and the others suffered. That does not apply anymore.
The UBP did it in Master Point.
This government is paying attention to the needs of the family islands, regardless of how they voted.
South Master Point, round up. The road stopped.
And we have seen the result of that humanitarian disposition toward the family islands. The inclusion, the family islands, they're part of us, and we do not discriminate. Now, Madam President, you know, we had a laugh earlier when Senator Hall talked about laying pipe in Cat Island, and I don't want to get back to laying pipe, but Cat Island is hands down my favorite island in the Bahamas. It's a beautiful, oh, I love it. Beautiful island with beautiful people, with beautiful rolling hills and pink sand. Cat Island is a beautiful island. Well, nobody invited me yet, hint, hint, hint. But some say that Cat Island is still beautiful because it hasn't been spoiled by development, and that it has retained so much of the old out island charm. But I think what they see as out island charm, Cat Islanders see as lack of development. You can develop and still maintain your charm. From talking to the people of Cat Island, Madam President, they want more than they have gotten over the years. And we talk about water. I remember going up, it was down in the southern part, I think, New Bight, where they took me and showed me this huge water system that had really nothing in it. And they said, we desperately need water in Cat Island. So I'm happy, Madam President, that this caring government is now putting water in Cat Island, potable water. We're crying out for other things as well. Roads, if you ride the road from north to south in Cat Island at night, it can be. The only thing that makes it not too hazardous is that there are not too many cars on the road. But, you know, other than ducking around crabs at certain times, you have to duck into bushes if another car is coming. Cat Island needs roads. They need airport. And, you know, in the scheme of things, I'm sure that while we're looking at the other islands, Cat Island would finally get something. And what amazes me is that Cat Island is represented by the leader of the opposition, who was the Minister of Works under the and Deputy Prime Minister under the previous administration. You would think that if nobody else got something, Cat Island would have. It reminds me of another island that really didn't get its fair share, with plenty crabs. They still have plenty crabs, maybe because they're not developed, but I'm sure they would take development and find a way to get crabs. Anyway. Madam President, I believe that this Prime Minister has focused on family islands more so than any of his predecessors. And we are beginning to see the results. And we are only 2 years in. Madam President, have we done all that we promised to do? No. Have we done all that we intend to do? No. We still have a long way to go. You see, Madam President, we did not go into this for personal gain or for self-aggrandizement. We were serious, and we are serious about our commitment to the Bahamian people. We have a vision for our country, Madam President, a vision of a well-organized, well-regulated, well-run country with a government that holds strongly to the principles of honesty, accountability, and transparency. A government that's dedicated to give the best service it can to the people. And that is why they call us the people's government. To hold true to that vision, Madam President, we will continue to improve the way we govern, continue to look for new ways to employ best practices and new technologies to improve our performance. Madam President, we will seek to save the people's money by better organizing government purchases to get value for money. The foreshadowed public procurement bill will go a long way in helping us to bring this about. We will seek to improve the delivery of service across all ministries with the help of the newly established Prime Minister's Delivery Unit. Madam President, we will continually work to upgrade our technology to bring us into the modern age, to eventually move away from the manual methods that are employed by so many of our government departments that make the service slow and unreliable. We will fully embrace the electronic digital age. We will move from a cash-based system of accounting, Madam President, to an accrual system, which will show revenue and expenditure in the period in which they occur, and thereby more accurately reflect government's financial performance in any given period. So, you know, those hundreds of millions of dollars in bills that we met, that we're paying off now under the cash-based system that's distorting our financials, they would have been accounted for when they happened. So they were shown the true position. And I'm happy that we're moving away from that. Here again, we're moving toward greater efficiency and modernization. Madam President, in introducing the 2019-2020 budget, the Minister of Finance challenged us to, and I quote, foster a different kind of thinking on how public goods should be delivered. This budget shows that we are prepared to find new ways to deliver public goods in a way that is new and innovative, in a way designed to facilitate ongoing efficiency, effectiveness, and good government. The Minister of Finance went on to say, Madam President, that this budget is a break from the past, a budget which invests in comprehensive structural reforms that are going to make the government work better and be better. And I endorse those statements, Madam President. I endorse those statements recognizing that governments work for the people, and the better the government, the better off will be the people. Madam President, this administration is working hard to make government better, to make it more responsive, and to make it more reflective of the needs and the goals, the dreams and ambitions of the Bahamian people. Should we focus on the numbers, Madam President? Indeed, we should. Should we focus on people, Madam President? Indeed, we do. For you see, Madam President, these two things are not mutually exclusive, regardless of what those opposites may try to tell you. Any good government is able to do both, and this F&M government is doing both. We are the people's government. We are presenting the people's budget. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. So we focus on the numbers and the fiscal side of governance, and we focus on the social, economic, and developmental side at the same time, recognizing that these all go hand in hand. Madam President, we've only begun, really. We're 2 years in. We are doing good work. Yes, we still have a long way to go. We're not perfect. We make mistakes. We made mistakes, and we will make mistakes going forward. But we will admit our mistakes. We'll learn from our mistakes, and we'll grow above and beyond those mistakes. All we ask is that people be patient, work with us. And remember, we're only 2 years in. Compare us with any other administration in 2 years, and I think we'll come up shining. We're 2 years in. Work with us. We will get there. And with that, Madam President, I fully support this people's budget.
Thank you, Senator Esmany. Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Jamal Moss.
Madam President, thank you so much for recognizing me today in this honorable house. Before I give my contribution, I want to again thank the Father above for his mercies, for allowing me to see another day and to be here in this honorable place to serve the Bahamian people and to speak on behalf of them. Also, I would like to thank the Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, for affording me this opportunity to serve in the capacity as an honorable senator and to be a voice for the common man. Before I go forward, Madam President, I just want to send my condolences out to the family of James Sands down there in Roxanne, Lutra, passed away. This is also coming in from Senator Anna Knowles and Mr. Reginald Knowles, as they also want to express their sympathy to him and to his family. Just want the public to know that this funeral will be held on the 28th of June, which is coming up. Madam President, it is with esteemed pleasure that I stand before you again in this honorable place to give my contribution to the 2019-2020 budget debate. Let me start off by saying that in my view, that this budget is a good budget, a poor man's budget, a vision budget, and may I happily say, another people's time budget. Wow. This 2019-2020 budget is filled with good intentions, and if executed to the T, will continue to positively affect more Bahamians, especially young Bahamians, as the 2018 budget did, but on a greater scale. Madam President, this budget is also about transparency, accountability, responsibility, strengthening public financial management, transforming government accounting, public debt management, ease of doing business, creating business with Bahamians as entrepreneurs, transforming our education, renewable energy, and solar power initiatives, and the list goes on. Madam President, this government, after taking office 2 years ago, met a bare treasury, a broken system, corruption, empty leadership, unpaid bills ranging in the multi-millions, and a very, very, very weak economy. The government of the Bahamas had to grapple with this reality. You gotta be good.
Is this a point of order?
Yes, I just asked that. The Honorable Senator, when he was speaking, said that when the FNM won, that they met corruption in place. Just asked that he withdraw that word corruption. It hasn't been proven.
Anyway, let me move on, Madam President. Madam President. Come on, man. The government of the Bahamas had to grapple with this. I know you won't get me back, okay? The government of the Bahamas had to grapple with this reality, and instead of crying and bickering about it, or even throwing the towel in, we instead got to work. Former Prime Minister of Great Britain, David Cameron, once said, and I quote, "The economy is the start and end of everything." You can't have successful education reform or any other reform if you don't have a strong economy, end quote. And because of our zeal to fix our country's economy, this government decided to put on the working boots, roll up its sleeves, put on the hard working hat, and said we must change the destination of this country, implement specific annual targets, improve our fiscal performance, and get our country economy back on track. Madam President, 2 years later, the F&M government has kept its word and improved the country's fiscal standing, continued to fix a broken system, and saw economic growth that we have not experienced in the last 6 years. The 2019 budget has shown to have no new tax categories, no increase in value-added tax, eliminate spending on unnecessary line items, increase government efficiency and productivity, and the list goes on. Madam President, John Delaney once said, and I quote, "We have to start grounding our economy in facts and recognize that a strong economy is critical for funding progressive priorities," end quote. I say that to say is that I recall during the 2018 budget, the minister responsible for education announced that come September 2018, the ministry will launch the Universal Pre-Primary Initiative with a mandate to increase by 1,000 students annually, and the ages are between 3 and 4 that will be allowed to enroll or approve in the Ministry of Education pre-primary curriculum. At the time, the ministry realized that space within the public schools were going to be a challenge. So that was done. So what was done was that they partnered up with the private schools to achieve this much needed goal. The current stats reveal that over 350 students the new enrollees entered into the government classrooms, and 450 were enrolled in the 44 approved private preschools. From what I have been told by the experts, the partners are not just in New Providence, but in Grand Bahama, Andros, and Abaco. Through this initiative, over 800 students ranging from the ages of 3 to 5 were provided with free quality pre-primary education. Madam President, over 456 vouchers have already been distributed to pay tuition at the private preschools for our children. This is noteworthy, as these children are now being equipped with the skills and abilities which are necessary for success in the first grade, in addition to them obtaining a strong foundation for later learning. According to data obtained from the USD, it says, and I quote, "Studies suggest that kids who attend preschool are more likely to finish high school and go on to college. Even in the short term, kids enrolled in preschool that stress math and literacy outperform their peers on standardized tests. As for the course, some programs are so effective at reducing crime rates that the U.S. saves $10 for every $1 spent on preschool education," end quote. Minister of Education, the Honorable Jeffrey Lloyd, said that, and I quote, "To further enhance our preschool efforts, the ministry received a 3-year, $83,000 grant from the OAS with counterpart funds to total $185,000 to fund the Bahamas Early Start Project, another step in the strengthening of the early childhood sector and promote the equitable delivery of comprehensive quality childhood development." This project will support 3 areas. The revision of the national preschool curriculum, the training of preschool teachers and caregivers in effective strategies and best practices in early childhood education, and also sensitizing parents and educational stakeholders of the importance of providing a solid foundation for positive growth and development in the early years. My fellow Bahamians, That is what your government has done last year, and this is what we do to invest in our little darlings who will be the future of our beloved country one day. I always say, if you care about the future of your country, why not invest in the youth? Sadly, this was what those opposite didn't believe in. They voted against it. They voted against opportunities, an open door, a hand up, and I didn't say hand out, right? A hand up that came with this budget. Madam President, the Ministry of Education has done an excellent job under the President Minister, the Honorable Jeffrey Lloyd. In 2019, we have seen for the first time in the Bahamas, students in the public schools receiving technology in their hands, not to go on social media and waste hours away of their lives on gossip, etc., but instead assist them with the learning how to use technology positively and capturing today's knowledge for a brighter future. Madam President, under this administration, we were able to live up to our political promises, and by putting out tablets upon tablets on a large scale in the hands of students from the preschool level straight up to the primary school level. This new initiative allowed teachers to ensure that students get the work that they're supposed to get, be creative in teaching, access information by the click of a button rather than carrying those heavy books, hurting their backs, or cutting down the hustle and bustle from parents who are trying to find these books. Also, with this new way of educating our future generations, parents will now be able to monitor what their child are being taught while to work in real time, even receive instant messages from teachers or the schools with respect to their little darlings. The FNM is bidding to the tune of upgrading our country education system so our little darlings, whether they live in Bain and Grandstown, Carmichael, Centerville, Anniston, Grand Bahama, or even Forks Hill, or even the Farm Islands, or wherever, they will finally be equipped to compete not just locally, but internationally on an educated field. But again, my fellow Bahamians, this is what those who didn't appreciate the vision voted against. Madam President, the Bahamas is faced with a growing number of disabilities that are affecting our children, and especially their learning abilities. We cannot pretend like this is not a concern to the country anymore, because the reality is, and for a country of our size, population-wise, it should be a national concern to every right-thinking Bahamian. I'm glad to see the Ministry of Education is vigorously engaged to identify and address the array of learning challenges and other disabilities that are presented to them in our classrooms. For example, it was revealed earlier this year that the Bahamas has an estimated of 7,000 people living with autism, and this is just for autism. Can you imagine the amount living with other disabilities? My fellow Bahamians, I appreciate the ministry's drive to address matters like this. It was also revealed that the Special Services Unit within our schools, along with the team of officers stationed at the Special Service section in the ministry, provides a vital service to address these challenges. Minister Lloyd said, "We recognize the realities of supply and demand, which result in sometimes our children having to be placed on a long waiting list to see a special education specialist in the ministry. The reality of this nature is we will need more persons who are trained to address all disabilities. The ministry wishes is that they want to ensure that any child who may be displaying tendencies which could indicate, a disability is able to properly evaluate by special education specialists within a reasonable time frame. It is for this reason that the government of the Bahamas through the Ministry of Education, has decided to increase the funding available for persons to pursue studies in key areas which address special education concerns, end quote. Mr. Lloyd made it clear that this will not be limited to new teachers, but to current teachers who express an interest to receive financial support to retrain in crucial areas, which will assist with providing the additional special education manpower needed. I believe the Ministry of Education should be commended for that. According to the numbers revealed by the minister, there are 105 special education teachers and 72 teachers' aides dedicated to the special needs program. This goal is to have teachers pursue their master's and PhD degrees with specialization in areas that will prepare them to become behavioral therapists, speech therapists, psychologists, early interventions, and special education educators. Presently, the special service section at the ministry has 6 psychologists, 3 speech language pathologists, therapists, and 2 special education officers. It was revealed by the minister that there are no early interventionists. Again, my fellow Bahamians, the earlier a disability is detected, the greater the chance of us arresting the issue. Madam President, the Free National Movement at that time, for the Free National Movement made at the same time is delivering on another political promise from our manifesto to finance through scholarships, tax initiatives, and grants the ability of all qualified students to access tertiary level education. This is in our manifesto for those who have a copy. This is happening with the early stated $14 million earmark this year in the scholarship division for the university and college level training. Beginning this September 2019, through the Bahamas Government Tertiary Grant Program, tenable at the University of the Bahamas, will pay for tuition, required course fees, stipends, and accommodation payments for the full-time students of the University of the Bahamas. The existing teacher, education, and nursery grants, the national bursary, and the student-athlete financial assistance will all be consolidated under this program. The government reserves the right to bond grant recipients and special disciplines or specified disciplines, i.e. education and nursing. Therefore, effective fall 2019, upon passing of this budget, students are eligible for the Bahamas Government Tertiary Grant Program if they meet the following criteria. Madam President, there's a lot of happiness and excitement from the general public, especially the poor man and the single mother, by this announcement. The government of the Bahamas will give every qualified child $500 for accommodations to assist them with rent, primarily rent. My fellow Bahamians, this is another example for the point I am making. The FNM government is using taxpayers' monies to not just fix and build a strong economy, but also assisting the common man and the single mothers who can't stretch their dollar any further because of the already mounting bills. This government, under the leadership of the Most Honorable Prime Minister Menace, is doing all it can to ensure that the least amongst us will have the opportunity to reform and educate themselves so that they, the Bahamian people, can have a more secure educational and financial future. This is what caring governments do. This is what governments who believe in Bahamians do. This is what governments who are preparing for the future does. And that is exactly what this FNM government is doing. But again, those opposite don't support this. Madam President, the Bahamas is being plagued with challenges over the many years because of our archipelago makeup. Deficiencies in the Ministry of Education is the inability to capture and manage data with the effectiveness modern-day management demands, as well as teachers leaving the country for better financial reasons. As I move around in our schools, talk with the students, and even with the teachers, I can confidently say that while they would like to have more money on their salaries, they have told me that they will not leave their country to develop another, but instead stay because they want to be a part of developing and preparing our young people for the future. And on that note, I want to publicly tip my hat and thank those in the teaching field who remain because they want to continue contributing to the educational growth of our country, the Bahamas. Madam President, the government of the Bahamas, through the Ministry of Education, has invested billions of dollars in our young people through technology, better school grants, and scholarships in 2018. Starting the new year 2019, the Bahamas will witness for the first time in history where islands are challenged with shortages of teachers, will be operating on a comprehensive digitization program. Last year, September, the ministry launched its $17 million technology upgrade with the signing of a contract with the Bahamas Telecommunications, BTC, for installing of a fiber optic cables and compatibility in a number of our public schools, satellite offices, and other buildings. In addition to the BTC agreement, contracts have also been signed with Kale Bahamas, Walker's Industry Limited, and Sam's Business Machines to facilitate the creation of wireless internet connectivity in the school system, laying the groundwork for the realization of tech-smart campuses throughout the entire country. With this historic move, and despite our archipelagical challenges, the government will be able to connect all the islands through the technology to ensure that students and teachers in the school system, which is spread over 16 major islands, 172 schools, 16 districts, 60 satellite buildings, 4,200 teachers, administrators, and another 1,600 support staff become connected through the one network, which means that teachers here in Nassau, Grand Bahama, Andros, Abaco, or even Exuma can be able to teach not just their classrooms, but other classrooms in the islands like Eleuthera, San Salvador, Cat Island, Crooked Island, Acklins, Mayaguana, Inagua, Rum Key, and even Ragged Island, as the list goes on. But my fellow Bahamians, this is what the opposition is voting against. They are voting against creating a stronger and more quality education, which will provide opportunities for more young people. Gillian Gillett said, and I quote, "Through hard work and education, we can deliver a strong economy and opportunity for all," end quote. So I say to my parliamentary colleagues on the other side, why? Why would you vote against better education? Why would you vote against our young people who are the future of this nation? Why would you vote against young people getting the same learning opportunities as those here in Nassau? Doesn't the Family Islands deserve the same good treatment as here in Nassau? Madam President, the FNM government is known as the one that does not sit idly by or pay lip service to tackling crime. Over the many years, we have made available resources to our brave men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, immigration, and the prison to combat crime that wishes to show its ugly multiple heads in our country. Madam President, in this budget cycle, the government has set aside the Ministry of National Security $239,673,387 out of that. And Madam President, the Royal Bahamas Police Force is the primary agency responsible for the maintenance of law and order. Thus far has been successful in translating our government's crime agenda in effective operational strategies. I want to publicly commend the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Anthony Ferguson, his executives, and the brave men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force for doing everything in their power to tackle crime and bring it at its lowest levels for the first time in almost 9 years. Since coming to office, the Royal Bahamas Police Force has been upgraded like never before with resources that are 21st century ready to tackle crime as infant stage and even at the root stage. While we on this side and others are happy that crime is down by more than 60%, so different coming to office, we are in no way celebrating or forgetting the lives of those loved ones and friends that were lost due to crime. Speaking of friends, I've had a few who died, and the most recently is my good friend, MDs. For those who knew MDs, he was a young Bahamian artist who loved his country. He dedicated his life to help and uplift the poor through his music and even through his program where he would go out with his team to feed the people. I remember MDs from my Zedness days when I used to work on the radio on Power 104.5. I remember meeting him for the first time as he was trying to push his music to get airplay. I remember him saying, "Man, J Groove, people keep telling me that you are the man I need to go to because you like to push me in the music." We became good friends from that time, and I can say that from when I first met him, he was the same person until his final day. We have lost another good one. May he rest in peace. Madam President, as I have said earlier, the Royal Bahamas Police Force is committed to the government agenda in being strategic in fighting crime and bring the numbers to the very lowest levels possible. According to the recent stats, for the first quarter in 2019, overall crime is down by 7% compared to the same period in 2018. Crime against persons are down by 16% as a number of prominent offenses trended downward, including armed robberies down by 20%, rape down by 29%, unlawful sexual intercourse down by 3%, and robbery down by 9%. Crimes against the property are down by 5% as a number of offenses have decreased, including housebreaking, which is down by 37%, shop breaking down by 16%, and stolen vehicles down by 27%. Madam President, as I have said earlier in my contribution, this government is and will continue to provide 21st century resources to help fight crime, especially the sophisticated ones in our country. When we came into office, the closed circuit television CCTV program, we met 193 of the 240 cameras, or 80%, was not working. Add to this, the system was plagued with issues that could have easily been addressed and fixed by the former administration. These issues contributed majorly in the ability to capture hardcore, undeniable, reliable footage. The then government, now opposition, did a poor job, in my view, that was not 100%, in my view, was not 100% serious about fighting crime. My fellow Bahamians, I am pleased to say that despite the lackluster approach and commitment of the opposition to deal with this particular matter, this FNM government can report that this date, 200 or 82% of the cameras are operational, while other 43 are in the process of receiving necessary upgrades. My fellow Bahamians, that is outstanding. In the entire 5 years of the PLP, nothing was done. None of it. Nothing was done. Yeah, if you get careful. Now it's turning into, I don't know what. Criminals knew that if they did the crime, the CCTV was not working. They knew that the CCTV would do nothing because it wasn't working, as I said. It was like a criminal paradise under their watch. But in less than 2 years, this new FNM government was able to fix what the PLP turned a blind eye on. The minister responsible for national security, the Honorable Marvin Dames, made the announcement that this past March, our government committed to additional improvements and expansions of CCTV program in the amount of $5.9 million. A local Bahamian A local Bahamian company, Proficient Business Services, outperformed other bidders and was selected. This isn't a foreigner, but a Bahamian company. This company will be responsible for all the CCTV expansion throughout the procurement of an additional 507 high-quality cameras. Of the total, 100 of these cameras will come equipped with the license plate recognition capabilities, another 100 with facial recognition capabilities, and a further 120 with pan tilt zone capabilities, which will be able to capture evidential information in real time. CCTV footage continues to help law enforcement officials determine critical information from crime scenes, including the exact time of the incidents, the exact location of the incident, the number of suspects, weapons types, and suspected vehicle types. My fellow Bahamians, again, the government of the Bahamas is showing that we ain't just talking the talk, like our colleagues on the opposite side, but walking the walk and making things come to light. We ain't smiling with these criminals, you know. We ain't endorsing these acts by turning a blind eye. Instead, we cut our teeth when it comes to corruption and any form of criminality that takes place on our shores. Madam President, for the first time in the Bahamian history, the F&M government will be introducing body, worn, and dash cams to add to the arsenal of the cutting-edge police technology. With this 21st century upgrades, camera footage from these devices will greatly assist the police in providing critical evidence for internal and external investigations that police officers conduct, while offering members of the public an accurate and first-hand account of what transpired during a police-citizen encounter. I know the minister already touched this matter, but as a young senator, I have seen the postings on social media where persons with a political agenda trying to willfully mislead the Bahamian people that the amount being spent on these cameras is too much and we can buy them from Amazon, and etc. My fellow Bahamians, I've never seen so much utter foolishness in my life when dealing with matters like this. I want to assure my fellow Bahamians that these cameras that are going to be purchased ain't no fly-by-night cameras. This is the real deal. These cameras, what other law enforcements around the world, primarily even in America, are being used to fight crime. So please, save me from the foolishness that's being spewed out there by those who want to intentionally mislead the Bahamian people and push their false political agenda. Madam President, the government of the Bahamas announced that they approved the AE Tactical and its partner Axon Global Industry Leaders as a provider for this technology in the amount of $693,853. Some may say that it is too high, but in my view, my fellow Bahamians, this is an investment in the step in the right direction to ensure that every Bahamian is safe, because your safety is paramount to this government. Also, soon and very soon, the days of you say, I say, when it comes to police do this or the citizen did that, will all come to an end. Madam President, for many years, the national statistics have pointed that firearms are the weapon of choice in murders. Recently, it was revealed that out of 1,074 murders, victims between 2010 to 2018, 81% of them died by gunshot wounds. As of June 2nd, 2019, out of the 35 murder victims, 91% died by gunshot wounds. To date, a total of 163 firearms and 1,914 rounds of ammunition have been taken off our streets. Included in these figures are 11 high-powered rifles, such as the AK-47 assault rifle. Madam President, I will be remiss and be doing my generation, especially the Bahamian people, an injustice if I don't speak on an issue near and dear to my heart. This is not the Bahamas I grew up knowing in my short time on earth. And this is not the Bahamas I want my child or other young generations to know and accept, as in it's okay to have these types of illegal weapons entering our shores and finding it in the hands of older persons, but primarily in my generation hands. We are a small nation with less than 400,000 people, yet we are dealing with illegal weapons that are in the thousands. We don't make them, yet we are finding them here. My fellow Bahamians, the time has come for us to put away the feelings and go all the way in tackling this vexing issue that is affecting you and me on an everyday. I call on my government through the AG to please look at our laws of the Bahamas as it relates to persons carrying or being caught with an illegal weapon. I suggest that every individual who is caught with an illegal weapon be given an automatic 15 years in jail and 5 years per bullet. Now, some might say that is a bit too harsh. But to be honest with you, I really don't care. The reason why I don't care is because the criminals seems to don't care when they take a life away or leaving people with life-threatening injuries and even robbing hard-working Bahamians at gunpoint of their earnings. Should I care if we throw the book at them? No. Should I care when hard-working Bahamians who are following the good book, the scripture in Genesis 3:9, by the sweat of your eyebrow you shall eat, are robbed by these no good individuals? No. Should I care when they take a life, especially the innocent ones, all because they want to say that they have stripes? No. We don't make guns in the Bahamas. Our laws are very clear as it relates to guns being illegal. But I want to see the penalty for possessions of an illegal firearms to be harsher. I want the message to be sent to individuals, especially my generation, that we are not going to tolerate this anymore in our little Bahama land. The crime must fit the punishment. Individuals must respect the rule of law. And like the old saying says, if you don't listen, then you will feel. I also want to publicly call on my fellow Bahamians and those residing here in the Bahamas to please do your part on reporting any strange activity to the police that is taking place in our community. If you know Johnny or Mary who is carrying a Susie or Betsy, then for the sake of this country, call the police and tell them your involvement is desperately needed in the fight to put a dent in these illegal weapons and to put an end to the fear of losing another loved one. As a young Bahamian, I want to also join the Member of Parliament for Exuma that we need to seriously look at increasing the age of consent to 18. In my view, this is outdated. This outdated law has done more harm than good. Young Bahamians, whether they are male or females, are being taken advantage of by older persons and also live by this false mindset that at the age of 16 it is okay to go there and have sex with whoever you please. I don't care if they are out of school. They are still children. At the age of 16, is it okay for me to go to any liquor store or sit at a bar table and order drinks? No. Can a 16-year-old registered on the voters list and vote? No. Can a 16-year-old go to a bank and take out a loan? No. So why are we saying it is okay for 16-year-olds to give consent? Something morally is wrong with that. Madam President, moving on to communications. The Bahamas Information Services, which is the official communication agency of the Bahamas government under the leadership of the Director General Kevin Harris, received $1,974,563 from this budget. In my humble view, it's a little too little, but for an agency which is charged with a massive task. Despite the challenges BIS staff faces on a daily, they seem to find a way to make the magic of producing recorded or live visual or audio programs a reality. I want to congratulate and thank them for the work they have been doing with such little resources. The staff of BIS, who I have had a first-hand experience with, are truly dedicated to the mandate to ensure that the public is aware of what the government of the Bahamas is doing on behalf of the Bahamian people. No, Madam President, I move to the Broadcasting Corporation of Bahamas, aka ZNS. ZNS, another agency in my view, is under budget. Despite being a news and entertainment agency, it has been a pillar of strength for the Bahamian people and the entire Bahamas. ZNS motto, nobody covers the Bahamas better than ZNS, has been proven to be true on every level. Despite challenges we face at times, I can assure you that the hard-working people at ZNS goes through the fire just to deliver the Bahamian people what is expected out of them. Over the 80-plus years, ZNS has grown from strength to strength in keeping the Bahamas informed and entertained. Under the last Ingham administration, it was agreed that monies be allocated to transform ZNS, Nassau, and bring it to first world broadcasting quality from moving from analog to HD. The project was completed under the PLP administration, making history for ZNS to become the first broadcasting agency in the Bahamas to go HD. Under this now F administration, ZNS Grand Bahama is now moving to soon be broadcasting in HD, not just in Grand Bahama, but also in neighboring islands. I can tell you from speaking with my ZNS family in Grand Bahama, they are truly excited about this and the project should be completed in the very near future. I would like to see more space be given to my colleagues in the radio department of Nassau, particularly in Inspiration 107.9. And despite it's then like to say that we should always get more. That's why I say the budget is a little low. We always feel like we need more, because then if we get more, we could do more. So that's one of the things that people always expressed to me. Madam President, ZNS has produced shows upon shows that still linger in the hearts today. From radio gospel bells, heart to heart, moments of prophecy, gospel song time, Methodist moments, mighty warriors, and for TV, Mystery of the Grinding Tales, Ordinary Bahamians, and many other shows being produced for the viewership. ZNS is the mothership of all news stations in the Bahamas. We have great names or had persons who came to ZNS sitting as either radio talents, reporters, anchors, news managers, and even news station owners. I would like to list off a few, but there's so many. I'd like to call off Matt Moore, Agnes Ferguson, Candia Dames, Kirk Smith, Carlton Smith, Ron Albright, Beverly Curry, Opal Roach, Senator the Honorable Fred Mitchell, yes, he came from ZNS, Parliamentary Secretary, the Honorable Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe, Member Parliament Vaughan Miller and Picewell Forbes, Fern Carey, LaDawn Davis, Charles Fisher, Clint Watson, Julian Reed, and Julian Gibson, Darrell Miller, Jerome Sawyer, Wendell Jones, Ed and Carl Bethel, Kelsey Johnson, and the list goes on. And Sir Charles Collar, thank you very much, Senator Honorable Fred Mitchell. I say, and Honorable Russell Rowan, yes, there's a lot. I say that to say that ZNS has invested a whole lot in Bahamians who are determined to work under the BCB banner. I can report to the nation that there is a long line from students from schools and even the UB that are trying to get into ZNS because it has a record like no other, and that is bringing out the best in Bahamians. Yeah. The staff before and currently at ZNS can attest to this. But if more resources can be given to ZNS, more staff can constantly be trained, as the environment we are in is changing daily with technology. With this, then more can be done when competing with others. Madam President, the Ministry of Works, which is also known as the Ministry of Everything, is responsible for our country infrastructure and all public-owned buildings to be kept in the best possible conditions as possible. Truth be told, that during the last PLP administration, this is not the case. We saw record numbers of public buildings devaluing before our very eyes, leaving the public to cry out for action. But the leadership at the helm at the time allowed the cry to fall on deaf ears. Also during the time we had, many firms employed the Ministry of Works in key positions that Bahamians could have filled. Bahamians who have shown themselves qualified tried on many occasions to get a job, bring their expertise, and contribute positively to the national development of our country in this 21st century Bahamas. My fellow Bahamians, sadly, that too fell on their affairs. The government at that time, who shouted from the mountaintop and said, Bahamians first, or believe in Bahamians, have proven to be a group who is more about talk and no action. Bahamians who I've spoken to became very discouraged and left. Madam President, 5 years later, this Minis led a FNM government under the leadership of Prime Minister Minis charged the Ministry of Works, now under the esteemed leadership of the Honorable Desmond Bannister, to go and find Bahamians to fill in the key positions so that Bahamians who are qualified can contribute to the building of our nation, Bahamian self. Young Bahamians who know the minister to be a man of action and results-driven hearken to his public plea, looking for qualified Bahamians, professionals, to fill out key positions within the ministry. My fellow Bahamians, Minister responsible for Works, the Honorable Desmond Bannister, made the announcement that the Bahamas government have agreed to the hiring of 21 Bahamians and 2 non-Bahamian professionals for the position ranging from Deputy Director of Public Works, 5 senior engineers, 1 senior architect, 1 area engineer for Eleuthera, 2 architects, 5 assistant architects, 5 assistant engineers, 2 draftsmen, and 1 trainee technical officer. Minister Bannister touted that this is the first time in the history of the Ministry of the Public Works that so many Bahamian technical professionals have joined the ranks of our staff. He said we welcome them with open arms. My fellow Bahamians, this is another example of what your FNM government has and continue to do, and that is incrementally empower Bahamians in key areas of our public sector. This is what a real government of the people does. We will cut our teeth to see that qualified Bahamians are at the helm of the decision-making table. Madam President, the Ministry of Works, which is known as the Ministry of Everything, scheduled approximately 260 continuing projects for this budget year. My fellow Bahamians, this FNM government is one that keeps the family islands close to our hearts when it comes to ensuring that they are properly looked after. And just to name a few of the islands that will see work being done is Abaco, North and South Eleuthera, Long Island, Spanish Wells, Harbor Island, Andros and the Berry Islands, Exuma, Crooked Island, Grand Bahama, and the list goes on. Madam President, as I said earlier, this government is a strong believer in empowering Bahamians. The member of Carmichael for Carmichael, the Honorable Desmond Bannister, who in my view is an excellent representative, heard the cries of his constituents who've been begging for a park in Silver Gates for many years. The MP made a promise to the people that he will deliver on such promise. Now what really caught my attention, my fellow Bahamians, is that the companies that were hired to design and construct and make this park a reality. Madam President, this company has a story, and in my humble view, should be celebrated amongst Bahamians, that anything is possible if we can all come together and work together. Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, despite after getting that $5,000 grant back in 2010, has evolved to date into a multi-layer group of companies. Yes, get them up there. Yes, they deserve that. Has evolved to date into a multi-layer group of companies inclusive of Airport Works, that they specialize purpose vehicle company that facilitates a 3P project, a construction company, and I am sure Senator Mitchell will agree that they are excellent as the company 2 years ago completed a Fox Hill Community Center and Community Parks projects, and more recently completion of the Silver Gates Community Park, and has launched an investment group with $1 million seed funding. This company represents what our forefathers have envisioned for our country. living forefather, His Excellency, Sir Arthur Foulkes said, and I quote, "Bahamians are a very talented people. If we as a people and government believe in the people and put our money where our mouth is, then we will see the true gifts of our people." End quote. And I believe what the coat of arms depicts when it says forward, upward, onward, together, that they have personified every aspect of this vision as to the potential of the Bahamian spirit. Madam President, this young Bahamian company has morphed under both governments and is a success story revealing that Bahamians can be successful if we can work together towards a common goal. This company, after being given responsibility, was able to design and complete the park in Silver Gates in less than 4 months. This park, which is the first of its kind, has ample parking, a pavilion, restrooms, 242, basketball court, a tennis court, a meandering walking trail, a watering system, exercise stations, fruit trees, unique benches throughout, a children's play area, a great lawn, safety lights, Wi-Fi, CCTV cameras, and beautiful blue holes. As a young man and now as a senator, I share the views of His Excellency in celebrating Bahamians who are ready or have already proven that they can compete with the established names. My fellow Bahamians, I am happy to know that I was present to witness history in the making as the first smart park was done in Carmichael and by Bahamians. The excitement and happiness on my colleagues' face that the dream has been finally realized is one I will never forget. The excitement on the residents' and kids' face along with the community support is one that says to any representative that this was truly worth it all. The Bahamian companies completed 2 international jobs and in the past 9 years completed 44 basketball courts, donated over $300,000 to charities and donated thousands to schools. This is what the Excellency Sir Arthur Foulkes said. I repeat this quote: "Bahamians are a very talented people. If we as the people and government believe in the people and put our money where our mouth is, then we will see the true gifts of our people." Madam President, as I conclude, I want to address this talk or narrative the opposition has put out there that this budget is a special interest budget. You know, my granddad used to say that if you don't have nothing nice to say, then don't say it. But my fellow Bahamians, what the opposition said is what I call utter rubbish to the fullest. This 2019-2020 budget has shown itself to be one that is goal-oriented, promise being kept, fixing and strengthening our economy, and empowering Bahamians from all over the Bahamas. This budget, which the opposition poorly labeled as a special interest, which caters only to the elite, has failed once again to tell the Bahamian people the truth that this budget is wholeheartedly for the poor man, and by preparing and uplifting Bahamians to reach the elite mindset of opportunities. This government, in its thrust to pave the road to give away grants, equity, and loans to Bahamians who wish to start their own businesses and become their own bosses after seeing with experts from the business field to help in preparing a business plan to follow and become successful. The Small Business Development Center has approved under $1 million so far to 13 businesses, and I would like to publicly commend persons like Kelsey Bridgewater, Petula Henfield, Dawn Brown, Kaniqua Burrows, Shaquelle and Anthony Colby, that's your family, Janita Outen, Janice Thompson, Vanessa Williams and Kevin Knowles, Alberto Roll, Brian Williams, Warren Bethel, Elvis Preseni, and Melissa Dowell, and Benjamin Davis. These Bahamians who have worked themselves up the ladder and qualified themselves through hard work, commitment, and dedication are not elites, but instead everyday Bahamians who want to become another success story and have been advised that and I have been advised that there are many more who will be revealed in the very near future. Madam President, the opposition and their pundits like to say that the FNM is doing nothing for the poor man. We aren't looking, they also say that we aren't looking for the best interest for the Bahamian people. To you, Madam President, I want to ask them who's delivering our freshwater plants to Long Island, Crooked Island, Rum Key, San Andreas, San Salvador, Cat Island, Acklands, North and Central and South Eleuthera, Harbor Island, Spanish Wells, Berry Islands, North Andros. Let me get some water on this one. Sweden's Key, Exuma, Inagua, New Providence, and the list goes on. You see this? You didn't want to do it, so we had to do it. Under this FNM government, we were able to create nearly 4,000 new businesses, with 46% of them in Nassau and 21% in Grand Bahama. Under this FNM government, 79,000 households benefited from the government's VAT exemption on electricity bills. You know, the same exemption that you laughed at and voted against? They all really messed up with that one, right? But Madam President, we are driving away $28 million worth of tax relief or duty reductions to the Bahamian people, like home refrigerators, home stove, household furnitures, removing duty from musical instruments for our little darlings, school supplies, and the list goes on. We are also going to build new airports, new schools, and like I said, the list goes on. Also, 1,000 jobs are expected to be created in the next year or so in Grand Bahama via the Carnival Cruise Line investment of $100 million in the economy of Grand Bahama. The PLP failed to help Bahamians, so the FNM had to deliver. Madam President, this budget is going to bring new schools, make it possible for those who wish to achieve higher learning but don't have the money, but have shown themselves qualified to now attend BTVI, and come September 2019, will be free of charge. It don't stop there, Madam President. The government is going to give $500 to every qualified student traveling from the islands to go towards their rent or living accommodations. And the people want to say that we ain't catering to the PLP want to say we catering to the special interests and elites. I say, child, please. My fellow Bahamians, under this FNM government, tourist arrivals to the Bahamas has hit record levels for the first time in our nation's history. I guess that they didn't just come to Nassau, but in Grand Bahama, where Grand Bahama saw a 9.1% increase in overall visitor arrivals, and in the Family Islands collectively recorded a 14.9% increase in foreign and air and sea arrivals. Abago had the greatest overall numbers among the Family Islands, with 437,825 foreign air and sea arrivals. The average Bahamian is benefiting from these numbers because the tourists are spending money like crazy. Under this FNM government, Eleuthera saw the greatest year-on-year difference, with an increase of 86% compared to 2017, for a total of 414,029 foreign air and sea arrivals. Also, in Eleuthera, there has been an increase in air arrivals by 26.8%, totaling up to 61,786. Exuma saw a small increase of 1.9%, but saw a 62,885 foreign air and sea arrivals. Of those, 62,123 were air arrivals. You know, the opposition still wants to fix their mouths and say that the government isn't doing anything for the people. I say, really? Really? You know, Zechariah 11 and 17 said, "Woe to the worthless shepherd who desert the flock. May the sword strike his arm and his right eye. May his arm be completely withered, his right eye totally blinded." When you, the PLP, were in power, the Bahamas saw no economic growth, no new real business growth, no real job growth. Jobs flying out the country like birds flying from the north to the south because the cold was coming. 4 downgrades. Hold on a second, that's wrong script. Actually, 5 downgrades in one term. Money is wasted on sidewalks, leading to nowhere. Why wouldn't talk about the roads being paved to dead-end areas where people didn't even live? Over $25 million of our VAT money wasted on carnival just for some former cabinet ministers can party in the streets for a 3-day party. Clearly, the PLP under their term were more focused on ensuring that the elites and special interests of their party were constantly benefiting while Bahamians suffered. But I say unto you, whoa, I bring you good news that things are happening under the F&M. Bahamians are benefiting under the F&M government. The economy, according to the recent article published in the papers where the IDB revealed that the Bahamas economy has turned the corner. Under this F&M government, we have seen a 1.6.
Are you wrapping up?
Yes, ma'am, I'm wrapping. Under the F&M government, we have seen a 1.6 growth in our economy. No downgrades, no taxpayers' money being used or wasted on carnival. Deficit is going down. The economy is growing and paying off all bills in the multi-millions that you racked up in your 5 years with nothing to show for it. Senator Mitchell said that the FM doesn't care about Bahamians, but within 1 year under our watch, over 1,300 public servants were promoted into positions compared to the entire 2012-2017 term of the PLP. So what we did in 1 year, y'all didn't do in y'all 5 years. The budget, Madam President, the budget is one that is for the people and by the people. The PLP knows nothing about looking out for the people. They say that they are a party for the people, but like the old saying says, actions speak louder than words. Proverbs 29 and 18, where there's no vision, the people will perish. And by the scripture, the F&M has shown over and over that they are a party that will do everything to uplift Bahamians, create opportunities for Bahamians, bring relief to Bahamian people, and create a stronger economy so that all Bahamians can benefit from it in the long term. My fellow Bahamians, because of the word, because of the holy word, and the actions of this government, I hereby support the 2019-2020 budget.
Asmane, Chair recognizes Senator Henfield.
No boy, that's you. Good night, Madam President, fellow senators, listening and viewing audience. I begin at this late hour commending all senators, especially Senator Colby Davis, for such a pleasant and friendly budget debate thus far. Pleasant and friendly, cordial budget debate. I don't think anyone is surprised at how today turned out. We've had so many different perspectives, so many different needed perspectives on this budget. When the leader of government business started the debate off yesterday, so pleasant. I remember sitting over there and I leaned over to Senator Knowles and asked, what's going on here today? Why is he so pleasant? It's the budget. I thought we were going to do some spanking. And yet, the leader of the government business was so pleasant. So I sat there and I opened my contributions and I deleted the pages I had in there titled Spanking. I put them in here just in case. I have to refer to them tonight. Truth be told, Madam President, anyone that follows Parliament knows that the budget process and the budget debate is the most political point in the year of the Parliament. I know that the leader of the opposition business will follow tomorrow and then the leader of government business, and I'm sure they will continue in the cordial and courteous fashion of today. You know, when I was in bar school, we had a lecturer who told our advocacy class on one occasion that they don't train courtroom brawlers, that we were not to be moved by the shenanigans of the other side, their shouting and their bullish behavior. That lecturer pasted up and down that lecture room and said, we're going to train you to be litigation assassins. Allow the other side posture, puff and puff all they want, and you wait your time. You rise, armed with the facts, and you take out their star witness. It's the star witness I came for tonight, armed with the facts, Madam President. The facts that I intend to expand on later, Facts like how under this minister administration, this is the lowest budget deficit in a decade. A fact the star witness can't deny but refuse to mention. Facts like this is the most tourist arrivals in a decade, Madam President, a fact that the star witness can't deny and refuse to mention. Facts, see that the star witness knows who she is. Facts like this, there is economic growth under the minister administration. Again, a fact the star of the show can't deny and refuse to mention. Facts, Madam President, like there are numerous tax relief measures for the poor in this budget. A fact the star witness did not mention and cannot deny. Madam President, the fact of the matter is that there is estate planning relief in the form of stamp duty exemption for Bahamians seeking to transfer land from one family member to another. That's a fact, but wasn't mentioned by the star witness. There are grants to small and medium-sized businesses, Madam President, and there is tremendous investment in tuition-free education from preschool to university for Bahamians. Another fact of the matter that the star of the show didn't mention but can't deny. All facts, Madam President, yet the complainants came here this week to claim that the minister administration has done nothing for Bahamians. And those are the facts that they're trying to hide from. I can almost guarantee you, Madam President, that we're going to hear their closers say, the fact of the matter is this. But what comes next isn't going to be any facts. It's going to be, it will be, as the French say, grandiloquence, pompous language. A closing with just pompous language, but it won't be inspiring, nor will it share the facts with the people. You know, if I were a PLP supporter, Madam President, I would be disappointed in the party's presentation on this budget. No, definitely not. You know, I pointed out earlier that I brought my red cup tonight. But if I were a PLP supporter, I would be disappointed. Normally, Senator Sweeting and I agree on so much when we come to this place, you know. And I was so disappointed with Senator Sweeting this evening. You know, we agree on the medical marijuana, Madam President. We agree on the small amounts of marijuana being decriminalized. But then he went far off tonight, you know. Senator Davis, Colby Davis and I normally agree on, you know, we normally don't agree on anything, Madam President. But instead, you know, I was hoping that the leadership of the PLP would have taken the opportunity during this budget exercise to speak to their following, to tell them of the numerous initiatives that would benefit them from this budget. Instead, all I heard was complaints and disparaging remarks on how the government should address issues the PLP leadership didn't address when they had the chance. Sometimes I wonder, Madam President, if the PLP leadership remembers that their supporters are listening to them for inspiration, hope, and ways to better their lives. I said before, don't commit to playing politics to the detriment of human suffering. It's a lost opportunity, Madam President, a lost opportunity to do one of the few things leaders are supposed to do every time we speak. One, to inspire their listeners to get involved and improve their circumstances, and two, to inform their followers how their leaders can assist them in improving their circumstances. Madam President, if the PLP leadership has committed itself to being unreceptive to what is pollusively clear or negative in the face of optimism, it is highly unlikely that their supporters or followers will ever live their best life following that kind of leadership. Well, the war is over. Elections are 2 years behind us. It is time to inspire hope. And that's what the leader of the FNM has been doing for the last 2 years. And you may recall in presentations prior to mine that over 3,000 Bahamian businesses have registered since September of 2018 with the Small Business Development Center. These are people who have been inspired to want more, dream more, do more, and become more. They're being inspired And out of that 3,000 businesses registered, over 75% of them are new startups. They've been inspired. You know, one writer wrote, "You don't lead by hitting people over the head. That's assault." And I'm going to repeat that for the PLP leadership. You don't lead by hitting people over the head. That's assault. So, Madam President, I'm sure, well, I can only hope that when Senator Mitchell, the PLP's last hope, speaks tomorrow, that he is going to inspire PLP supporters to reap the benefits of this transformative budget that is geared to empower, educate, and transform the lives of our people. Madam President, I'm taking the time in my opening to offer this unsolicited advice to PLPs, because PLPs are Bahamians too, you know. And this Prime Minister reminded me he's the Prime Minister for all Bahamians. He wants all Bahamians to reap the rewards of this administration's fiscal responsibility, transformative, and empowerment agenda. That's part of why I'm offering this unsolicited advice. Truth be told, I am also reaching out to the swing voters in Exuma and Michael. See, I'm undecided now. Still undecided. But let me look directly in the camera for this, Madam President, as I reach out and pull across those swing voters who have been disappointed with the PLP leadership. And Madam President, I know they're being disappointed and let down by the recent PLP leadership. Amen? I know the bridge to the future was never erected under the recent PLP leadership. Amen? And I know that the new PLP of 2002 was rather similar to the new PLP of 2012. And if you're following the media, you'll realize the 2022 race is going to look a lot like the 2012 candidates. So, Madam President, I know the facts of the matter are written on the wall, and plenty of the PLPs need to swing, vote swing. You know, I know the recent PLP leadership unleashed that Trinidad Carnival on their streets, and then legalized the once illegal number business. Things that stain the fabric of PLP's, Christians, and Bahamian values. Amen? No point of order there. I know there were 4 downgrades under the recent PLP leadership. No point of order there. I know they began construction on a government school on private land that they never completed, Madam President. I know the recent PLP leadership commenced construction on the baseball stadium, which they didn't complete. And I know when the FNM says these things about the PLPs, that it offends and upsets PLPs, you know. But from this day forward, Madam President, as I'm doing tonight, what you will hear moving forward is that it's the PLP leadership that's the problem, and not PLPs. It's time to swing, voter swing. I want PLPs who have not been inspired by their leadership to capitalize on these minister-led initiatives, to know it's okay to be an old-time PLP and not vote for a new PLP. Their agenda and values are not yours. Swing, voter swing. Madam President, I've realized since assuming this post in 2017 that the PLP leadership's biggest enemies are the FNM's accomplishments, 1, and 2, the people's memory. Without a doubt, we all know prior to and leading up to the 2017 election, the PLP's worst enemy was We March. That Black Friday march dealt a blow. That Majority Rule Day march, that was such a blow. They changed the date of the holiday. They claimed they were having an event in the square that day. But since the election, the PLP's biggest enemy is this Minister administration's accomplishments after accomplishments after accomplishments. Madam President, I believe we all can agree that two leaders in this House, in this Senate, are well-read, well-experienced, well-prepared, articulate, and don't take political jabs personally. I feel the utmost respect for both men. I see he's back. I know it got hot there, you'd take a break, but he's back. So that switch was quick, so he's back. And I'm glad he's back. You see, I still have the utmost respect for both men, Madam President, even though they have a tendency to spike me up every time I speak in this place. But iron sharpens iron, they say. I take no offense, but I've learned to spike too. One leader is public knowledge as a former pupil master. Mr. Watch and learn before you speak. Mr. Never give in. Never, never, never. In nothing great or small, large or petty, never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense. Mr. Never yield to force. Never yield to the apparently overwhelming might of the enemy. One Senator, the Honorable Carl Bethel. That mindset served me well during the march. Never yield to the apparently overwhelming might of the enemy. But you know, the other leader was my activism role model, you know. Yeah, he was. I was born in '79, and I remember first learning of Senator Mitchell, one Fred Mitchell Jr. at the time, in 1989. You know, people thought I was trouble with these marches, but all I did was march on a government. And Senator Mitchell, the real rebel, who I was following from 1989, this the gentleman and the activist that burnt the Constitution. Oh yeah, a rebel. Activist, role model, 10 years old. I was this little boy thinking, I like this guy. I like this guy. You know? Call for the resignation of the Prime Minister, a PLP Prime Minister at the time. What do you think of PLP? As a matter of fact, you think I was trouble or a rebel. This activist turned senator was such a rebel. He took a Senate appointment from an FNM Prime Minister. This activist turned senator. No point of order there, no. No point of order. None. But went so far as I remember to recommend the abolishment of the Governor General for the Bahamas to become a republic. So at 10 years old, you know, I was in full, you know, mode of looking for someone to look up to and thought, this activist turned senator was a role model. You know? And he may be happy to know, Madam President, that the Ministry of Education has advised me that as of September, they're going to be introducing a class on activism. Oh, wow. So perhaps, you know, we'll be working together, you know? Today, however, I have not come to praise the activist turned senator. I've come to bury the PLP leadership in the facts of the matter. And the fact of the matter is this minister-led administration has the country on the right track of empowerment. This minister-led government has the country on the right track of fiscal responsibility and economic growth. Madam President, imagine when I'm a minister, eh? Madam President, before I go any further, that was just the opening now, you know? I was just warming up. That was just the opening. So before I go any further, Madam President, I pause to express my gratitude to our Heavenly Father for His blessings and guidance and opportunities He affords me. And the last 2 years have been great for me, and let me say why. I had a second daughter 2 years ago. It was a rough delivery for me, but I made it. My wife was there too now, but it was a rough delivery for me. You know, for the last 2 years, I've been in a house full of females, a wife, 2 daughters, and a living nanny helping us out. You know, my daughters have gone on to get 2 pets, more females, more just surrounded. So I'm in a house where I'm lifting the toilet seat, wiping the toilet seat, putting down the toilet seat. I'm doing tea parties, and I'm having 2 kids hold me down to paint my nails. And I'm trying to explain to these 2 little girls, Daddy's a bad man. You can't paint bad man nails. And they don't understand that. So The little one sits on my stomach whilst the 6-year-old holds my ankle and they paint the whole foot. So the last 2 years have been great for me. Over the weekend, Senate sat on Thursday, and I ran to the airport about 9 Thursday morning to check in with my 6-year-old. I came here for Senate at 10. And when we wrapped up, I ran to the airport to fly off to Canada because my middle brother was graduating. And as I've shared this place on so many occasions, both my younger brothers are deaf. A few years ago, the youngest one graduated, photographer, and became the photographer of the year for Canada. And he's still there. But our middle brother, Jamal, everybody knows him as the person that baked that famous hospital bread for years. And the hospital bread has gone down since he's left. It's gone down. But he graduated with a degree in culinary management on Friday in Canada. And last week, even though his graduation was Friday, he received 2 job offers last week. 2 job offers. And so, again, the last 2 years have been important to me. And I share that because I want to put in perspective the things that matter to me, which is family, country. But I also share that because I knew I should say something nice before I continued my spanking of the PLP. There isn't much else God need do for me, Madam President. I'm grateful and blessed beyond that which I could possibly deserve. Again, my gratitude to the Most Honorable Prime Minister, most honorable ever, for a place in Parliament Square to continue to speak to national issues in the direction of this country. No matter how much good he does, critics say he's done nothing. No matter how many doors he opens for our people, critics say he isn't empowering our people. No matter how much tax relief he brings for over-the-hill communities and the family islands, critics say he's doing nothing for the small man. Anyone who can get back up to help their people after all the disparaging remarks that he gets, that person deserves and has my admiration. During his budget contribution a week ago, I shared a post last Wednesday, which I felt was rather befitting for him, in my view, and perhaps for even each of you, my Senate colleagues. And the quote reads, "It's a curious thing, but perhaps those who are best suited to power are those who have never sought it. Those who, like you, have leadership thrust upon them and take up the mantle because they must." And I felt that so befitting of a man who gets up every day, despite all that we see in the media, social media, and still comes out trying to find ways to look out for the people, to educate and empower us, to correct the wrongs of decades. He still comes to do that every day. Madam President, I thought it best to divide the remainder of my budget contribution to 3 topics. The first is to explain the budget for those persons who indicated to me that they don't understand this whole budget process. Secondly, to share the government's policy agenda. And finally, to extend an invitation to choose co-creation over conflict. So, Madam President, I'll begin the first segment by providing some clarity on the budget for those persons who have asked. Because I believe that it's always better to be informed rather than opinionated. Like every other public figure in here, I have a social media page. And when I had launched We March 2 years ago, I had a following on that page of some 5,000 persons. And as of this month, it has increased to some 12,000 plus. But many of those persons had asked me on that page to explain the budget and this government's agenda. Permit me to say for their hearing, Madam President, that the monies governments collect and spend that we're discussing for the last 4 weeks is not F&M or PLP money. It's the hard-earned dollars of Bahamians. That has been said before by the Deputy Prime Minister. These Bahamians expect all governments to spend their money wisely. Madam President, I want the persons listening to know that it's pursuant to the Constitution that the Minister of Finance is required, before June 30th, but at the end of May of every year, to prepare the national estimates of revenue and expenditure, which is to be laid before the Parliament for approval. So, Madam President, for the sake of the many persons that asked for an explanation, may I emphasize that the prime responsibility of the Ministry of Finance in any country, as is in ours, is to prepare and present the budget which requires the legislative branch's approval. I was also asked to explain the three types of budgets for some of these persons. Firstly, there's what is called the balanced budget. And a balanced budget simply suggests that a country is living within its means, plain and simple. It ensures that the government refrains from imprudent spending on one hand. On the other hand, studies and classical economists state that it does not offer solutions to unemployment. In fact, classical economists state that it's unsuitable for developing countries, solely because it restricts the government from spending on public welfare in times of need. Secondly, there's what is called the surplus budget. And put simply, the government's revenue exceeds the government's expenditure. And this sounds ideal. But imagine the Bahamas where the government collects more than it spends. It would suggest that the government will not be assisting in certain areas, thus its expenditure would be down. And finally, there's the deficit budget. And the deficit budget, for those of you listening, is when the government's expenditure exceeds the government's revenue. And classical economists believe it is best suited for developing countries or economies. It allows the government to spend on public welfare. The truth of the matter is, it can encourage imprudent spending, as we've seen in the Bahamas, which would then increase the burden on successive governments, as we're seeing now in the Bahamas, to pay down debt incurred by a previous government. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance is trying to get us from budget deficit to a balanced budget, which is living within our means, and then hopefully to a surplus budget where we are spending less than we collect. I would wish to advise, Madam President, our listeners and viewers, that when listening to or reading the budget, they should be able to spot the redistribution of income and wealth, that is, the initiatives for relief for the people, business creation or expansion opportunities for the people, home modification opportunities for the people, and then, of course, my favorite part, taxes on the rich. Secondly, they should be able to identify from the budget the reallocation of resources. So cuts in spending and increases to certain areas, increases in taxes on goods whose import the government wants to discourage, or lowering of taxes and subsidies for industries the government wants to encourage, like you'll see with the spirits and beers manufacturing amendment. Madam President, permit me to clarify the following: the national debt and the national deficit for the persons who've asked. The national debt is the total amount of the Bahamas' outstanding liabilities, whereas the national deficit is the difference between our revenue and our expenditure. So on that note, there is an inadequate appreciation, I can tell from my page, of what it takes to run this country and what the government collects to do so. The revenue streams are estimated at $2.6 billion and come from taxes, for example, the VAT, duties, stamp tax, etc., administrative fees, fines, penalties, forfeitures, grants, etc. But every government tries to settle the following expenses from the revenue it collects. And these expenses are like the public debt servicing, which is currently estimated at over $1 billion annually, salaries and pensions, which is over $500 million annually, educating our people, which costs us just under $250 million annually, providing health for our people, which costs us over $250 million annually, and providing social service assistance for our people, which is approximately $39 million. Then there are other expenses like street lights, which cost almost a third of the government's electricity costs, road works, a necessity for a good quality of life and commerce, Bahamas Air, a source of pride and convenience, but in need of a come-to-Jesus moment that will unleash its true potential and see it turn a profit. Airports, I think all of us know, we have more airports on one island than some Caribbean countries have for their entire country, and these cost money. There's the courts. Thousands of cases filed to sue for over $5,000 every year, or to sue for $5,000 every year, but the litigants are paying the government $5. So our people are paying about a total of $5 to go to use the court system to sue somebody for $5,000. And I've suggested in my first budget debate, and here I am on my third budget debate, and I make the suggestion again. I do believe the time has come for the Bahamas to amend that Magistrates Court Act to increase the civil claim ceiling from $5,000 to $20,000, and the court fees from $2 to file a summons to at least $50 or $100 for the summons. And again, as I've said before, where persons are coming to court to use the court system, have a magistrate sit, use the electricity, the court's paperwork, etc. A police officer to call these persons in, and it's $2 they pay. But they're suing somebody for $5,000. A magistrate is sitting there, and someone's paid $2 to the court system for that. I think it's time for us to increase that ceiling. You know, we should increase that ceiling from $5,000 to $20,000. Madam President, thank you. And the court filing fees could be $100, and we will pay that. My law firm personally, we file on average any given year at least 1,000 cases. By September of the year, the magistrate courts, you got a case number for every case. By September, it hits 12,000 cases already filed. That's just in Nassau. 12,000. So imagine that 12,000, and all we are paying is $2. If you would increase that filing fee to $100 and the court limit to $20,000, the government will be able to recoup a lot of the expenses for that court system. In addition to what the government is trying to spend from the little that it collects, there's the police and defense forces, the prison and detention centers. So, Madam President, there have been budget deficits under the PLP and the FNM. We have to spend so much to run this country, and we collect so little in a rich country such as this. What is good to know, however, is that our deficit is now at the lowest it has been in years. And that is something to celebrate. My second focus in this budget presentation is the government's agenda, Madam President. One commentator said, there was little talk of the Minutes administration's plan for the way forward. 2 years into office, and it is unclear what the FNM has planned to grow the economy, increase employment, and help the small man. One commentator. Madam President, when I read that, it reminded me that I've always felt that if you don't read the newspapers, you're uninformed. But that sometimes if you read the newspaper, you are misinformed. And I believe that was a typical example of just that. The fact is that this Minister administration's plan for the way forward for this country and our people has been stated, restated, and demonstrated. It has a clear employment, empowerment, and transformation agenda. I had the opportunity to sit with Alfred Sears a few weeks ago. And one of the things he said is that, and I'm going to quote, we are not a people with nothing looking for something. We have a lot to offer. All we need is to be empowered. And that resonates with me so much. You know, that Bahamians are not people with nothing looking to every government for something. All we need is to be empowered. And this Minister administration is doing just that. With the free education from preschool to university, that's trying to empower the people. The Small Business Development Center, giving out grants and loans and assistance and training, is trying to empower the people. So I support the budget and the agenda for a modern country where the citizens are empowered and free from dependency on political patronage. Madam President, the present government's plans are evident from this budget exercise. First and foremost, as I said, education and empowerment. And I've said before that to empower your people, you first have to educate them, give them access to affordable land, and then give them a seat at the table to be a part of the decision making for the way forward for them and their children to come. There's a deliberate and strategic investment by this administration in education to not only improve the standard of living, but to first and foremost change the mindset of our people. Education, as Nelson Mandela would have said, is the most powerful weapon which can be used to change the world. And I believe educating our people is the most powerful weapon to change their circumstances. This administration, Madam President, has deliberately budgeted for and launched initiatives to empower our people, especially the small man, which I believe is evident in the Over the Hill initiative, evident in the Special Economic Zones initiative, evident in the tuition-free initiatives, evident in the Small Business Development Center initiative, and evident in the Affordable Homes initiative. So when Senator Colby Davis says earlier that this government has done nothing but increase the misery on the people, that is so, the hardship on the people, I have to say that is so wrong. The government's agenda is clear. It is trying to empower our people, and it's not talking about ideas it wants to do. It has already implemented and put in place the necessary initiatives and policies to do so. I'm a firm believer that the key to end poverty is in education. And this administration has deliberately invested in education for all Bahamians. Not just the Bahamians in New Providence, but for all Bahamians in this country. So much so that they're encouraging Family Island residents to send their children to New Providence. And this government has made it possible to provide $500 living allowance to help these families in the Family Island pay for their rent while they're here. And there's no need to worry about tuition, because if they go to BTVI, it'll be tuition free. There's no need to worry about tuition at the University of Bahamas. That's going to be tuition free. So many of my neighbors, but I think I've shared before, that I don't need an imagination to come here and express what I think people in the Over the Hill communities are experiencing. I don't need an imagination to try and say what I think they're experiencing. I came from East Street and Wolf Road. I spent 6 years living in Eastwood with my parents in the 90s while I attended St. Augustine's. And I returned to East Street and Wolf Road and went to the College of the Bahamas. My neighbors then on East Street, and many of my neighbors in the illustrious, ungated community of Carmichael, where I live now, have had the problem then, as they still have today, where they can't afford to replace that fridge or stove or furniture in their home because they simply cannot afford it. So an initiative that says the fridge and stove is duty-free, I support that. An initiative that decreases the duty from 45% to 25%, I support. You know, I hear persons make the remarks that suggest this budget does nothing for the small man, but I can assure you, coming from East Street and Wolf Road, living on Carmichael, my neighbors, my people, the people I grew up with, the people I live amongst, appreciate it. Madam President, I hope someday, however, and I hope that day comes soon, that we can address this issue of a minimum wage and move to a livable wage. Let me reiterate and rephrase that. It is time to introduce a livable wage. $210 per week cannot provide for a mortgage or rent for a family that needs an apartment or home. It cannot provide healthy meals and pay utility bills. It is time to move from a minimum wage to a livable wage. The second matter on this government's agenda, Madam President, is economic growth. I draw your attention to comments of the Deputy Prime Minister on the government's agenda, which is to catapult our economy out of a lethargic state. And this is evident in the record number increase in tourist arrivals. It is evident in the removal of VAT on breadbasket items, water and electricity bills, so as to decrease the number of Bahamians living paycheck to paycheck, allowing them to keep funds in their pockets for other purposes. It's evident in the reduction of duty on electric vehicles. And when I hear persons say that's for the rich, you know, I cringe sometimes, because I would think if you remove duty from the electric vehicles, persons are paying up to 65% duty on vehicles. You're now giving them the option to, one, be environmentally friendly, but two, to reduce their expenditure on gas whilst keeping or enjoying savings in the thousands on duty. That's not something for the rich, that's something for every Bahamian. I believe the economic growth that this administration is pushing is evident in the reduction of duty on home furniture and home appliances. The reduction of duty on school supplies creates business opportunities for Bahamians and assists parents in saving on back-to-school supplies. The agenda of economic growth is evident in the investment in Bahamian entrepreneurs and small businesses. The evidence for economic growth being this administration's agenda is evident in the initiatives to increase the ease of doing business and the digital transformation of our government. So the economic growth agenda, which I said has been stated, restated, and demonstrated, can be seen in the introduction of provisional licenses for home-based businesses. And just today, I'm so proud to say that one of my assistants, I made it mandatory for my assistants at my law firm a few weeks ago to read Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I said to them, you cannot work for me for the rest of your life. I've had one assistant who came to me in 2006, and by that time, she had been a paralegal for at least 8 years. So at a 3-year call, as a 3-year call lawyer, my paralegal knew more than me. And I said to her then, I think you should go to law school. I will pay for it. When you're done, pay me back. I've said to the new assistant who I hired in January, she can't work for me forever. I want her to pursue her education and get into a business. Today, she told me she's been able to apply for this provisional license for home-based business. She's done her research, and now she's going to go buy all of her supplies from Sam's Club, she says, to get into the back-to-school grocery supply business. Because the duty has been reduced on so many items for children. But when someone says this government is doing nothing for the small man, I can speak personally, not only to the people in my communities, but right in my office, right in my family. Madam President, as the administration is clearly focused on education, empowerment, and economic growth, I would like to suggest that we consider, one, crowdfunding legislation at some point in time for startup businesses and expansion of existing businesses, which would relieve the government of having to allocate tax dollars for the same. All of us are familiar with pages or sites like GoFundMe. Americans can go online, post their business idea, and millions of Americans made $1 or $2. And in 1 month, some small business emerges with $1 million in funding. And I think we need to move towards legislation for crowdfunding. I guarantee you if we do, PLP will say, we had that drafted. Secondly, on this issue of education, empowerment, and economic growth, I believe and I would suggest that we need to get to the point where we distribute livery, tour car, and taxi plates to our people, which would allow Bahamians to be their own boss and start small businesses rather than depending on the government for assistance. Finally, I would urge the government to wipe police records of all persons with 1 or 2 convictions for simple possession of marijuana. Not legalize marijuana, but to wipe the records of persons convicted of being in possession of small amounts of marijuana. You see, Madam President, convictions for smoking a joint has resulted in hundreds, if not thousands, of our young men not being able to pursue further education, 1, and 2, not being able to secure a job. So as I said earlier, Senator Sweeting and I normally agree on things. We agree on this issue of small amounts of marijuana. As long as we continue this practice of giving our young men convictions for being found in possession of a joint which they smoke, we are destroying their future. We're taking away their chance of further education or enrolling at the University of the Bahamas. And we're also taking away an opportunity for them to find a job. Because the one thing these businesses look for, which I look for, is I want to see a police record. So we have a country now where young men have smoked a joint. We need to move to the point where we talk about empowerment and education, economic growth. If we want to empower our young men, I think that's one of the ways we need to start. Until we address this problem, Madam President, we will continue to lose our young men or make criminals out of them. It is time we offer the opportunity of education and empowerment to all of our young men, regardless if they smoke a joint. We cannot permit lives to be ruined another year because of smoking a joint. Madam President, it is unfortunate that when Bahamians don't like someone, that no matter what good they do, we refuse to give credit where credit is due. I was disappointed yesterday when Senator Dowell spent just such little time speaking to Grand Bahama. But thank God Senator Thompson was next in line to spend 2 full hours on what is in this budget and what this government's agenda is doing for the people of Grand Bahama. Now, one may not like Minister Viagla, but you cannot deny the tourism numbers are unprecedented. Arrivals in the hundreds of thousands each month, heads in beds. Money spent by tourists puts US dollars into our economy and the pockets of our people. It has tour companies, taxi drivers, waitresses, etc., making money that can pay their bills, feed their families, and improve their quality of life. That should be celebrated. Let's take a moment and give credit where credit is due. One may not like Minister Ferreira, but you cannot deny Bahamians being able to buy land with service lots for less than $30,000. Utilities in place, roads paved, duty-free construction materials, and furnishings duty-free is unprecedented and a welcome relief for our people. Bahamians will save thousands, tens of thousands, Madam President, and that should be celebrated. One may not like Minister Lloyd, but you cannot deny that Bahamians being able to attend preschool, the University of the Bahamas, and BTVI tuition-free is a great thing for our people. Our young people can realize their dreams, parents can save thousands, and we can have a more educated populace and a people with more opportunities to thrive. That should be celebrated. Madam President, one may not like the Minister of Finance depending on which political party you belong to, but you cannot deny that this is the lowest deficit in years. There were no new taxes, as my colleagues and senators have said. There are no increases in VAT. There are several duty reductions to ease the burden on homeowners and entrepreneurs, and families can transfer land to immediate family members without paying duty. These things should be celebrated by all national leaders. And I think we should give credit where credit is due. Those with political agendas would have our people believe that any government of the day can fix decades of wrongs and injustices in less than 2 years, or even 5 years. But this minister-led administration believes now is a good time to start. And start they have. They have started correcting the wrongs of the past as it relates to equal opportunity at land ownership, quality education, and ownership in this country, and I fully support that. Madam President, as I've shared before, I farm, and I grow everything from seeds, passion fruit, mangoes, cherries, pumpkins, beans, you name it, even movements. I, like any farmer or leader, know you must plant seeds, undergo some pressure, get your hands in the ground, nurture that plant, and in time you will reap the harvest. And the same can be said for growing a nation. And that's why this Prime Minister is planting so much seeds of education, empowerment, ownership, and fiscal responsibility. Madam President, it's up to our people now to get involved and nurture their futures. These seeds of empowerment are for their children and their children's children. And anyone who votes against this budget is voting against our people and their children, harvesting the fruits of quality tuition, free education, grants for business opportunities, and land ownership via Crown grants or the Affordable Homes Act. Madam President, anyone that votes against this budget or abstains is voting against much-needed socio-economic transformation for our people. There are too many of our people living in undesirable and downright deplorable conditions. There are so many homes and families in need of basic furnishings and appliances, and no Bahamian should have to sell their firstborn to purchase furniture, a fridge, or a stove. It's no wonder so many of our people are living in less than undesirable conditions. They just cannot afford to improve their circumstances, Madam President. with the high cost of appliances and furniture locally. Why? Why would anyone oppose the government reducing or removing the import tax on these necessities? Again, I say, anyone, Madam President, that votes against this budget is voting against our people rising out of the deplorable conditions in which they live. I say to our people and our colleagues opposite tonight, not to let your country or your people fail because you want to impress your party leadership. Do not let your followers suffer because you want to play politics at a time when what our people need are initiatives to educate their children tuition-free, when what they need to hear in Eleuthera is how they can tap into the allowance for Family Island students to come to New Providence for an education. What they need to hear from you is how on which items VAT was removed from that would enable them to launch a small business, and what they need to hear from you is how they can acquire the Crown grant or a house lot they've been hoping for. Finally, Madam President, I indicated earlier I would speak to the co-creation agenda. There's no secret, I come from a background of activism. There's a known fact that electorates worldwide have lost trust in governments for many years now. The universal complaint is corruption, the lack of inclusion of women, youth, civil society, and the poor in decision-making, the lack of access to information, and leaders playing party politics to the detriment of human suffering. I cannot stress enough, Madam President, the need for us all to co-create good legislation, policies, and initiatives. It starts by creating opportunities for collaboration. I was delighted to hear Senator Thompson open yesterday by reminding Senator Darville and the country that Grand Bahama needs all hands on deck. Co-creation rather than conflict. And I believe the Senate, Madam President, can lead the way on this co-creation agenda. I believe it should be the Senate under your leadership that opens its doors more to the public, as the House does once per year with the Youth Parliament, but that we don't just focus on high school students when we open our doors. I'm suggesting that once per quarter, on days Parliament is not meeting, that we open our doors to debates or discussions by women on gender parity initiatives and issues, that we open our doors on days Parliament is not meeting for discussion or debates by Family Island residents on their development, that we open the doors of the Senate to debates or discussions on new industries and debates or discussions on the future of our parliamentary system with the young liberals and torchbearers, Madam President. A quick glance at the gallery should speak volumes to the need to revitalize the Senate's relevance. I suggest we be deliberate in leaving this place and our people better than when we came in. A quick glance at the budget will reveal that the Senate is the least funded agency of government at a mere $340,000. Our closest neighbor is the Department of Archives with its $707,313,000 budget. I always believe that people spend money on what's important to them, Madam President, and I'm pleading that we spearhead a new chapter for the Senate. And despite the spare change allotted to this honorable chamber, we set out to do more with less. Madam President, in conclusion, anyone that votes against this budget, as I said, or abstains is voting against the much-needed socio-economic transformation of our people. Madam President, I say to our people today and our colleagues opposite, not to let our country fail because you want to impress your party leadership. As I take my seat, Madam President, permit me to express my love, respect, gratitude, and admiration for Her Excellency Dame Margaret Finland. May God bless the Prime Minister and the people of the Bahamas, and may God bless Her Excellency and His Excellency on his ascension. I support this budget with no apology whatsoever, Madam President.
As many, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Carl Bethel.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as I move that the business of the Senate be suspended until tomorrow, let me commend all the senators for having really stuck to their times and having moved expeditiously through a very tight schedule. We know we were bracketed by the weekend and the commencement really of the whole transitional ceremonies of the head of state of the country, which start tomorrow. And so with the hope that we can get through that tedious bit of the heads in time for everybody to relax and enjoy a state occasion that will really be starting tomorrow, I would now move that the business of the Senate be suspended until the 26th, I believe it is, let me just check it, 26th of June at 10 a.m. in the morning, if I may obtain a seconder.
Before we move forward, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Fred Mitchell.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say as many, so.
I did say as many.
Oh, you did? Ah, well.
You were just in a joyful mood tonight.
Yes, you know, you had me mesmerized, you know?
I'm sure I did.
So I have to slough this off overnight and figure out what I'm going to say in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to use this opportunity to indicate. No, I won't. Just once your fees are not too high. Okay. But I'd like to, you know, say that I reserve my place for tomorrow, if I may.
If I may. Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, it is good that you do reserve your space, and I hope that you will prayerfully accept the compliment that Senator Henfield offered to you as one who inspired his public commitments. Hey, there you go.
Okay, Senators, it's time to move on now.
Please put the question, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate suspend to 10 a.m. Wednesday, June 26. As many as are in favor would say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate stands suspended to 10 a.m. June 26.